player. And the thing we're excited about is the power of choice. And we haven't had that draft, but we got to go find the right one person for us. But we're excited to pick.
So, just forgive us for trying to probe, and I know you're going to only say what you want to say.
You're fine.
Yeah, I just kind of want to narrow it down. So, for you, it's not like a Wemby draft where there's a clear-cut number one. You could envision yourself taking, I don't know, you may not want to say, but more than one guy would be possible at one overall for you.
Yeah, that is actually accurate.
Is that based on the interviews that you're going to have this week? Or is that based on
That's going to be a part of helping us inform our decision for sure. We got to make sure that we're getting the player that's right for us and wants to be here and be in the right situation and do what we're trying to do, because that's really important. I think we'll have a lot of talented options with a lot of really good people just in doing our intel ahead of time. So it's going to be a decision that we have to spend some more time on, and getting to know them this week will go a long way. But also spending time with them in D.C., really learning what their motivation is, what they're about, how they see themselves fitting into the community, everything like that. That goes into someone that's going to be a number one pick as well.
So one thing that I know you've made a point of saying on this show repeatedly, time after time after time, is the guys, like what you're getting at, the guys that you drafted are guys that love ball, they're in the gym every day. That's a big thing. So you could have, let's just say for the sake of argument, you have two or three guys kind of equal. But if one guy loves being in the gym way more, that's going to elevate him over the other two, no doubt.
I think getting into the NBA is the start for them. Once you get there, you got to be willing to work and develop your game. I don't think we'll have a problem finding people who are passionate and love the game at the top of this draft. But at the end of the day, our decision isn't just what we see with our eyes. We also got to make sure the numbers back that up. And what we're hearing backs it up in terms of what they're telling us and what the people that they're around tell us. So we want to look at the eyes, the ears, and the numbers, and then make the best decision for our team.
So, Will, what if you had a guy that was clear-cut number one on your board, but then after the interviews, that guy was like,
he's saying there isn't a clear-cut one.
He didn't. I'm just saying, if there was a one, and then you had these interviews, and then one guy was just, I kind of like DC, but I'd rather play here. But the other guy who you didn't have number one really loves it. Would that affect your decision at one?
I think the next step there would be getting that person into DC and experiencing it from themselves. And I don't think we'd let the player dictate to that level. But we'd have conversations with agents and players, but I don't think we'll be in that situation this year.
We're joined by Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager. They won the draft lottery, hold the number one overall pick in June. So take us into the interview room. How many people are interviewing the player? Is it a standard, group of questions that each guy gets asked, or do you pivot as the interview goes along? Take us inside that process.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite part of the combine week for sure. You get 20 young men who get to sit in front of you. It's kind of like speed dating for them. You get 25 minutes with each person. They go door to door, team to team. But for us, we try to keep it as a calm environment. We decorate the room in all DC things, so they come in and they feel like they're part of DC. We show them a video and then just kind of open it up and give them an opportunity to speak and get to know them a little bit. There's probably topics we make sure we hit on, but there's not too many standard static questions. We want to keep it open-minded and just let it be a flow. We don't want it to really feel like an interview. We want it to feel like a conversation. So we take the desk out. We have chairs and couches, and it's more like a lounge coffee shop type vibe. And we just have a good time and let them get to know us, because for some of them, it's their only exposure that they're going to have to us. So we want to make sure it's a positive one.
Since you've been here, or it could be in a previous stop, has any player just bombed the interview but did so well every place else that you didn't put as much stock into that? Has that ever happened?
Completely bombed, and it's hard to really bomb an interview. These are.
I've done it.
Yeah, we've all.
I have done it. Literally done it. Yeah.
They're not like they're auditioning for the job in there. They're just basically sharing who they are, and you get to see what level of person they are and how much they want to open up and share stories. So I haven't. It's hard to say someone has bombed an interview. Some have been probably a little closer or closed-minded than others in terms of being able to share and being open. But at the end of the day, we respect their time, and we appreciate them coming in to talk to us.
Talking to Will Dawkins, Wizards GM. Of course, Wizards landed the number one pick in the NBA draft lottery, which is coming up in mid-June. So let me ask you about upside versus what they are right now and how you weigh that. And I want to ask about a particular player who you're familiar with, SGA, arguably the best player in the NBA right now, right? He was drafted 11th. So development obviously is a big part of the equation because he's become one of the easily top 3 players in the NBA, maybe the top player in the NBA. How much do you weigh what you see right now? You know, you have a guy like DeBonsu who led the NCAAs in scoring, but then you have some other guys who might be more raw who you think might become better down the road. How much do you weigh that?
Yeah. One, I think the individual matters on that as well. When you guys peel back the curtain on Shea, who's the MVP right now, last year, he also had a work ethic and a mindset and a belief in himself that he was going to be really, really good and the right type of temperament to lead. So again, you figure that out through the interview process, through the intel. So that's still to come for us. But I always work with the scouts, let them know we're not too worried about the A block of the news, more so the B block of the news. We don't want the current events of what happened. We want to wait to the B block of it where it tells us the weather and the 5-day forecast, the future forecast. So we're always focused on the future, and that's kind of how we go about it. So we want the news, not the weather, when we're predicting players and when we're drafting players. We're going for the long run.
Are you you're gonna have these guys in for workouts too, right?
Yeah, we'll have them in for DC for visits, correct.
So when you do that, how do you juggle, wow, this guy really shoots it way better than he did in the games, and is this like how do you juggle that?
Yeah, I think that's part of evaluating and learning what's real and what's not. A lot of these guys we've seen, like since they've been 15 years old at top 100 camps or 16 years old at AAU events, high school tournaments. So we've been tracking their progress. And the best part about this is you probably don't see a guy from February till March, and then you see them in your gym in June, and they've already started to change their body. They've started to change their habits, the little things they haven't had time to stop and work on because they've been in classes. They've changed it here or there. You basically learn how quick they can retain information, put them in situations where our players would play out of, in drills that we put our players in, and you just see the signs of where it's at. And those that can correct on the fly and understand information, you feel pretty good about guys like that.
What about I know that AJ said that he maybe competed against Trey or played with Trey, a year or so ago. Like, do you go up to a guy like Trey and say, "Hey, man, what do you think? What's your vibe on this dude?"
I don't think you have to go up to our guys to get their opinions on other players.
They're going to give it to you.
They don't mind giving it to you. It was actually pretty funny last year. Amber Nichols and I were watching USA film with all the guys. They were playing in it, and they were playing against Team France. So I texted Alex. I was like, "Hey, you were playing against these guys a couple years ago. What'd you think?" And things of that nature. So it's not just the Americans who play against each other. Like, they play against each other in international competitions too. So the connections, as you can imagine, are interwoven pretty well.
Hey, Will, let's do a quick exercise, okay? Just close your eyes for 2 seconds here, okay? Close your eyes and envision the player that you want wearing a Wizards jersey. What does that guy look like?
He
looks like a wizard, and we're happy to have him.
Okay. What'd you think he's going to say there?
You said big guy.
I'll tell you what he doesn't look like.
I'm just minding it for
Is he
information.
6'9" or is he 6'6"?
He doesn't look like a 5'8" white guy who's bald with a beard.
I know that. I certainly wasn't expecting that.
Listen. If I believe Will, he says there isn't a clear-cut one. Okay,
Right.
So take the FanDuel odds, throw them out.
Yeah.
Take all the mocks, throw them out. As far as Will's concerned, multiple guys for the Wizards could go 1 overall. That's big.
Hey,
That's,
Will,
that's
let me ask you
newsworthy,
this. So
guys.
I proposed this earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, we're pretty tight at this point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, you trust us.
You're my guys.
Right.
Yeah.
We're your guys. Are we your guys to the extent that the day before the draft, you would let us walk into your war room with no phones? Okay, we leave our phones.
You'd
at the
have to
door,
trust us.
Sign an NDA.
and you sign an NDA. And you say, "Here's our board. I trust you guys not to go on Twitter and blab about it and let the cat out of the bag. Would you
What
let
are the
us
odds of that?
walk into your war room
The day before.
the day before the draft and look at your board and trust us to walk out without blabbing and having it hit Twitter the next day or the next hour?"
As much as I trust you guys, we'd probably have to work on negotiating the terms on that one a little bit more than just right now on the radio.
Okay, you're probably right.
He's leaving the door open.
He is.
He's leaving the door open.
I appreciate that, Will.
Well, let me see if you'll play ball. So before the NFL draft 2 seasons ago, when the Commanders ended up taking Jaden Daniels, we played word association with Dan Quinn. And we just first thing that popped into mind, and it was about the prospects that were coming out: Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and a couple others. So, would you play ball if I went through some of the top
Would you
prospects?
say
Just
one
first
word?
thing, 1 or 2 words about the players. Okay.
Is that all right?
Okay. Okay.
All right. Let's
do
start with Darius Acuff.
Competitive.
Okay.
Keep track of this.
Cam
guys.
Boozer.
Cam Boozer. Consistent.
Oh, I don't like consistent very much.
I like
Well,
consistent.
you want someone consistent.
Nah,
Caleb
consistent's boring. But it's boring.
Hold on. What do you
You
say
like it
about
better than
Acuff
inconsistent?
again? What do you say about
Competitive.
competitive? Okay. I'm writing this
Caleb
down.
Caleb Wilson.
Caleb Wilson.
Freak.
Don't lead the witness.
Riser.
All right.
That's better than consistent.
Darren Peterson.
Hurt.
Fierce.
Fierce. All right.
All right.
Just told him not to lead the witness, and
I
you
know.
did.
I'm messing. All right, AJ.
Consistent.
So he's consistent as well.
I used that one already.
Use that one for Cam.
I was just going to
Can
say.
you-
I was about to say speechless.
Redraw for that.
I mean,
Redraw
one
for
more.
AJ.
You probably have another word.
Bonza.
Let's try another word for AJ. Because you already said
Consistent's
consistent.
off the board.
Yeah, but that's the first
Say it
thing that
again?
came to us.
Consistent is off the board.
You said Cam was consistent.
Yeah, it has to be a different word.
Consistent
sexier
score.
word.
Scorer then.
Score. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's,
All
that's
right.
better than
I already
consistent.
played ball.
All right, yeah,
Play
that's
ball.
good.
Appreciate
we couldn't
it.
ask for more.
All right.
Yeah.
Good job.
Couldn't ask for more, Will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
right.
congratulations.
Congrats.
Landing
You
the
did
number 1 pick.
You did it.
Now you just can't F it up, Will.
Working on it. So,
That is
Hey,
the goal.
appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
we
Will.
appreciate it. Thank
the
you,
time,
buddy.
man.
Bye.
All right, pal.
I say that as a joke, but if you actually look at the history of number 1 picks, which were botches,
Riser.
like wasn't Greg Oden the number 1 pick over
Yes.
Kevin Durant?
Yes.
I didn't like that he went with consistent for AJ DeBonza.
I think
I don't like that.
AJ's
No,
out.
But he was speechless.
AJ's out.
He was speechless for like 5 seconds because he didn't want to say anything.
He was trying not. Yeah, not
There's a
to-
couple of different ways to look at that.
Yeah, I
that is
think you
true.
can interpret that as he didn't want to like be too effusive.
I wish he had said my guy, but he didn't.
Yeah,
I
he's
wish
not,
he was-
he's not going to say that.
He's not
Yeah, I
gonna
mean, that
say
would kind of be a giveaway. Okay.
Might be a bit of a
What if he
giveaway.
would have said baller? Just the word
No,
baller.
that's way better than consistent.
Yeah, yeah.
He said ball or ball no.
But he said fear. He said fierce for Peterson.
Hey,
EB Riser is kind of intriguing.
Riser's pretty good too.
I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
It'll be interesting.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. We do have Barry's Verluga, who's now with The Athletic, joining us next. Here are the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. You just heard Wizards GM Will Dawkins. We have our poll of the day at Junks Radio. If you want to vote, who do you want the Wizards to take with that number 1 pick?
You know what Drab just did? I think Drab just went in on FanDuel and just bet on Peterson, right? That's what you should do. Because
that was your interpretation.
He had the best word to describe out of the
I had
five.
a different interpretation than EB.
Yeah, I could see your theory too.
Yeah, we'll get back into it in the next segment and maybe play it again, and you can interpret it for yourself. There was a long pause before his answer with
Definitely
Debonsa.
long.
So you can interpret it one way or the other.
It was because it was a political answer.
Yes. All right, let's talk to Bears Verlugo now is with The Athletic. He joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in DMV. And Bear, I kind of wanted to attack it, get your opinion on this. Well, we're spending a lot of time talking about the NBA draft and the lottery and the Wizards getting it, and I kind of look at it this way. The town needed some juice, right? We've been in struggles. The Nats, playing better than expected, but a losing team. The Caps missed the playoffs. The Wizards are tanking. Commanders dud season. The town needed some juice, right?
For sure. And it feels like they're going to have a relevant star player on that team for the first time since they picked Wall number 1 overall in 2010. I know Beal was a star and they had Russell Westbrook for a hot minute, but now the number 1 pick kind of comes into an infrastructure, a foundation that Michael Winger and Will Dawkins built over the last few years. And in a way, it kind of played out perfectly. Like the high picks that they had the past couple of years, Star at number 2, et cetera, kind of weren't good enough and weren't high impact enough immediately to make them better than the awful team that they were this past year. So that set them up with the best odds to get number 1, and Lux finally fell in a very un-Wizards-like way. So I think this is like, when was the last time you anticipated a Wizards season like you will this fall? Right. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
No, that's a great point. I think there's a lot of intrigue based on who they're going to take here in a few weeks, and then how they're going to use Trey, how they're going to use Davis if he's here. I think he will be here, at least before the deadline. But I think you're right. I think there's a lot of intrigue on this particular season coming up.
And, I think it would have been, obviously, if they had won the lottery last year, it was such an obvious choice with Flagg, or at least it seemed like Cooper Flagg was the no-brainer number 1. And I guess the way the season played out, that was the case. There's more intrigue in the next few weeks, based on the conversation that you guys had with Dawkins. Like, maybe there's no true number 1. I will say that David Aldridge, my new teammate at The Athletic, obviously as well-respected an NBA head as there is. He wrote this morning that he can't possibly see that they wouldn't take Debonsa. So I'm going, he's more informed than me in this area. Like, I would take that to be a weighty statement. And if that's the case, like, you can kind of see how he would fit, because I think you think that Sarr is like a defense first guy, really can protect the rim, and Debonsa would be an elite scorer, from all over the place. And then you've got the pieces around them. I don't know. I didn't think yesterday that the Wizards would win the lottery, because that kind of stuff just doesn't seem to happen to them. And now, but because they did, even though this draft is kind of billed as wide open, and you could get a really good player at 3, 4, or 5, it just changes the trajectory, not only of maybe the franchise, but of the conversation around the franchise, because now they're in the spotlight in a way they haven't been for a long time.
Barry, where did you stand philosophically over the last few years with the tank? It's not for every franchise, but for this franchise, I feel like it had to be done. Just like it had to be done with OKC. Like, if you want to rebuild it for a team that hasn't been in the conference finals since the late 70s, you can't stick with the status quo and the business as usual model. Something radical had to be done. Where did you stand on the tank?
There's no point in keeping Brad Beal and winning 35 games. Like, I just don't think that's really a way. They proved that it wasn't a way to move the franchise forward. And when they finally moved on from Ernie Grunfeld, they went to the guy in the chair to his right, Tommy Shepard, and it didn't really feel like a philosophical reset. What I would say is that because the NBA, it's not a sport where you need 15 high-quality pieces. Like, I will say that it felt at times that this was kind of slow, and I think now, armed with the number one pick and armed with some players that I think you believe show some promise, like this shifts into high gear now. This is no longer like, okay, hopefully we win 20 games. This is like, no, we're trying to fight for a playoff spot, and everything right now is geared not only toward developing the young pieces that we have, but in winning that game that night. Like it matters. Like if this team, we know how long it's been since they've won 50 games, which I think is never. Like 41 and 41, is that like a floor for this year? I don't know. Maybe that's aggressive. I don't know enough about it, but the goal has changed. The style has changed. It matters. You're not going to give up 83 points to a single player this year. Like that stuff is out the door. That kind of garbage is out the door. Like win some games.
Barry, let me ask you this. It was something we were kind of kicking around as far as like, people always talk about, trust, Adam Peters or whatever, trust the process, whatever. Of our four front offices here, let's give the Caps the benefit of the doubt. They've won a championship. They've threaded the needle. Even though they missed the playoffs this year, to maintain competitive and still sort of reload. I trust them. I think the Commanders might be fourth on the list. I trust this Wizards front office. So far, so good. Very much. And these young guys they've got over there, the Nats is still very early. But the early returns on what they're doing, I trust a lot. And I'm not saying the Commanders are trash, but if in terms of trust, and they might be fourth.
Yeah, and I think, Eric, maybe you're talking about fourth in, a race that's pretty good right now. Like they're not, like you said, they're not trash. I think what they are is the group that has the most to prove right now. I give the Caps a pass because, like you said, they threaded the needle and they have good young pieces on the way, and they have this Ovi question kind of looming over them. But even if he comes back, they've got a ton of salary cap, and I expect them to be extremely aggressive in both the trade market because they have draft capital, they have assets that they can move, and in free agency where, it takes two to tango there, like somebody's got to want to come here. It's very, very early in Paul Taboni's regime, so, maybe we're giving him credit just because it's so different from what happened, and I think the results on the field are, they're not going to win 80 games, they're not going to win 90 games, but I feel like the competitiveness of each game, each inning, each at-bat, each pitch is much better. So they get high marks for kind of setting the right environment and trust that they'll be able to develop talent. I think when you go to the Commanders, like, things didn't work out great last year. And there are some very high draft picks from the Peters regime that have not developed in McCaffrey and Thinnett, and people have mixed feelings on how Josh Connerly did last year as the number one pick and starting guard.
Lattimore.
I'm not saying I don't have, yeah, exactly, stuff like that. Like, not everything has worked out, and I think you go into this standing here right now in May, whatever it is, like, what does that receiver room look like? Is that deep enough? Like, is Jaden just going to fix that if he's healthy? Like, all the stuff that we spend all offseason talking about, those are real questions, and they're the group that had, instantly turned a 4-13 team into a 12-5 team, but then poof, like back to 5-12. Like, I think you're right to think that the Commanders front office has the most immediate questions about everything. Its evaluation process, its development, its draft. Like, this is a huge, it's a huge season for everybody in Ashburn because 5-12 can't be backed up with 5-12.
Mm-mm.
But just getting back to the Wizards, though, the overall sort of take that I have is that I may like A.J. DeMont at one. I do trust this group, though. I do trust that they're going to make the right decision. And that's a pretty good feeling.
And I think there's probably like, the team picking third probably feels like they have a good decision to make too, right? Like you're going to get a good player. I think
For
the
sure.
important part with the Wizards is less about like, are they going to make the right pick at number one? Because it's probably splitting hairs, and there's going to be development for all those guys at the top of the draft, and we'll see who has the biggest immediate impact. But I think the trust part is almost what happened to lead up to that point. Like, they did the right thing by tanking. They executed the tank in a way that was difficult to stomach on a nightly basis, but left you with pieces that you can see a number one pick fitting into and being like, okay, now we're ready to go. It's not, I think the times when you get the number one pick in the draft and then you're kind of starting the rebuild process around that centerpiece is in a way harder than what they've already done the hard work to be bad. Like, they worked really hard to be bad and they were successful at it. And in being bad, they collected a group of players that they believe is a good infrastructure to insert a high-level elite talent, the number one pick in the draft, into that mix and press the button and say go, and they better do that.
Hey, Barry, real quick, did you get a chance to go out to Trump?
I went yesterday all day. Yeah, walked around until it started raining. Yeah.
Your thoughts on that? Thoughts on the crowds?
So it was thinned out a little bit Sunday, and I think Saturday there were more people there.
Saturday
Mother's
was
Day
huge.
yesterday.
Mother's Day. Yeah, that affected it, no doubt.
Yeah, that kind of affected it. I would say this, Jason, that they do a really good job of being an events business. Like, you couldn't go out there and not have a good time. It's a beautiful course. If it's a nice day, like drinks, walk around, you get to see some high-level players. I just don't get the feeling at those events that people are watching the results in the leaderboard with the same intensity as they would at, Quail Hollow, where the PGA Tour was this weekend. Like, Ricky Fowler in the mix in the last group is different than Lucas Herbert, kind of winning by 4 over Sergio Garcia. But in terms of like, would you have a good time if you went out there? 100%, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Barry, good stuff.
Right,
always appreciate having you on. Thanks, pal.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good week.
Thank you,
Thanks, buddy.
That's Barry's Verluga, DC sports columnist for The Athletic. At 9 o'clock, Chase Hughes, Wizards Insider, will join us. When we come back, let's kick around that word association and interpret that. We'll play it back, and we'll get into who we believe the Wizards will take in this moment. It could all change.
Well, I don't know, man.
1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. I don't know if you checked your calendar, but we are less than 2 weeks away from our Junkies Beach Bash.
Oh, I've checked.
Starboard in Dewey Beach, Friday, May 22nd, kicking off Memorial Day weekend, starting at 6 in the morning. And it gets going early, doesn't slow down because B. Mitch and Finley are taking over after us. It's all presented by Main Street Bank. We also need to thank the good people over at Surfside. Come out and try the official cocktails of the Junkies Beach Bash. Presented by Surfside iced teas and lemonades. And new from the makers of Surfside, Super Light Vodka plus aid inspired by classic sports drink flavors. So
Sounds delicious.
you can dabble with some Surfside, hang out with the Junkies, get ready for the summer.
So I get a sports drink plus vodka infusion. I'm kind of feeling that.
Yes, sir.
I thought
will
it
be
was
enjoying those.
It was hilarious that Mike Marr was there with Monty tweeting
right.
pictures on Friday.
He's boots on the ground recon for us.
You know, Monty's thinking like, "Who is this kid?
Hey,
Like,
who are you? What are you doing with the Junks?
You work with the Junks?
What's your job title?
All right, I'll take a picture.
I don't even know what his job title is.
Video editor. Is that it?
I don't know.
All right, get the
Producer,
I know.
some sort of associate
Grab a
producer.
7-ounce pony, kid. Let's down the hatch.
All right, we got Chase Hughes joining us coming up at 9 o'clock, Wizards Insider, but we wanted to play back the word association that we played with them on the top 5 prospects. And the reason we do this is we did it with Dan Quinn. And at the time, I know EB and I in particular felt like it was a tell, like they loved Jaden Daniels because he called him a game changer. And the other two names weren't like that big
One,
of a
he
deal.
said DC. Caleb Williams, he said DC.
Right.
Well, that's a dud.
Didn't he do athlete or athletic for one?
Yeah,
one of
for
the
Drake
other-
May.
For Drake May.
Which
Yeah.
was fine, but like it was just the way that he delivered it
Yeah.
that we felt like there was a tell. And here, to me, and I'm interpreting it different than EB, the pause after AJ, listen for it, it's really long, and then he threw it consistent. We made him cross that out.
Yeah.
Then he went with score, which is kind of a boring thing for AJ DeBonsa.
Well, also, I think you need to preface it by saying, if you believe him, and of course these guys, they're PR savvy, but he said, I asked him directly because I was reading between the lines of what he was saying that for them, he said it on his own. There isn't a clear-cut one.
Yeah.
So even though FanDuel says it's plus 300 or whatever, or minus 300 for AJ DeBonsa to be the number 1 overall pick, even though I would say, I don't know, 80% of mocks seem to have AJ DeBonsa going number 1, at least publicly their position is they could take several.
don't
There's
buy
several
into that.
players.
He's making it sound like they still have work to do for the decision over the next month
there are
plus.
several guys that are in competition. It's not like a Wemby year
Right.
where everybody was going
Clear-cut
to take.
one. Clear-cut one, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go through them one by one. And there's a reason I went in this order. It's the build up to the guy who's supposedly the number 1 projected guy. Here's Darius Acuff first. Let's start with Darius Acuff.
Competitive.
It's a good one. That's a good one.
That's pretty good.
That's a good one. I mean,
It's a good descriptor.
You know how I interpret that one?
just like
Doesn't
blasé.
matter. We're not taking Acuff.
He's way down the list.
Well, there's no way
They're not taking
There's
Acuff.
no way they want to pair two shrimps.
Sure, I'm going
No.
to take a small guard.
You know what I
when
mean? They're
can
not going to
take
pair
Bonza.
him with Trae Young.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but it was that was a quick answer though.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Like
he respects
that was
him.
right off. That was right off the dome.
Competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was because I think he's a good player.
Which is true.
I think he's a good player, but he might not be a good fit for us.
Right.
All right, let's keep it going. Word association with the Wizards GM, Will Dawkins. Cam Boozer.
Cam Boozer. Consistent.
Not sized.
What's your interpretation?
Not sized. Not sized.
Not considering him.
He had to
Yeah.
double up the name and then
Not
said,
sized.
he said,
I
Yeah.
thought
Not
Cakes was.
sized.
I thought
Yeah.
Cakes was throwing the meh. That's
Yeah.
what it.
It's a very flaccid
Not
response by Will
sized.
Dawkins.
That's what that meant. X.
Yeah,
Cross out.
Not my thing.
Cross out.
Yeah.
Cross out.
Not size.
Oh, you Boozer fans,
Yeah.
cross out. Drabby, I include you in there. That's
Hold
cross
up,
out.
I want to put our our interpretations after. I'm going to put this on
Oh,
Twitter.
yeah.
What's our answer for Acuff? He said competitive. Was like
what's our answer?
Wait,
Yeah,
for
that
his
means- that
response?
means Not considering.
not considered.
Not on the board.
Standard-
Off the
standard
board.
response.
Off the board.
I
Off
kinda
the
like
board.
off the
Off
board.
the board. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, let's go to the next one.
All right, give me 1 second.
It's all good.
That's fine. No
Boozer
worries.
off the board,
Again,
too.
this is Will Dawkins. We had him
Boozer.
on. At
Acuff,
8
Boozer,
o'clock.
they're not taking one.
Yeah. There's no
Doesn't mean
chance.
they're not going to be good players.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just not going to be number 1.
Yeah.
Caleb Wilson.
Caleb Wilson.
Freak.
Don't lead the witness.
Riser.
Yeah, I
Now,
like
Risers.
that
Riser
one.
is
That one.
specific.
I wonder
That
if he
was
would.
intriguing.
I wonder if he didn't say freak, if he would have said riser.
Like
I don't think
competitive's
I-
just kind of random. It's vague.
riser on his
Riser
board or
means-
riser off the floor? What is he talking
It could
about?
be a lot of things.
Well, he's definitely both.
Like he's rising on my draft board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My,
his pants.
my pants are rising when I watch him.
Right. I thought that was a very intriguing. I think he's very much in play. And it may be a trade down situation.
In play.
Devastated. If
I think
there's
that's a
trade
good
down.
interpretation. He's in play.
He's in play.
He's potential.
Darren Peterson.
Hurt.
Fierce.
Fierce. All right. Very much in play. Very much in play.
That was a long
Yeah.
pause,
He's
too.
very high on their board. They like him a lot.
He likes and he likes
How could they not?
repeating the names.
They like
For
him a
certain
lot.
guys.
They like him a lot.
But again, he's thinking. I mean, we're putting him on the
And he
spot.
doesn't want to give the same word
like he did with
like he ends up doing.
Could be coming soon.
AJ.
Consistent.
5-second pause there.
The silence speaks volumes.
Not sized.
Oh, that's not the read I get at all.
Or
The read I get is, I want to keep this close to the vest and
Why
not
would
give
you-
away too much.
Yeah.
Why? Why? Everyone assumes AJ's going one, so you just want to hype up AJ.
No,
you want to
he
hype him up.
He wants to keep it. He wants to keep.
If AJ,
He wants to tamp down the lid on.
why he
on
doesn't need
the
to?
AJ.
If AJ is the clear-cut number one in everyone's minds, you want them to think you're taking him.
why?
Like, it doesn't hurt
why
anybody.
that might not be the way he's approaching it.
Hold up. We
Because
made
then
him.
They'll say, "Well,
He
we
doesn't-
want to get him. We're gonna have to really pony up."
Hold
if
up.
you tell everybody essentially, I like Peterson. My one pick can be had. You're gonna get less. You want people to think you're taking AJ because AJ in most people's minds is the number one guy.
I think you
think
want
you
it to
can
be
interpret it
I think
that
you
way.
want it to be mysterious as to
Hold
who
up.
you
Did
pick.
we play the full clip?
he wants to slow play
He
it.
said consistent at first, and then we made him
change it.
change that.
Let's try another word for AJ. 'Cause you already said
Consistent's
consistent.
off the board.
Yeah, but that's the first
Say it
thing
again?
Kim does.
Consistent is off the board.
You said Cam was consistent.
Yeah, it has to be a
Oh.
different word.
Making up the
consistent
rules.
score. Scorer then.
Score. Okay.
Okay, that's,
All right.
That's kind of like
But why wouldn't he
I
have said
like scoring.
I love scoring takes,
Scoring is
but
great.
that's kind of like one dimensional.
I think you can interpret it two ways. I get what you're selling me, B, but first of all, let me just say this in terms of score. Before they acquired Trae Young and Anthony Davis, the number one thing this team missed, I know they had an awful defense, was like a top dog scorer.
Right.
Their leading scorer was averaging like 16, 17 points a game, which is pedestrian.
They need some high.
They didn't
octane
have
on
like
offense.
somebody that could score 30 points a game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they had a terrible offense.
Terrible.
Terrible.
So scorer fits the profile of what they need.
To me,
But my interpretation,
score greater than fierce.
I get what you're saying. Mine is kind of the opposite. That he doesn't want to give away too much, and he doesn't want to he's trying to keep it in his pants.
Yeah,
he
he's-
might love AJ, and he just doesn't
But
want.
I don't see how
he
it
doesn't
hurts
want
you.
to come off
I don't
crazy.
see how it doesn't hurt. How does it hurt you to tell everybody we really like AJ DeBonta? He's like number one on our board.
Because he doesn't want to tip his
Because-
hand.
Well, what is that? It
because-
doesn't hurt you because
It's not the way he.
But no
operates.
team would do that. I don't think any team would do that if they had the number one pick.
okay, but
Not now.
But there's no reason. I mean, I don't know.
After they
I mean,
pick them,
I don't
yeah,
think
we love
there's
them.
any
Did
reason
the
to think.
Spurs go on record and say we're going to pick?
Well, everyone
we're
in the
gonna pick
country knew
Wemby.
they were
We're
picking Wemby. So they
They
didn't have to
probably
ask.
didn't.
You didn't even have to ask.
I'm gonna guess they did.
You didn't even have to ask. Are you going to take Wemby? I mean, nobody even asked that.
Yeah.
This one is so up in the air, but
DeBonce's his guy. That's why he paused for 100 seconds.
DeBonce is a guy
Yeah,
I would
It was
take.
It was a 9-second pause.
It was a long pause.
I think
felt like
because he
forever.
didn't know what to say. He was being political
He's
in
like-
the sense that
he's like-
he wanted to keep his value up.
do I not let the cat out?
But you kind of think your interpretation is they like Peterson because fierce is a pretty strong adjective.
That's a better word than consistent.
Yeah. 1-800-636.
Consistent.
By the way, you could be consistently bad. You could be consistently good. You could be consistently average.
Right.
But I don't know if it's
Consistent doesn't
Like if
really
you talked
mean
about
much.
the best players in the NBA, You know,
Do you think they said
like,
that about
no, like currently,
Like
if
LeBron came out. You think they said, "Oh, what word? One word can you sum up?" Oh, consistent.
They would say superstar.
Has anyone ever
Right.
said Michael Jordan? What word describe him? Consistent.
yeah,
Yeah, we really
I'm
like
with
him.
you.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up.
One word.
Nobody
It's
would
a
say
dud.
that. Nobody would say that about Joker.
It's a dud.
Or Luca.
AJ DeBonsa, and I would pick AJ one. AJ DeBonsa to them is a dud. I don't know why.
If we're playing the
believe that at
game,
all.
Fierce is the winner.
Fierce is
I
the
think
winner.
is the winner with Riser. I think too.
If we're playing the game, we're word association.
If you're playing the game, I would
Yeah.
say Fierce. They like.
I don't know, but
Peterson
score
more.
is once
Score
he changed
makes
it.
the
Score is
podium.
Score. A million
Nate
guys
might
could
be
score.
bronze, but
Score
it's on
also
the
you can say
podium.
is one dimensional. He's a one trick pony.
well, a million guys are
I don't
fierce,
think he is
too.
actually. By the way, I think he's a good passer. He's a good rebounder.
Yes, I
like
think
I
so,
think
too.
he's a versatile player. I would pick him.
All right, what's your interpretation? 1-800-636-1067. You can also tweet us at Junks Radio. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
All right, guys. EB here. You know me, always out there trying to keep up out on the golf course, tennis court. Doesn't matter, but injuries happen. Still working on my freaking elbow right now. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can really slow you down. That's why we trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, we've seen how much of a difference they can make.
The Washington Wizards are the winners. They take the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft June 23rd. 6'9" BYU forward AJ DeBonsa is considered the 1-1 selection. The consensus All-American averaged 25.5 points per game. Monumental Basketball president Michael Winger, how many players are you looking at?
I would imagine as many as are willing to come in. It's not inconceivable that we find ways to acquire another pick or whatever the case may be. And so we'll try to talk to as many players as we can.
The Marlins beat the Nationals 5-2. Cade Cavalli allowed 2 runs on 4 hits and 5 2/3. Nats at Cincinnati Tuesday. The Knicks over the Sixers 144-114. New York advances. Minnesota evens the series with the Spurs. 114-109. Wemby was ejected for an elbow. WNBA Liberty beat the Mystics 98-93 in OT. Washington Spirit over Seattle 1-0. Montreal beat Buffalo 6-2. Anaheim over Vegas 4-3 in the NHL. Men's lacrosse Georgetown takes down Virginia 14-10. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes, EB and JP should mention coming up on B. Mitch and Finley today at 1 o'clock. John Wall is going to join them.
John Wall, good luck charm.
J-Dub.
John Wall, look at that. Helped bring number 1 pick to the Wiz. Love it.
Also been saying that Chase Hughes was joining us at 9. He's actually scheduled for 9:25. So my bad on promoting 9 o'clock for Chase Hughes, Wizards insider. We can ask him how he thinks each of the guys would fit into the lineup. I mean, we think they'd all fit great, but specifically somebody who covers the team, watches them every day, how Peterson would fit in, how DeBonsa would fit in, who he thinks the starting 5 would be.
Yeah.
EB and I were kind of kicking this around during the break, and he was like, well, what's the downside of basically announcing your favorite is a certain player?
Or just say,
And
we're probably going to take DeBonsa. He's everyone's number 1.
Yeah, like
just like a Wemby
If
year.
he had been over the top, like when we went through the word association, he was like, oh my God, AJ DeBonsa? Unbelievable.
Or just say game changer.
Right?
You could just
Right.
said game changer.
Right. I think the only little downside that I could think of is if you're giving it away, right, and another team covets a certain player and it's a different player, then they're less likely to move up in the draft and offer you something crazy, right? So let's say if he left it vague, and
You left it vague, but who's your 1? But you left it vague, but who's your number 1, though?
let's say it's DeBonsa, but other teams don't know it's DeBonsa, and they absolutely think Darren Peterson is the best player, and they want to trade up to Darren Peterson. Well, now you haven't shown your cards.
Yeah.
You don't want to wait. You're like, I don't want to risk it. The Wizards might take our guy, and then you end up
The problem is in
offering
this
something
scenario,
ridiculous.
and it's fruitless. They're not going to tell us, obviously. We know number 2 wants DeBonsa.
Yeah, seems like
We
That's
know
the
that.
assumption.
Yes. So
Now, Danny Ainge is the one running the show. All I say is Danny Ainge can be somewhat unpredictable with drafts.
yeah.
Well, I didn't see his response. Did he respond to that?
I didn't see anything from Danny
Yeah.
Ainge.
I mean, Dawkins wouldn't even talk about the players when we talked about their strengths and weaknesses. He's not going to say, yeah, I like this guy over that guy.
I understand. Yeah,
He's not going to do that.
I understand.
I just think all these guys
I just think most of-
power positions like
most-
this they're
Yeah.
secretive.
Yeah.
They operate in the
Understood.
shadows or try to
Understood.
as much as they can.
Well, Dan Quinn tried to do that too, and he gave it away.
you know what? Word association can trip up the best of them.
It could trip up the best of them. It tripped
It
up
can.
Dan Quinn.
Yeah, he fell
And
right into it.
I'm sorry, I maintain nobody would describe Shaq as consistent. Nobody would describe it just wouldn't. Nobody would describe
Consistent was
LeBron
just-
as consistent.
Consistent's just boring.
Nobody
and
would
bad.
describe Jordan as consistent. Like that's a lame word to use a potential 1-1 pick.
I don't like that. That was his default for AJ DeBonsa.
That's my point.
I didn't like that, but maybe that was also his subterfuge where he's just going to throw out a random term for him.
But then when we pressed
throw us
him
off
and we
the
said,
scent.
you already, I'll let you talk about these, but hold on. But then when we pressed him and we said, well, you already used consistent because you used that for another loser. I don't know. Who did he say?
That was
No, he said
Boozer.
Boozer.
Yeah, Boozer. He didn't care about
Boozer
him.
the loser.
So then he said score. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden Hardy's a scorer, right? Is that the guy's name? Jalen? Whatever the guy's name is.
Yeah, but he's
I mean,
not
plenty of scorers.
Not a DeBonza level scorer.
I mean,
there
yeah.
are levels to scoring.
Yeah, there are, but there are also a lot of guys that could just get a bucket.
But you might have said that about, Kevin Durant coming out of college.
Yeah.
Just a pure scorer.
Yeah. Okay.
He limited it to one word. Like if he had said pure score,
First of
you
all,
might feel
first
different.
of all, it wasn't even his default. His default was consistent, which is
Like I said, I mean, you
such a dud
I
word.
brought it up first, saying, "Well, how would you have described?" You
That
don't
was
even say
him-
consistent
that
about
was him
Joker.
throwing a random breadcrumb to take us off the scent. That's what I'm going to read into it.
All right, it's possible.
But or he loves Peterson.
That could be the
I mean,
case too.
fierce is a great word to describe a player.
And it's kind of anti a guy who's quitting. Like the
It's
reputation is just
Yeah.
as an casual observer, guy misses games, guy comes out of games, coach is frustrated, like doesn't even know why he's coming out of a game.
Mm-hmm.
Fierce is the polar opposite of that.
I agree.
Fierce is like
Yeah, I mean,
he's a
that would
dog.
be-
that word surprised me.
Yeah, it comes to say that word. When I saw Peterson play, I wouldn't say he's fierce. I would say DeBonza was fierce the way he played.
Mm-hmm.
He gave it 150% every single play. But he switched it and used that for Peterson.
Eric, how would you feel if T. Perk and Channel 4 did the interview with you guys and they're doing all their shtick after it airs and say, what's one word to describe the Junkies and then career? And T. Perk said consistent. How would that make you feel?
I mean,
there were pros and then there were duds.
That's the way we would feel.
I don't know. It just seems like
I'd be like, it's okay.
it's okay. It's not a
We'd much rather hear entertaining, fun,
or just I don't know.
good dudes,
Game changer.
consistent.
I don't
is
know.
boring.
What would you think?
I don't know. Consistent is a compliment, but it's not a compliment at the same time.
It's not a super high compliment.
He also used the same word for Boozer, who, again, is probably
So maybe
unfair to
those are
him.
a top two.
It's a kind
Maybe
of
it's Boozer and DeMonta.
It's unfair
But
to
that is
Boozer.
not my vibe.
Boozer was the college player of the year and is a damn good player, but everybody kind of
Everybody
just looks at him
knows
like
he's kind of
That's fine. You know what?
just workmanlike.
He can go be
Yes.
consistent in Memphis
Yeah.
or Brooklyn,
Yeah.
not here.
Great college player.
Yeah.
But does that translate to the NBA? Does it?
He might
Not
be
sure.
He might be very.
I
very
think he's
good.
going to be a double-double guy, but
Yeah.
is he going to be a guy you build around? Don't know.
He's so unmoved by AJ, he didn't even realize he used the same adjective. I've never been more convinced that Peterson's the guy. I came in this morning thinking he was the number one player.
I tweeted it. I'm getting slaughtered now by the Wizards faithful.
Okay.
They're slaughtering me.
Those people
For
exist.
interpreting.
HTTRW?
Yes, they're interpreting because my interpretation of his word association is that that's not his guy, and they're slaughtering me for that.
well, those same people killed us because we were in the they're drafting Jaden Daniels camp.
Right.
Yeah.
So you might be right.
The game doesn't miss. It cuts through all your trying to lead them astray. The pressure gets to you. Will Dawkins got pressured.
Yep.
He flummoxed, and then he gave away the draft pick.
Consistent.
That is.
Consistent is a fart. It's a fart.
I'm willing to bet on DeBonza being the pick. I'm a DeBonza guy.
bet against
you willing
Cake,
to
see?
wager?
I
sure.
would have picked
50-50.
DeBonza, but I don't think he's gonna.
What are the terms of the agreement?
50-50.
Okay.
$10 bet.
All right. Bet DeBonza. DeBonza
Got
the
it.
pick.
Anybody else
it in the
want in
book.
on
All
it?
right, if they trade
has
out,
Field.
does he
Field.
win?
No, he's got to be
Trade
Peterson.
out?
No. If they stay at number one, DeBonza is the pick.
You know what I kind of want him to do? I want him to go with Caleb.
Caleb intrigues
Because-
me like you wouldn't believe.
Because then it's kind of like an FU to everybody. It's like, hey, this is our guy. We really believe in him.
Yeah.
He's a riser.
They better be
I'm
right.
telling you, Riser's a second. The way I read that, Fierce, I would have to give the nod to Fierce
that's
is
best
over Riser, but Riser's way better than consistent. Consistent means he's
No,
he's
'cause-
topped
Right,
out.
he just
He's
shows
topped
up.
out.
He shows
he's
up.
consistent.
Consistent to me means you show up.
Yeah, but-
No, because Reiser tells me that they didn't think he was that good. He's rising.
Yeah.
So at one point, he was just,
No,
Yeah,
but I
that's
think
okay to be a late bloomer. That's great.
I think
a lot of guys are late
if
bloomers.
that's what he's talking about in terms of the
I think
riser.
EB's point is
I don't know what his
strong, though.
definition
You
is.
would never say LeBron, Wemby, Joker, Luka. Consistent. It's this just wouldn't be the first word that you would use for them. Maybe SGA you would.
Telling
I don't
you,
know. It's
he
good.
used consistent for DeBonsa to throw us off the scent. He just wanted to put something random out there because that's his guy. And he didn't want to give away too much. That's the way I'm looking at it. I could be wrong. Would be the first time
That was
I'm
my
wrong, but I
initial
could be
read, but
wrong.
Cakes is feeling so strong about it.
Very strong. Very much in the
That now
DeBonsa
you don't
camp.
feel like it's going to happen?
Yeah. All I know is it's an awesome time to be a Wizards fan because, as we've said, it's since the 70s that they've had even a 50-win season. It's since the 70s that they've made it to an Eastern Conference Finals. Not the NBA Finals, just the Eastern Conference Finals.
Oh, it's embarrassing. You get laughed at for being a Wizards fan. Laughed at. Openly mocked by people. Why do you root for the Wizards? Because
that's where
it's
we're
the
from.
home team. It's the team that's closest geographically to where I've lived my entire life. That's why I root for the Wizards. Because I don't just bandwagon with the latest team that's cool to root for. I'm not a Spurs fan all of a sudden because they got Wemby.
I don't even think it's close for me. Of all the teams, the local teams, I've gone to more Wizards games than Caps games, Commanders games.
Ooh, we better line up some tickets.
Nationals games.
Better line up some tickets early.
Get those vault suites locked in.
Go see DeBonsa in person. Go see it in person, live.
Yeah, you don't describe the vault as consistent.
That's a very good point.
Right, it's a riser. It's fierce. It's silly. I don't know, man. That's an intriguing game. I was stunned that he said he would play it, especially after he didn't want to.
He didn't want to talk about the pros and cons of the
I thought he
players.
would acquiesce to say, you know what, not going to do that.
Yeah,
but good for him for playing.
What do you
ball.
make of? This is good. This is we're just spitballing, okay?
Yeah.
And I generally would say I make nothing of it, but AJ DeMonte has a rap song. Have you seen him do his rap? Like, do you want a guy that has other interests, or do you want the guy that's just the ball
that's locked in?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, what if he wants to be some sort of rap star?
He
too?
seems like he's pretty locked in.
No,
like he
that's a
really
side
wants to be
pursuit.
1-1. Like DeBonsa making a point of telling everybody he's the number one
It's a
pick.
side gig for him. Oh, by the way, also DeBonsa, Boston guy.
Yep.
Will Dawkins from Massachusetts.
True. That is true.
Baby, let's go.
He plays last year high school out in Utah.
Yes, he played high school ball in Utah, but he's originally from
He's Northeastern guy.
Boston,
Right.
as is Will Dawkins. You can ship that $10 to me already, Drabby. I can feel it.
I don't know, dude. That
I'm
game.
gonna use $10 of my winnings to buy you a DeBonsa jersey.
No one's gonna ever answer those questions for us anymore because it's
Probably
too
not.
much of a tell.
Yeah.
It's too much
It
of a
never
tell.
fails.
Yeah.
It is too much of a tell, man.
Paul Taboni's gonna hear that and be like, "I'm never answering that question when I go on with those boys. Never. Not doing it."
They're gonna fleece somebody.
We should do it this week and just go through Dylan Cruz.
Yeah. Eli Willits.
Want to do that with Taboni?
Kane Cavalli.
Go with guys that are already part of the team, but you know they're done.
Elijah Green.
We should. Yeah, what would he say about Lee?
Yeah.
Struggling.
Work in progress.
It's almost uncomfortable. Man.
Did see they keep the Nationals do kind of keep hovering at like that 2 to 3 games under 500 bit, right?
Yeah.
Say again?
They keep hovering right around 500.
Yeah,
Yes.
but they're back to 3 games under now.
I said
They
2 to
lost-
3
That's
games.
better than I thought they would be.
They've lost 2
Better
in a
than I
row,
thought
right?
they would be. Yeah, for sure. I don't. It's hard to hover around 500.
I mean, there's a
pitching is such trash.
There's about 25 teams that are hovering around 500.
Kind of you could find a lot more positives than this, but you kind of knew going in James Wood and CJ Abrams are their best players, and it just consistently show that. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you want like somebody else to.
I think Brady
really
House
emerge.
is emerging a little
He's got
bit.
5 homers.
Yeah,
But
he's
I mean,
solid.
like Garcia is still good. He can hit if he stays healthy.
They have some guys. I think they have some guys. I
They've
think they're
also
more
had
than 2
they've
players.
also had certain guys step up in certain. I mean, Ruiz is not a great hitter, but he had a great night this past weekend, and they won the game.
Mm-hmm.
So
They got
it's
the
just-
leading swiper in the majors. Problem is he
Yeah.
hits 200.
Yeah, he doesn't get on base. Need to get on base a little bit more. A little more selective. A few more walks.
He might have a great pinch runner.
That's fine. Swipes a lot of bags.
But look, they've got the same record as the Phillies after the same amount of games. It's kind of crazy.
And the Mets are still below them.
The Mets are below them by like 3 games.
They could pass them, though, because they're coming to town next week. I'll be there Tuesday night.
Are you have the Terra Club seats?
No, remember I told you I have like the first base line.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, right like behind the dugout or something.
Well, those are the Terra Club seats, aren't they?
No.
They have different seats?
Yep.
That are
they have
further
third
down?
base like behind the dugout and first base behind the dugout.
So,
and they have suite tickets.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I asked for because the Terra Club was already
all
sold out, booked or whatever.
So you're just a few, like you're 20 feet away from.
Yeah, I think those are great seats. I love them. Yeah, I prefer those to the suite. To be honest with you, it's nice to see has a little food, but I like to be close to the action.
Yeah. Coming up next, Chase Hughes, who covers the Wizards from Monumental Sports, will get his take on who the Wizards might be favoring right now and how they'd fit into the lineup. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. It's got to be the most Wizards we've talked in months.
Maybe years.
Probably 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the number one pick before.
Yeah.
They've had, I mean, I would say when they had Paul Pierce and he hit like that game winner, he called game. Like there's been exciting times where we've had
I know
hope.
that we didn't talk about them this much when they drafted Sarr.
No.
We had no
Definitely
idea about
not.
Sarr.
Definitely not.
We barely saw Sarr play.
Yep.
All right, let's talk some more Wizards. Joining us right now to give us a little insight, covers the Wizards for Monumental Sports. It's our pal Chase Hughes. What's going on, Chase?
Doing great, guys. Good morning. Doing well, although I'll say I barely slept last night. I was like so jacked up after the lottery. It was like so shocking. That was crazy, and I still feel like I'm in shock.
Where were you exactly?
And what was your response? Did you like yell out when it happened? Like how did you react? How did you respond?
I don't know if I said anything. I was in the lottery room, so there's basically two rooms. One is called the drawing room, where the actual ping pong balls are drawn, and there's representatives from each team. They have to give up their phones. I was in the actual room that people were watching, the presentation on TV. But that's also an interesting place to be. There's so many people in there. Everyone's either part of the media. Most people are agents or representing teams. And everyone knows that whatever happens is going to be extremely consequential and important. And we're all going to find out in a very short span of time. So, I've been there the last 4 years. I've seen the Wizards get shafted like they did last year. They got lucky 2 years ago. That was pretty surprising, but nothing like this year where I think we all understand the stakes because it's a much better draft than it was 2 years ago.
Yeah. All right. So do you have a lean on – we've been talking about all the players for the entire show. We have different opinions. And then we had Will Dawkins on the show, and he swayed some people's thinking too. But do you have any leans on who do you think they would take at one overall?
Right now, it looks like A.J. DeBonsa's the slight favorite. He's projected by most mock drafts to go one, but it's going to be really close. This is a very unusual year where there's no consensus top pick at this point. Usually, by midway through the college season or by the end of the college season, it's lottery night. Everyone knows when the team that gets the number one pick, what prize they're winning. This year, that's not the case, and it's not because, 2 years ago, that was the case, but it was not considered to be a great draft. This year, there's really three guys who could be the number one pick in an average draft. So it's basically a good problem to have to be able to make that decision because A.J. DeBonsa from BYU is basically a prototype as a wing, at least on the offensive end. 6'9", super athletic, can score but also pass. Darren Peterson, 6'6", two guard from Kansas, really, really good shooter from three-point range, both off the catch and off the dribble. I would liken him to a Trey Johnson as a shooter, but the difference is he's got a Men Thompson speed and Anthony Edwards athleticism around the rim. So he could be a prototype at the two-guard spot. And then Cameron Boozer was the best player in college basketball. He's the youngest of the three. He's the best shooter, the best rebounder, the best passer of the three. But he's not considered to be the number one pick just because he's not as explosive as an athlete as the other two guys. But that doesn't mean he can't be the number one pick because he's got plenty of physical advantages. He's the biggest of the three, the strongest, and again, arguably the best shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear our word association with him?
With Will?
I did not.
All right.
You have to listen to it later and interpret it. Let's get your take on how these guys fit into the Wizards lineup. Let's assume that AD plays and Trae Young's there, right? So let's go one by one with the three that you talked about. What does DeBonsa do to the lineup?
I think all three of these guys, I'll start with DeBonsa, they give the Wizards the highest upside on the offensive end of any of their young players. And so I think DeBonsa fits in. Obviously, it's a crowded wing room, but he steps right in as their most talented player at that position. I mean, I think Keyshawn George, Will Riley, some of these guys have shown plenty, they're going to find their way into the rotation, but I think AJ DeBonsa would vault right to the top of the depth chart because he's the most talented. There's a reason why he could go number one, and the rest of the players didn't go number one. So I think.
So give me your starting five then. Your starting five would be Trae Young and
would be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if it's DeBonsa, I think you're probably obviously Trae Young is starting. You're getting so much offense with DeBonsa and probably lacking on the defensive end. So I think you need some defense in there. I'd probably go Keyshawn George, AJ DeBonsa, Anthony Davis, and Alex Sarr.
All right, so let's play the game with Darren Peterson.
I think the same lineup, but you swap out Keyshawn George, and I think Darren Peterson just slides in at the 2. I think he would start over like a Trey Johnson or some of their other guards because he does bring something to the defensive end. He's a pretty disruptive on-ball defender, so I think you could play him next to Trae Young pretty well. And, man, that would be quite a shooting combo.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cam Boozer?
If Anthony Davis and Alex Sarr are both healthy, I think Cam Boozer comes off the bench, but he is the most plug-and-play ready of the 3, I would say. That guy, was the best player, again, in college basketball. He is already a full-grown man physically, has a very advanced basketball IQ. He's going to play a lot of minutes regardless, but I can't see him starting over either of those guys or playing at the 3. So I think he would probably come off the bench, but be the clear heir apparent to Anthony Davis at the 4.
Chase, who's the most likely trade piece, non-AD division, that's currently on the roster right now?
Do you want to hear the answer to that?
I can take it. If you say it's Bilal Coulibaly, I can live with that. That's fine. But who's the guy that's most likely to be shipped out in the next season or two, or maybe even earlier, that's currently on the roster? It's not Anthony Davis.
Man, that is a great question. Some of the young guys, like a Bilal Coulibaly, Bub Carrington, those guys would be interesting to evaluate, just to try to see how the rotation shakes out. But they're also young and on rookie deals. So, obviously, at some point, you hear it around the league that scouts from other teams, tell me like, oh yeah, at some point, some of these guys are going to get squeezed out, right? It's just the reality. But if they're on rookie deals and you still like their skill sets, like, I could see them holding on to any young guy that they've drafted recently. So that's a tough question to answer. But certainly there's going to be a domino effect to any of these moves. I would say that if they got, I'm sorry, I forgot if you mentioned Anthony Davis, but obviously if they got Cam Boozer, then Anthony Davis, I think, would become a bigger question because he would be a veteran and a very good veteran, ahead of the number 1 pick on the depth chart.
Let me ask you this, Chase. Do you think that Will and all the guys in the front office are worried about Darren Peterson missing 12 games this year? The health concerns with the cramping. Now he ended up playing towards a lot in March. They didn't play a lot in March because they were eliminated in the first round. But do you think that they would be concerned about the cramping going forward, especially when you go to the NBA and the season is considerably longer?
I think it's something that they would take a very, very close look at. That is a very well-publicized question mark with Darren Peterson. The 2 things I would say on that is, one, the hamstring injury by nature, it's a tough thing within a season, but it's not necessarily always something that defines a guy's career. I think there's other injuries that would be more concerning if it was a back injury or a foot injury. Guys usually get past hamstring injuries. They're really difficult to get past within a season because they're easy to re-aggravate. But I don't think that would be a long-term concern. But the reliability question mark is obviously huge. Just look at the NBA today. Like, there is a huge difference between a star player playing 70 games and 55 games. If you rest your organization's hope essentially on one guy who, you project to be in your lineup, not only in the regular season, but in the playoffs, and they're not there, it can take down a whole team. We've seen that with Joel Embiid many times, Kawhi Leonard many times. And so I think that's definitely going to be of mind when the Wizards are evaluating all these guys.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking on the players this year and their development, A lot of people are high on Will Riley. If you had to bet 2-3 years from now, is Will Riley the better player or Keyshawn George?
I'd still go Keyshawn George. I know Will Riley's quite a bit younger than Keyshawn, but I'm high on both those guys, but I'm really high on Keyshawn George. His versatility, his two-way impact. I think he's one of the best defenders on the team, one of the best shooters on the team. And offensively, he can play both on and off the ball at a high level. Both of those guys have great intangibles, I would say. Like, being around them, you can sense how competitive they are, how serious they are, and how hard they work. So I don't know if I can give either guy an edge in that regard, but I will say that Keyshawn George, his sort of quiet competitiveness has always stood out from day one. And now that we've seen the skill set round out to such a degree, I would lean towards him.
All right, Chase, good stuff. It's exciting times. Wizards land the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm. I still can't believe it. I actually still can't believe it. It's
Thanks for joining us. And listen to the word association. Send us your interpretation.
All right, will do. Have a great day, guys.
All right,
Thanks, Chase.
thank you.
Appreciate
buddy.
it, man.
Everyone's so upset at my interpretation of Will's word association.
I'm not upset.
Well, you agree with me. That's why.
No, not really.
Are Wizards? People are actually upset
with me. Not with you, but with me, yeah.
Just for interpreting it the way you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my interpretation.
I think it's a reasonable read.
Yeah, I know. Of course.
My initial blink was, though, the pause on Debonsa.
Well, he knew it was a very political answer.
Yes.
People were going to be waiting with bated breath.
Yeah.
He knows where Debonsa stands in terms of perception. May not be the same as where I think it's very
but I
telling.
Agree. Consistent it's just so boring.
When a GM's listen, when everybody, do you understand the disconnect? There's a disconnect. All these reporters, and I've listened to them. I've listened to all the podcasts. I've read all the reports. The vast majority currently think AJ Debonsa is the clear-cut one. They think Peterson's right there, but at the end of the day, people think Debonsa. Mm-hmm. If you believe what he says. And listen, I know that they're doing PR speak or whatever, but he basically consistently described a situation where there isn't a clear-cut number 1. That contradicts what everybody thinks. Right there.
Yep.
Whether or not they like Debonsa or not, I'm sure they don't hate him. But if you believe what he says, this is not a year where there's a clear-cut 1 that immediately sort of defangs all the opinions that Debonsa is the clear-cut 1.
This is not the Wemby draft.
He's disputing it right away.
Levels the playing field.
So that levels the playing field immediately.
It's not a LeBron draft.
Right. So
it's
everyone's
not a
all
Wemby
upset
draft.
that he's telling you there's no clear-cut 1. Okay, they're masters of deception. Okay.
But eventually, and he could be just being political. Eventually, there is going to be a clear-cut 1. So, do they have to wait until they have these meetings, these personal meetings with the players?
I think they are going to factor in a lot. Yeah.
Why?
I believe I think so too.
They don't need to make the decision until draft night. Like they've got a month and a half,
right,
to go through all the.
But again, they've been watching these players for years,
right?
I think they have a favorite.
I think they do
I don't
too.
think it's put all the names in the hat. Whoever we pick, that's our favorite guy. I think they have a favorite.
Although there is a riser in the group.
I think they might have
That's
a
a wild
favorite.
card.
Jason, I think they might have a favorite, but it's not a clear-cut number 1. That's different. I think they might have a favorite too.
They're still having discussions.
Yeah.
It's not a no-brainer. If Wemby was on
Shaq
the board, that's a
came out,
no-brainer.
no-brainer.
Of course.
LeBron comes out, no-brainer. Hell,
Yes.
even Cooper Flag, no-brainer. Wemby, no-brainer. You know what this is?
This is much closer.
This is the
This
year
is
of
a
the
brainer.
Cavs. Remember when the Cavs drafted that dud? I'm not saying it's
Bennett.
gonna be-
Bennett.
This is an Anthony Bennett year. Now, hopefully with much better players.
Oh yeah, that's much
But
better. talent
nobody
up
knows
top.
who's going to go 1.
Well, it's just from a couple years ago when Risa Shea goes number 1 over Alex Starr.
Thank God
Yeah.
the Hawks took him. Woo. Dodged the bullet
What
there.
a joke that was.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, I have a favorite when it comes time to upgrade your office. Make the winning call with PVI Office Furniture. Their expert furniture consultants help design your space, deliver quickly, and they handle professional installation start to finish because you don't want to do the installing. That's overrated. From private offices and conference rooms to seating built for long days, PVI's got solutions for every space and every budget. Plus, you can see it all at their massive showroom and warehouse in Frederick. Make the winning move for your business. Visit PVI.com and put PVI Office Furniture to work for you.
Coming up at 9:50, 4 minutes, we're going to play Name That Bust.
Ooh, okay,
Which we
good.
do not want the Wizards to do.
At what? What time are we doing that?
9:50, 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
But you can call in now, 1-800-636-1067. We were just during the break going through some of the top busts.
The all-time
And-
bust at number one.
At number one. And you know what? The Wizards have had a couple. Now, one of them is not a total bust, but Kwame Brown was a bust.
Yeah.
All right. Was a massive
And number
bust.
1 overall.
And then in a Wizards uniform, they had Never Nervous Purvis.
Yep. But he wasn't drafted by the
He wasn't
Bullets
drafted
/ Wizards.
But he was also kind of an underwhelming player in the pros.
I believe from the Sac
Kind of
Kings,
underwhelming.
maybe?
Sacramento drafted
Yeah.
him.
I mean, he was okay.
His total scoring per game average was 8.
Really, that's it.
Scored 8 points per
What
game.
about his season high?
Wow.
He probably had 1 or 2 decent seasons.
I don't know. I'd be surprised to see.
But
if
yeah,
it's
when your number
more
one
than
pick
15.
ends up with his career at 8 points a game score,
It's pretty brutal.
I feel like in Washington he was better than that. Can
He
you look
had.
that up?
Hold on. In 1 year, he averaged 20. With Washington, he averaged 10, 20, 17, and 7.
So he had
some
suck,
highs.
He had suck.
Yeah.
Pretty good, pretty
But
good.
for the number
suck.
1 overall pick, that guy's got to be averaging 20 for 15 years.
Definitely. 100%.
Yeah. But whoever the Wizards take at 1, they're not going to be on the Purvis Ellison level.
Let's hope not.
They're not going to be.
Let's hope that's not the case.
They're not
Cakes,
going to be.
not that there's that much to say, but you had your oscopy on Friday.
My
How'd it go?
colonoscopy.
Yeah, the scope.
My colonoscopy was so clean, you could eat a meal off of it.
I believe
Zero
you.
polyps back in 5 years.
Nice.
It went as good as could be expected.
Was
Good
the
for
night
you.
before the nightmare?
Well, I mean, the prep is always way worse than the procedure.
Yeah.
Procedure's easy. Procedure, you lie down on the table.
You fall asleep in 8
you
seconds.
roll over on your side. They inject the propofol straight to your brain, and then you wake up in the recovery room sipping on a fruit punch juice box.
Which
was delicious.
What was your last memory? Did they do a countdown?
Yeah, the guy said, how do you feel? I said, I feel good. 3 seconds later, he goes, how do you feel? And I said, I feel good. And then that was it.
It's amazing. It's amazing. How
It's
quickly
amazing what
works.
it does to you.
It's
It
an
really
amazing.
is.
It's an amazing drug.
For somebody that
It really is.
thinks
Yeah.
about death all the time, did
Yeah.
you have that thought beforehand?
That you weren't
like
gonna
that
wake up?
could be
No, I
the
didn't
last
think about
time
that,
you're
but
awake.
now that you
like
bring
if
it up-
something went wrong.
No, but if there's if there's the perfect way to die, that's it. I know I just took a dark turn.
Yeah.
Like if you're terminal and you're like, okay, I need to end things.
Yeah.
Death by propofol is your 1 seed, and it's not
Did
even
you not?
close.
I know you said before that it doesn't bother you. I still know how you couldn't feel sheepish as you turn your naked butt to the
It's fine.
side
The
right before
my
they
doctor's
pass
seen
out.
it 1,000 times.
It's not just the doctor. All the nurses in there.
I couldn't have cared less.
It's awkward.
It's
It is
very
awkward.
uncomfortable for me.
No, it is. It's awkward.
You're wearing that sheet, and then you turn over to the side, and your butt cheeks are
Much-
there for the
I
much
think
more-
anybody was like, "Oh my god, look how flat this one is."
They may have much more
when
uncomfortable.
you're
for
asleep,
kids.
they throw a party in there. When you're passed out, they're dancing, they're playing music.
I couldn't have cared less.
That's what they do.
What was more uncomfortable was the blood pressure cuff that was on my arm for the
I know,
15
you have a
minutes
phobia
before
of
the
that.
procedure, and it squeezed my arm 5 different times, and I wanted to die.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't like
I
it.
never had problems with that.
Didn't like it. Didn't like it.
Well, at least
all.
it wasn't as bad as a guy that Eric and I went to high school with, who during his last scope, he turned over and they did whatever, and he had to go back the next day.
Because why? It wasn't.
He had an
'cause he-
accident.
he
had
He
an
wasn't.
issue.
He wasn't
He wasn't
completely.
fully.
He wasn't
yeah.
completely clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a nightmare.
1-800-636-1067. Going to play Name That Bust momentarily. We are giving away tickets to go see. Wow, I don't know if I can pronounce this. The band Joe Satriani's playing, and
So it's a mix between Satch Vai. It's Joe Satriani and Steve Vai, 2 very accomplished
the
guitarists
Satch Vai band
playing together.
they're at Wolf Trap May 30th.
they're
So you can
two-
call in now
I love Wolf
1-800-636-1067.
2 guitar legends touring together.
I'm so ignorant when
I believe
it comes
Steve-
to
I believe
like
Steve
rock
Vai
music.
played-
Like
I
who
think-
was Joe Satriani played for who?
That I don't know. Steve Vai, though, I know played for David Lee Roth when he splintered off from Van Halen for at least a stretch.
I know the name Joe Satriani, but I don't
He's
know what
he's
band
been
he
in the
played.
guitar game for like 40 years. He's a legend.
All right, are you going to give the you want to do a free one for me?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, give me a free one. Name that bust. Could it be any sport or is it just NBA?
I focused on the NBA.
All right. Does it mean they went 1-1 or could it be like
these are all ones that I researched? I mean, we mentioned Anthony Bennett.
We could also pivot and go to Valdez's bust list, but this is his bust list is way different.
That's a better one.
Top 10 boobs ranking.
Because he had a cartoon, Jessica Rabbit.
That was number 2.
Right.
All right. He was the number 1 pick. I believe it was the 1998 draft because we just looked it up by the Clippers. Big man who busted.
Number 1 pick?
Number 1, numero uno.
So it wasn't Michael Olowokandi?
It was.
It was. You got it.
Career average 8.9.
He had a Purvis-like career.
Yep.
Purvis was okay.
He was
Wasn't
fine.
a stud.
Mentioned Anthony Bennett. We've talked about Markelle Fultz.
Well, don't give away. You're giving away
I
answers.
saved one.
All right, let's go to Bill. Hey, Bill.
Billy.
What's up, brothers?
Hello,
Hey,
Bill.
man.
All right. Name the bust.
Name this bust. So he was the number 1 pick. I believe Kevin Durant was drafted right after him. He was a Blazer. He had, I think he had a naked picture at one point released.
No, he definitely did.
And he went to Ohio State.
He did.
Can you name that bust?
Markelle Fultz?
Nope.
No.
Markelle Fultz did not go to Ohio State.
He did not.
This was way before that.
All right, let's go to Gary.
10 years before that.
Gary, what's up, Gary?
Let me guess. The
Hey, good
naked
morning,
picture, he had a baseball bat.
What do you think, JP?
Go ahead.
So you guys might remember that you used his last name as a unit.
I'm sure we did.
Anyway, the name is Greg Oden.
Yes,
You
congratulations.
got it.
You get the 2 tickets to see the Satch Vai Band featuring Joe Satriani and Steve Vai. Saturday, May 30th, Wolf Trap. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
By the way, Drabby is
That's
pushing.
a horrible name of a band. I'm sorry if they put the names together.
It's fine. Drabby's pushing back, saying Oden, not a bust.
Not a bust. Completely unfair.
Why? Because he got hurt?
He had,
Yeah.
horrific injuries.
Okay, but
Anthony
overall.
Bennett, a bust. Darko, a bust.
Mm-hmm.
Hasim Thabit, bust.
It's just because his
bust.
team drafted him.
Well, unlucky. The unlucky gods kissed us.
Adam Morrison.
Injuries. Tore his ACL. Injuries.
All right, but it's still
That's the
still
main
overall,
downfall.
when you look at the career, still a bust.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Jan Vesely. Bust.
Bust. Yeah.
Huge bust.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way around it.
I still remember us talking about when they drafted Vesely, and
Yeah.
in the highlights, he was missing free throws or something. It's like, what are they
The
doing?
grainiest videos from like the dankest gyms you could find.
guy looked like a high jumper or something. You know what I mean? He
That's
was
one thing I worry about when they always like, he can develop the 3-point shot. Really? Some guys don't.
Well, he was particularly awful, but a lot of guys, we've seen
You
it
know
happen
what?
too many times.
Was he drafted 5th?
6th, I think.
Sixth.
Remember, John Wall joins B. Mitch and Finley at 1 o'clock. Keep it here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Wizards have finally done it. They will have the number 1 overall selection in the NBA draft. 6'9" BYU forward AJ Debonsa is considered the 1-1 selection. He averaged 26.7 rebounds and 4 assists and is a consensus All-American. Monumental basketball president Michael Winger.
Yeah, certainly there's been a lot of work done to level up the organization and to sort of turn things over, but ultimately it's our fans that can do the most. And to me, this number 1 pick is for that.
Marlins beat the Nationals 5-2, scoring 3 in the bottom of the 8th off of Gus Varland. Nationals at Cincinnati Tuesday. Knicks eliminated the Sixers 144-114. Timberwolves even the series with the Spurs 114-109. Wemby ejected for an elbow. WNBA Liberty held off the Mystics 98-93 in OT. Washington Spirit over Seattle 1-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerb on the Fan.
But that be sublime.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and the Washington Wizards have the first pick in the 2026 NBA Draft. B, that was so awesome. And I think, on Friday, you were at Monty's funeral, and I hope that went well, and everybody got what they needed from that. But on Friday, we opened the phones just with a simple premise, a simple question of like, how you feeling going into this?
Yep.
And my plea with Wizards fans, with DC sports fans was, it's a choice. We can choose to be optimistic.
Yeah.
We're all aware of
you have no control over
our ping pong
You may as
ball
well be
past.
optimistic.
So like Van Pelt always says, it's like you can choose optimism or pessimism. They cost the same. Choose optimism. So
every damn time.
That was kind of my outlook the entire weekend. And dude, did you watch? I know you're always busy as hell on the weekends running around. Did you watch?
I was busy as hell. But yeah, my daughter's birthday is tomorrow, so she chose stuff over the weekend.
Okay.
So I had that after riding the 44-mile ride. So I was doing a lot. And then Mother's Day came along. Boo, Lord.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day to all. I hope that worked out well for everybody. Yeah. So we had Mother's Day stuff too. The NBA, we got to work on this 3 o'clock Mother's Day NBA draft lottery. It's just absurd timing. Like, do it before the night game is one thing, but like Mother's Day is a day where you got to like, during the day, it's Mother's Day. You know what I mean? Like, you got stuff to do. And this isn't like a religious holiday where some people don't celebrate or whatever. Everybody's got a mom.
Yeah.
Everybody on planet Earth.
If you don't want to celebrate it, you better hope your mama not going to be there to tell you something because she want to celebrate it.
Right.
I went to church yesterday, and they called for all the moms to come up front so they could do this big picture. I think 75% of the people in church were moms yesterday. Because once the moms got out the seats, every seat looked like it was damn empty. So mom's going to want to celebrate. NBA, listen, man. The NBA just they just behind on a lot of stuff.
Well, whatever.
But
that's up to them.
The end result was great for the area, and I love that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So here's where I was. We had. I was in the car a lot, B. I felt like you this weekend. Friday night. Friday, I was in Ashburn for rookie minicamp.
Yeah, I saw Toby looking like a dork. Yeah, why y'all let him take a picture and put that publicly?
Well, I don't even know what he did.
You didn't. I thought you took the picture of him with the big old hat and all the other stuff. Yeah.
Now that I didn't put public. That was just in the text thread. But then he wore the big hat on the stream.
I saw it on something posted somewhere.
You probably did because he had it on the YouTube stream and we're on television. Shout out to Monumental. So,
who said it was the best dress?
It was a look.
You say Toby was the best dress or you?
No, I said you. Jeff out here trying to cause
Jeff
trouble.
tried to cause trouble.
I did a 1067 best dressed ranking. I put you 1. I put Toby 2 because a lot of times he looks pretty professional.
Yeah, Toby be fly, man. He be fly.
And then I put myself 3. I said on the 980 side, Haney always looks sharp. And that's kind of the end of that list. Because Sheehan's never here. Sheehan's never here.
You said the end of that list. Damn.
Doc always has this like all black look.
Yeah, Doc come here look like what the London say killers wear black.
Yeah,
Doc come here like a killer every day.
But no, I don't want to get sidetracked, damn it. Friday, Ashburn, drive to the beach at night.
Yeah.
We have a nice beach day Saturday. Sunday morning, drive back for Mother's Day. So I'm in the car a lot.
You riding more than me, dog.
So then I'm trying to time this out over the course of my day because not only do I want to just be able to watch the NBA draft lottery, like I'm very invested in this. This feels like the culmination of the Wizards rebuild, especially now they've started to trade for some veterans. Like if they can get the 1 here, feels like this is how it's supposed to go going forward. And honestly, I was pretty excited as long as they got top 4, and I would have talked myself into 5 because I just think this draft is so loaded.
It is.
But you still want 1, right? And especially after how many years they've been really bad, you want to get the 1.
You want 1, but you got to hit on 1.
Totally. And
I don't know if there's no legit 1 out there right now of the 5.
Well, that's a conversation for us to have over the next month.
Yeah.
So I'm driving. Shelby has a lacrosse game at 1:00. This is me trying to do math in my head, right? And
this is on Mother's Day?
This is on Mother's Day.
Them damn leagues got to get their stuff together.
I mean, the NBA has the lottery on Mother's Day. The Bethesda Lacrosse Club is allowed to have some games.
Yeah, but the NBA is a national thing.
Yeah.
The Bethesda Lacrosse Club, you got enough moms you're dealing with the way you need to chill out.
You know what was nice? And I don't know if this was something our coach, I don't know who did this, but at the end of the game, they gave Shelby a rose to give to Lauren.
Well, see, they trying to butter up the moms.
I told Lauren that was from both of us.
And Lauren said, you didn't play any soccer. You didn't play any lacrosse.
I sure did.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, all right, game ends at 2. We're picking up food to take to my mother-in-law's house. So we're like in Potomac, had to drive back to D.C. to pick this food up, then drive back out to Darnestown. And in my head, I'm just like, how on earth is this going to work? But the lottery, I was counting on my boys, Strober and Linnell, because I had seen on social media they were going to have this draft lottery special on 106.7. I was like, perfect. I'll just listen to the boys as I'm driving, and that'll be that. Nats game goes long. The boys aren't on. And Strober's texting me to put on YouTube. I was like, dog, I'm driving. Like, I'm not putting on YouTube. And then, so I have XM. I found NBA radio.
All right.
But it wasn't the lottery coverage. It was like, shout out to the 2 dudes that run that show.
There's a game coming on soon around that time, wasn't it?
It was like these 2 dudes, and I don't know who they are, and clearly they're like big NBA guys and host the show. But it was like, I just want to hear about the lottery. I don't care about Sixers Knicks, where the Knicks are just going to kick their ass again. So we're driving out River Road, and my daughters are in the car, are into this. Even Lauren was kind of into it. And I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm pulling over, and we're just going to watch this. So we're on River Road, out River Road, and I just pull over, and I pull up my phone, and we watched. Who was the assistant commissioner? Who's the dude that did it?
Art Tatum.
Art Tatum?
Mark Tatum.
Mark Tatum. And dude, shout out to the broadcast, because the way, I think it was on ABC, right? ABC, ESPN, whatever we're calling it. When they finally got to crunch time, and there was a lot of foreplay for a half-hour radio show. We could have gotten down to business a lot earlier.
They got real?
Foreplay? The thing came on at 3 o'clock. I don't think my man announced the 14th pick until 3:20.
Yeah.
It seemed to take.
They got to get the best out of everything. They got to get everything they can out of this.
So they announced, I guess.
Because they knew you and your family was on the side of the road watching it.
I guess they announced 14 through 5, right? And so then you know who are the top 4, but you don't know the order. But they play this music underneath my man announcing the picks, and they had a really cool, light graphic situation. It was well done. And when they went to commercial and the girls realized they had to wait to find out what pick the Wizards get, They were so mad. They're like, why would they go to commercial now?
Because they're smart. It
like,
keeps
that's
you
how it
holding
works,
on,
girls.
baby. That's called a tease.
That's how it works, girls. But, dude, it was so funny. So Strober was telling me, he was trying to explain to his girlfriend how the lottery works. And his girlfriend, presumably, is whatever age Strober is, an adult, college-educated young woman. Try explaining the lottery to a 7-year-old, because that is complicated, man. And Ainsley had a lot of questions. And she said to me, she's like, Daddy, the Wizards are always bad, right? And I was like, yeah, but they're trying to turn that around, baby. She's 7 years old. They've always been bad in her lifetime. At least we've seen some peaks with the Valleys.
There you
go. So they come back, and listen, as the lottery is unfolding, and there's like a zillion things that happen when various teams get various picks, whatever. And I'm just like, I keep thinking it's bad for the Wiz. I just keep thinking it's bad for the Wiz. But when they didn't get the 5th pick, I was like, all right, they've at least moved up.
To where you thought it'd be cool.
Yeah, and then they come back, and they're like, Chicago. I was like, hell yeah, top 3.
Top 3 now.
Memphis, hell yeah. And
top 2.
Me and the girls are in the car going nuts. And when they said Utah at number 2, because let's be real, there is no draft like the NBA, because even college football is more exciting, but you end up with like tackles, you know what I mean? Like offensive linemen. Like, it's just the NBA, you know all the names. We know how loaded this draft is. And there's no draft where there are more allegations about it being rigged. And what we saw last year with Dallas trades away Luka and then somehow gets Cooper Flagg with a 1% chance.
Yep.
And then knowing this kid Tabances from Utah, knowing that Utah kind of got screwed last year with Flagg, I just thought Utah would get the 1. Like, I just thought that. And when they said Utah and then John Wall starts smiling, we start going absolutely
John looked
nuts.
like he got very emotional there for a bit.
Dude, I mean, how about John Wall?
Yeah.
Like,
we get to ask John those questions. Were you emotional?
That would be awesome.
I can see myself in that position, and the team had the number 1. Even if I'm going to say the name, that would be great.
John Wall will join the program at 1 o'clock, fresh off of the Wizards lottery win. They were in Brooklyn, right? I think they were at Barclays. No, were they in Chicago? Where was the lottery, Strober?
Chicago.
Yeah, they were in Chicago. So John Wall's going to join us at 1 o'clock to talk about the Wiz. Brian Geltzeiler is going to join us at noon to kind of break down the NBA draft. I just was so encouraged, B, that if you start to project it out, we know about all the young talent, right? Trey and Sar and Riley and Bub and Keyshawn and Bilal. Like, there's a lot of young pieces you like. Last year, they make moves that really didn't cost them anything to get legit vets in Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Trae Young has played. Trae Young seems to be embracing
He seems
DC.
to be invested.
I don't know what Anthony Davis is doing.
Yeah.
But I know if you are Anthony Davis and all of a sudden Washington can add a 6'9", 215 bucket, a 19-year-old that presumably helps this team a ton, or maybe they go a different direction. It's Peterson, it's Boozer. Like, for the sake of discussion, I think we have to allow that there are other options there at 1. But if you're Anthony Davis and you were kind of lukewarm, let's be real, his comments throughout this.
Yeah, he was lukewarm. But then again, in his position, his age, you want to be in a good situation.
Right. He's got to feel way more into this now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I just think winning the draft lottery for a team that has really gone through it and to me, trying to do it the right way, to build this thing the correct way. Like, if you look at Detroit, if you look at OKC, you look at these teams that are having real success, not just like play-in success, not just like whatever the Raptors are. You know what I mean? Like, that's great. You're a 5 seed. You can win some games. Maybe you're young enough you could develop. But if this pick hits with what they've put together, or expired contracts, assets, like all that stuff, it just felt so exciting. And I think so many people were convinced it was going to go sideways that I'm just so happy it didn't. You know? And then I put on Linnell and Strober finally came on, and we're driving out there, and they start going into like all these machinations and different scenarios and situations. And then the girls just had that many more questions, and I was like, sorry, boys. And I just put the radio on. We just listened to some music because I couldn't handle any more questions from my kids. But it was just such a cool, exciting thing. I had to do some work, and like the folks at Channel 4 were excited. It's cool, man. It's really fun to win this in what is considered such an all-time draft. Eventually, we'll open the phones. You want to just do that now?
May as well.
Yeah. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Where were you? What was your reaction? Because at 2:30, I believe, I think it was a half hour before we were told the show would start, even though I don't think there was a pick announced till much later than that. I tweeted out, number one pick coming to DC. We're going to speak this into existence, right? And for my entire life, this is the franchise I've rooted for. I was at the Capitol Center with Robin Ficker holding up a rubber chicken. Like, I go deep with this joint, right? I remember when the Bulls with MJ swept Weber, Juwan in a 5-game series. They won 3-0, but MJ said, he's like, man, watch out for that team in the future. Sure enough, they'd trade everybody away, but at the time, it looked like they got something. I remember writing when Juwan Howard signed with the Miami Heat. I remember writing, presumably in like my middle school paper or something, an article about why Juwan needs to come back. And then the NBA or whoever flipped that around and said he wasn't allowed to go there. Do you remember that? Juwan Howard signed with the Heat, and then somehow they're like, no, he's got to stay with the Bullets.
Weirdness.
I remember MJ coming to town and drafting Kwame Brown. I like trading away Rip Hamilton for Jerry Stackhouse, which was a huge mistake. Like I'm invested in this joint, and I feel the Gilbert year when Eddie Jordan was coaching the All-Star game because the Wizards had the best record in the East. That's probably the height of where I thought the Wiz were a legit contender. And I honestly might feel the best about, that was probably 2 weeks before Gil blew out his knee. This might be the best I've felt about being a Wizards fan since that moment. Because as much fun as the Wall and Beal era was, and John jumping up on the scorer's table.
But John was the number one pick too, though, Jay.
I know.
You were excited then, weren't you?
I was excited then, but I feel differently about my excitement right now because I see the bigger picture of building an entire team. And I have faith in Dawkins to like do this the right way. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I feel good. I want to know how the folks feel. Let's go to Carter in Alexandria. What's up, Carter?
Hey guys, I mean I'm at an all-time high when it comes to Wizards buzz right now. I mean, my opinion is I think the NBA, they saw that, you know, here it is, you've got a young team, exciting guys, and then you make trades to get Trae Young and Anthony Davis. So they're like, if there's a time to throw a bone for the Wizards, now's the time. And I mean, if you're going to get a star player like AJ DeBonsa, I mean, I think this is a true legit play-in team and come this fall. And I mean, they're running deep because you have Keyshawn George, Will Riley, Bub Carrington, all these guys coming off the bench. So, I mean, I think right now this team is the best upside of any DC team, and I mean it's exciting stuff to see. So, I mean that's my take. I mean, I think Utah. I mean, I'm a big fan of not giving the first pick to Utah because I know their owner really wants AJ. He's invested a ton of money with BYU and sending AJ to Utah Prep when he was in high school. So, I mean, I think, you know, if I were to be a DC sports fan, I'd go all in on the Wizards right now.
I love it.
All right, man.
Appreciate the call, dog. Thank you, Carter. We just had, let's all just pause for a second, Jeffrey. Pause. We just had a dude call in, Carter from Alexandria, that said, of all the teams in town, I feel best about the Wizards. We didn't hang up on them. We didn't laugh at them. That's a legitimate claim. That has not been a legitimate claim for decades. I don't know how long it's been.
Been a while.
But, like, you can legitimately say that sentence. Yeah. That's wild. And I don't know if he's right or wrong, but, like, think about the seismic shift something like that allows. A friend of the program just said, I'm listening to Winners 6.7 right now. That's how people are feeling. We're not 106.7 right now. Winners 6.7. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, we're taking your calls all damn day. We're celebrating.
Let's
Don't
have
go
fun.
anywhere. All right, B, I don't know if it's going to be A.J. DeBanza. I don't know if it's going to be Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer. Whoever it is, they're going to have to buy a house in the DMV, and somebody needs to connect A.J. DeBanza with John Leahy.
Yep, you need to reach out to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty, because if one of these guys are coming in and you're looking for a property like a Landover property owner had, it was located in a well-established home, which was generating quite a bit of interest. That created a competitive and at times challenging environment. One of the biggest issues came during negotiations, where expectations around terms, timing, and value require patience, strategic thinking, and consistent communication. In spite of all that, you know what? John Leahy and his team successfully brought the deal together at a final price of $335,000, exceeding all those expectations. If you're looking for a stress-free transaction, how about a guarantee offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Let's be real, but you mentioned the stress-free transaction. Sometimes moving is super stressful. Whatever the case is, you could be divorced, you could have a death in the family, maybe you got a new job, you got to move to Iowa or something. Whatever it is, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most cash possible and the least amount of stress. There's a lot of value in eliminating that stress. That's why I would call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. What a day for the Washington Wizards. They will get the number 1 overall selection in the NBA draft. 6'9" BYU forward A.J. Debonsa is considered the 1-1 selection. Monumental basketball president Michael Winger still work to do.
I think our validation, our rewards will come years down the line when we see if we're putting together the right group of guys and building the organization the right way.
Miami broke a 2-2 tie with 3 in the 8th to beat the Nationals 5-2. Luis Garcia Jr. with an RBI double.
Tripled into the right field corner, scored last time up and swings and lines one to the left field line. It's a fair ball down into foul ground all the way into the corner. Bebas scores. Wood the third will be held there.
The call on the Fan. The Knicks over the Sixers 144-114. Timberwolves even the series with the Spurs 114-109. Montreal beats Buffalo 6-2. Anaheim over Vegas 4-3 in the NHL. Men's lacrosse, Georgetown shocks Virginia 14-10. From the Crop Metcalf, 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Ballin'. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I mean this seriously. I think of the 5 of us right now, we got Strobes in for White Brian, who's somehow stuck in Dallas or something. Good luck, buddy. We go longest back with Jeffrey. Jeff, we have completely packed phones for a Wizards topic on a Monday in the summer. Has this ever happened?
Thought I'd never see the day.
All right. Dino is in Oxon Hill. Dino, what's up?
Y'all?
How you feeling about the Wiz?
I'm doing good. Hey, look, man, I'm driving in the rain right now, but I'm feeling like the Wizards got to make that decision to get younger from BYU, and I'm feeling like they got to do a name change also. But the buzz around the city is we ready, and just like the Commanders going to do their thing, the Wizards, if they make the right pick and build around Youngin and give him the weapons he needs, we're going to be a problem.
Hell yeah, man. I appreciate the call, Dino. Do you feel like it should be Debonsa, no questions?
I can't say that just 100%, but I believe that the people who are going to be making this decision, they now get the chance to sit down and dissect everything, dot every I, cross every T, move every damn rock, and find out everything they can to make that decision. Because, yes, as fans, we fall in love with certain people. But they may know stuff we don't know. So my whole thing is, it's 5 guys, I think, that are legitimate. And I believe whoever they decide on, you got to hit with it, though.
Who's your 5th? Acuff?
Yeah, I love him, bro.
Yeah. My only thing, listen, I really like Caleb Wilson. Like, this draft
Wilson's a bad man.
This draft is loaded. Peterson, Boozer, Wilson.
You know, Acuff, hey, listen, bro. If you want a point guard that's going to be able to run something, but see, then you already got Trey. But Trey,
that's my thing.
Trey is going to be how long? How much longer is going to be here?
I don't know. Those are all real questions. People really like Flemings, the Houston point guard, because he plays really good D too.
Mm-hmm.
The kid Wagler from Illinois, I liked a lot. I mean, this draft is loaded.
I say this. So we were in there having a conversation about Debonsa and other people. Is Debonsa better than Cooper Flag?
Probably not.
I probably think not. So the question was, he's probably top 5, and we went and looked at the last 10 number 1 picks. At this present time, I don't think you can say he's in the top 5.
Debonsa of the past 5?
Yeah. No, of the past 10.
I mean, the 2 that jump out to me are Flag and Wemby, right?
That's 2 great ones to jump out.
Right. It is.
Ant was 5th, wasn't he?
Anthony Edwards was number 1. I mean, what a game that dude had.
So, I mean, when you look at those, it's just like, yes, every year we make one guy that guy. Last year, you knew one guy was that guy.
Sure. I think it is Debonsa, but I don't know that the level of separation is close to what it was.
If Peterson
with Flag
hadn't
or
checked
Wemby.
out the game, would you automatically assume Debanza?
That's a fair question. Dude, so my daughters last night, or when we were driving, were like, oh, so Daddy, like, does it? So I had to explain what the number one overall pick meant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, so is he like LeBron James? And I was like, no, like, there's only one of him. But then what I said to her is, I was like, but the best player in the league right now is a guy named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he wasn't the number one overall pick. So, like, sometimes guys emerge. Like, to me, why it's Debanza and not that close for me, the ceiling is we have no idea where this thing could go. I think Cam Boozer is going to be a really good pro. I think he's the highest floor, but I don't know how much higher the ceiling gets. I think he'll develop a really good three-point shot and be a really good NBA player. Some people are split on that. I like Caleb Wilson. Who did we have on last week? Maybe it was Chase. It said he reminded him of Sean Kemp. Like, I mean, Sean Kemp's one of my favorites ever.
Yeah.
Let's let these folks chime in. Clyde is in Arlington. Clyde, what's up, man? Wiz got number one.
Hey, listen, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. A longtime Wizards fan, I want to enjoy this. Let's think back to the build-up. So I was texting all my friends, get your lucky rabbit's foot out and so forth. So on the day of the draft, there I was with my Wizards pint glass that one of my nephews gave me years ago. I had it filled, and waiting for the fifth pick. And then we got past the fifth pick. I mean, saying, now I think we're on a roll. We get to the fourth, go down to third, and now I'm really interested, and I think it's going to happen. And it happened. And I'm telling you, I think we are turning the tide. Sometimes we're between the fourth or the sixth relevant sports team in this town, behind might be the Mystics, might be the Spirit or DC United. But I think we can bump up to number 3. Man,
bro, they can go to number 2 if the Wizards are good again. Like, people kind of
basketball is some people love. I mean, listen, football rules. Yeah, let's just put that out there. But they could be number 2 if they just start winning some damn games.
Like during the Gill run, during the Wall run, they were number 2. Whatever it was called then, MCI Center, Verizon Center, Cap One, whatever that building's been called. Bumped during those years. It was awesome going to games. You go to Clyde's before, you go to Rocket Bar after. Like, it was awesome. Not to mention, I think because all the construction so far has been kind of out of sight to the public, the new arena is going to be sick, which will also like add. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think by the Wizards season opener this fall, right? Whenever that late October, I feel like they usually start. That arena is going to look different, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
it will.
That Wiz could become a hot
But
ticket.
you know what it is? Win games.
Totally. Nothing helps like
then
that.
Then the arena could look better because people be there to discuss it and talk about it when they leave out.
Jared is in Rockville. Jared, what's up, dude?
Hey, boys, we were very similar to you yesterday, JP. We had soccer from 2 to 3, and right as it went off, we had to put it on, and we were just pumped in the car. My 8-year-old, we were so excited. My one gripe was like, shouldn't they go 4-3, then announce 1 and then number 2? That annoyed me a little bit.
Why? Why announce 1 then number 2? Because once they say 2, you know who's number 1.
Yeah, I get that, but it's almost like announce the number 1 and then go from there. And I don't know, I feel like
you're building up
a little bit more exciting.
You build up to get that. You to get that explosion at the end. You know who it is, and then when he said, then now you can go there. Yeah, I think if you go 4-3-1-2, it takes a little bit away from them stand. Like if you ever notice in golf, if the guy watch golf, the other guys are the guy that's about to win the tournament is an inch away. What does he do? He marks it. And then the other guys get out the way so they can leave it for that person to be the last one there. Because that's the person that's supposed to get all the accolades. The number 1, not the other guys. Let them go.
Thanks for the call, brother. I'm going to take another one in. Chico is in Baltimore. Chico, how you feeling about the Wiz?
Hello?
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, B. More? Hey, I'm happy. It's about time. I feel it's about time. And I feel that the Wizards should learn from the Mystics probably from this draft. Hello?
We're here, dude.
You said they should learn from the Mystics? What do you mean?
Getting all these draft picks to turn around their team. You know, especially if they get the guy from BYU. You understand that?
I understand what you're saying, but like right now, what they're doing is very similar. They got
They're
ton
led
of players
by the
on the
same
team.
people. Like they have consolidated the power base where it's monumental basketball. So they're trying to build the same way.
They're not a winning team. See,
They're not a winning team right now. And then again, you got to look at the level of competition that they deal with on a regular basis too.
Yeah,
and where they were and trying to build back up. The Wiz were the Mystics were winning already, and they went there. The Wizards were at the bottom.
I mean, the Mystics won a title in what 2019. When did the Deladon title happen? Well, can I point just one thing out? To be fair, how many teams are in the WNBA? 10? 8?
Well, yeah, they're still associated, you know. And do you think that the Mystics should get some of the Maryland women's players there?
Sure. Thank you. It's a lot easier for the Sticks to load up on draft picks because there's only how many teams?
10, 11, something like that.
8 or 10 teams. So, if you have 2 picks, that's 20% of the first round. Right? Am I crazy?
No, you're not.
You're going to have a lot more picks. All right. Yes, but in general, that caller's right. The Wizards are 15 teams.
15.
So if you have 2
and
first rounders,
30 in NBA.
Right, it's double the amount of picks and teams you're competing with. But yes, Michael Winger's in charge of all of it, so they're trying to build it the same way. I just thought that was am I crazy? Was that kind of a weird call?
Yeah, I think it's more about the Mystics than it was the Wizards.
Jim is in Manassas. What's up, Jim?
Jim, you up, bud?
From the Aquarium Boys.
What's up,
y'all
dude?
Hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, okay. How y'all doing, man? I'm so excited. JP, you actually where I was when I heard. I was actually at work. And I was talking to my supervisor, and I got a notification on my phone. I had to keep myself from freaking out in front of her, man.
I love that.
Man. Yes, for sure. But I know, JP, you always talk about the arenas era. I was too young to really experience that. I mean, but Pete Wall and Beal and Gortat, all those teams, man, that was it for me. And so when they made it to Game 7 in 2017, almost made it to the East Finals, I mean, there was no better time for me to be a Wizards fan, and it's just a portal of suck. And
Portal
so
of
to
suck
get
is
to
a
this
good
point
term.
where we had this, so to get to this point where we finally win the lottery after years of bad luck. I mean, just Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, they've just done a tremendous job. I can't wait to see who we get. And B. Mitch is right. I fully trust them to make whatever this is they deem right. Deem is right for the team. And thank you, Ted, for stepping back. Thank y'all.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, man. Appreciate
Good call
you.
right there. We'll keep the calls going. John Wall is going to join the program at 1
J-Dub.
o'clock. Going to be a fun day. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Hitting these phones, folks. The Wizards got the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Hater said it couldn't happen. Juke, what do you think?
DC is on the rise, baby. Let's go. Hey, listen, I'm loving it. I'm happy. I already thought this team was on the rise. We got Trae Young, we got Anthony Davis, and now we got this number 1 pick. I'm kind of with the previous caller. I want that AJ guy. I get your point with the point guard. I still have faith that I think Bub could develop into that point guard for us. But hear me out. Starting 5, you got Trae Young, Trey Johnson. You can either plug in AJ or Keyshawn George, Sarr, and then Davis. And our starting bench, Bub, Keyshawn George, or AJ, Koulibaly, Champagne, Vucevic. Our bench and our starting 5 is going to be nasty next year. Now, my question to you guys is, will that coach be good enough to get the best out of our guys? And my last point, I think this is a situation where a victory ritual is appropriate.
I'm good with it.
I get a Ric Flair with you guys. Let's all hit the Ric Flair. Woo!
Woo! I like it. All
right.
Thank you, Juke.
There we go.
Phone line's packed. Andre's in Alexandria. What's up, Dre?
Hey, how you doing? Good morning, guys. I'm going to try to make this quick. Good. We have a logjam at point guard and shooting guard and the wing players who can score. And they got size to them like Will Raleigh, Keyshawn George, Koulibaly, and Champagne. I like him, too, in the wing. So Sarr needs some help. That's why he got hurt last year, because he has nobody help him in the paint. So to me, I would pass on DeBonza and Peterson, because we crowded at those positions. Get Sarr, that Michigan 7'3" center who can block shots and shoot threes, and the 7'7" wingspan, and let him play the center and put Sarr at the 4. He also can block shots and shoot threes. Man, I like that. And then trade Anthony Davis for a younger power forward, because we can't rely on Anthony Davis. Every team he's been to, he's unreliable. And what B may say the best ability is?
Availability.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I would trade Davis because he's too old. He doesn't fit in with us, and everyone knows it. To me, he's trade bait. I would use him to get me a young power forward in trade bait. But we got a 7'3" center that can check Winyambi, if I'm saying this thing right. Victor Winyambi.
Winyambi.
Check him. Yeah, Winyambi. There we go. Y'all know who I'm talking about, even though my speech is
Just
terrible.
say Wemby.
Anyway,
Just say Wemby.
Mine messed up too. Just Wemby. Yeah, there we go. Wemby.
Okay, but can you imagine Sarr and that guy that played with that 7'3" guy from Michigan? Man, we got the biggest team in the NBA. We get a lot of block shots, rebounds. We need defense. Sarr needs help. We don't need no more wing players or no more guards. We need Sarr needs some help. And if he get hurt, can DeBalza play center? Or Peterson play center if he get hurt again?
Peterson definitely can't play center.
We need help.
I can tell you this. I saw a game last night, Minnesota playing against San Antonio. They go small a lot. And I can tell you another team with a lot of guards and wing players that can shoot is the Oklahoma City Thunder. So I understand you want to get the bigger players, but big boys today, you know what they do? Stretch the floor.
Yeah, dude. I'll let Strobes weigh in here. But the second half of last season, Brian, any injury that happened, I'm not sure how hurt everybody
Yeah, a lot
was.
of those injuries were like they were things that just AI made a lot of them injuries last year.
It was like, oh, you got a toe cramp? He's out for
I
the
remember
next
they told
20
Kerry
games.
Conklin, hey man, your knee's hurt.
Right.
My knee not hurt. Your knee is hurt. No, I feel good. If you don't, you gonna keep feeling good, you're gonna get cut. But your knee hurt. Oh, okay, I get you.
Right. Like
there you go.
The goal was to lose a lot of games. So Alex Sarr, something doesn't feel right, sit down, young man.
Yeah.
Listen, man, they could go a lot of different directions with this pick. I understand that. I am not wild about trading down, but
I'm not like my whole thing. I know people say, well, you guys are saying no. I don't have no one person that I like. I'm just trying to be at the point where I know the people that are doing this job, they've done it before. And I believe that whatever they decide to choose, it may be AJ DeBanza. It may be somebody else. But I'm cool with whatever they choose. Because I'm going to tell you one thing. Much we're on the radio every day, we probably look at 2% of what they look at.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
And if you believe in how they've built it thus far, you got to believe in kind of what moves come next. I think it's DeBanza. I don't think it's that close, but I recognize there's a lot going on here. I want to keep the phone. I'm going to let my man Commander Tequila take us to break. What up, Commandante?
Hey, you guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, I'm really excited about this. Yesterday at work, we were talking about it, and it was like, okay, they're no one player, but they're not all no one players are great. So if we go, let's say, get a pick, draft down to draft 3 or 4, and then give me some more players, or give me number 1 for next year. Your number 1 pick and your second to as well will be still great, you know. But I just don't think number 1 players are number 1. Look at the history.
Look at Wemby.
Wemby's the number 1.
Look at Cooper Flag. Commander, we got to go to break, but I appreciate you, buddy. We can have.
I understand what they're saying. I understand that, but you know what? Give yourself if you come up with the mindset one guy is the best guy, take that chance.
We've been scratching and clawing to try to get to 1 for so long. Let's be happy with the 1. If you're on hold, stay there. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I do want to get to some NFL scheduling stuff. We're going to have a lot on the Wizards getting the number 1 pick, including John Wall joining the program at 1 o'clock. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. NFL news, the Chargers and tight end David Njoku have agreed to a one-year deal. He spent 9 seasons with the Browns. The Buffalo Bills have signed former Kansas City Chiefs outside linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year contract. Missouri tailback Ahmad Hardy was shot at a concert in Mississippi. He is in stable condition. The Wizards will have the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. 6'9" BYU forward AJ DeBonsa is considered the 1-1 selection. He averaged 25.5 points a game for the Cougars and is a consensus All-American. The draft is June 23rd. Marlins beat the Nationals 5-2. The Knicks eliminated the Sixers 144-114, and the Timberwolves even the series with the Spurs 114-109. Want a degree, certificate, or new skill? If you live within 6 miles of MGM, the local impact grant means you could go to PGCC tuition free. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I almost feel like I don't want to get into this yet, but I kind of think we have to. Like yesterday was so awesome that they won the draft lottery.
Yeah.
But it immediately becomes who are they taking? Should they consider a trade?
But it always happens like that, Jay.
Right.
And I think we have to discuss everything, because my hesitance has been we've watched these dudes in other places make moves. Oklahoma City Thunder right now is the best team in basketball. How many first-round picks they have over the next 3-4 years? Probably tons. You know why? Because they kept making moves to get more so they can build something that's going to be long and sustainable, not something that's a 1-2 year hit wonder.
So if you look at the number 1 picks over the last 10 years, we can go further back if you want, whatever time frame you want. Flag was obvious.
Yeah.
24. Until draft, so the Wiz held the number 2 pick in 24. Everybody thought the Wiz were gonna get Risa Shea, the French kid. Then Atlanta takes him 1. Washington gets Sarr 2. Through 2 seasons, it seems like Washington got the better player at 2, for sure. 23 was Wemby. That was never a doubt. Best pick in the draft. 22 was Paolo Banchero out of Duke. I think that was kind of a never a doubt best player in the draft. 21, Cade Cunningham. That was a draft with some question. Cunningham has emerged with the Pistons. He's an all-NBA player. He's the real deal.
Yeah.
2020 was Anthony Edwards out of UGA. Certainly has become that dude, but I think that draft was kind of all over the place with who's going to go 1. 19 was Zion, who was, coming out of Duke seemed like this unbelievable prospect. He's had health problems, I would say.
Weight problems, too.
Yeah. 2018, DeAndre Ayton goes 1 out of Arizona.
Still around.
He's still around, but he doesn't compare with some of these other conversations. Markelle Fultz in 2017, DeMatha kid, bounced around the league. Ben Simmons in 2016, played at LSU for a year, Australian dude. Certainly has not lived up to that billing whatsoever. Karl Anthony Towns in 15, Andrew Wiggins in 14. Go way back, Anthony Davis in 2012, Kyrie in 2011. Those 2 hit. John Wall, 2010 with the Wiz. So, for me, what you need most in the NBA, unlike other sports, baseball's crazy. If you get hot pitching in October, you can win a title, right? Football is a 53-man roster. You got to have a quarterback, but
you need offense and a defense.
Right. You could honestly, whatever you think of Darnold, right?
Yeah.
That Seahawks team was loaded.
Totally.
And then Darnold was good.
Yeah.
You can win that way in football. Basketball, to win titles,
you need a dude.
If you look at, really, even since the Warriors run, and over the last 4 or 5 years, it seems like it's been like a new team every year winning the title. But every one of these new teams winning the title have a dude you can make a legitimate claim as the best player in the world. The Thunder have it with SGA. When the Bucks won, they had it with Giannis. When the Nuggets won, they had it with Joker. Like, you have to have elite talent to hoist a Larry O'Brien. That's just the reality. And so to me, you have a chance. You have the number one pick. You get the pick of the litter, whoever you want.
Yep.
Take it. That said, there's a lot of folks that believe there's options here. Jake Fisher runs the NBA Substack, Steinline, all those things. Jake Fisher reported the Washington Wizards will reportedly consider trading down from the number one pick. I'm reading now. Winger told me directly that the Wizards will at least consider trading down. He insisted that this is not a savior moment for Washington, given that the franchise just traded for 2 former All-Stars in Trae Young and Anthony Davis on top of the slew of recent lottery picks it already has accumulated. He added that, in accordance with Wizards general manager Will Dawkins' prospect evaluations, Washington will not rule out a move downward if Dawkins determines that there are 2 or 3 players that the Wizards are eager to come away with.
Yeah. And I don't blame them for saying something like that, because when we heard the little report, it talked about how the owner of the Utah Jazz, how much he's invested in DeBenza and he wants him there. How much does he really want him there?
So I looked this up.
Can it cost me some first rounders? You know what I'm saying? Can you hook me up in the next? Will you say, okay, if I let you take him and I don't take him, what are you giving me for it? Is it going to be a first rounder this year, next year, maybe another? It's worth it. Because they build stuff that gives you, like, in baseball, you got your little your league, with the minor league farm team. In basketball, you know what your farm team is? How many first rounders you have?
Right.
Over the next 4, 5, 6 years. If you got a lot of them, you can build a hell of a damn team.
It's interesting. So the owner of the Jazz, a dude named Ryan Smith, billionaire, owns the Jazz, and I think he owns the hockey team also, the Utah Mammoth. He's also a BYU guy. I read, it's crazy. I read that they paid DeBanza $7 million to go to BYU.
Mm-hmm.
They also, DeBanza, I think, from what I've read, and people can convert, and I'm not getting into religion whatsoever here, but DeBanza grew up Catholic in the Boston area.
Okay.
But he went to his final year of high school in Utah. They brought him out there to some school called Utah Prep.
Mm-hmm.
I know this much, B. The Mormon faith, the Mormon church, they got cash.
Yeah.
So if they're trying to turn BYU into like a basketball powerhouse, good luck. If this dude is that invested in AJ DeBanza, and Salt Lake City's a beautiful place. I love it out there. If he really wants to be there, Utah has 2. Like, it's not like you have to trade back to 10. Utah has 2. So as much as I'm like, yo, you've been trying so long to get the number one pick. You've had it 3 times in franchise history now. Take the player. If you could go from 1 to 2 and pick up Strober, you're locked on. You're Mr. Locked On Wizards. What is a reasonable haul for them to trade back? 2 1s and that pick?
Probably that, but I'd be looking at getting one of the young players, the talents that Utah already has. Ace Bailey comes to mind because he tried to duck his way to D.C. last year, didn't really seem that interested in playing in Utah, and he was really good in his rookie season. To be looking at that. Maybe Walker Kessler, a guy that's a restricted free agent. If Washington picked him up, maybe they'd actually move AD in that deal. Then they'd sign Walker Kessler, who's a much younger guy at the center position that could become one of those bigs alongside Sarr. I'd be looking at getting some of the talent they already have as well, just along with the pick haul.
So what, to you, Mr. Locked On Wizards, they have the number one pick. What would you want them to do? You want them to make the pick or trade just in your gut?
Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's take someone first overall. It's the 3rd time in franchise history you have the first pick. I think you take somebody first overall and don't look back.
I tend to feel that way too. What would a trade, say it's Utah, they're desperate for DeBanza. You're talking about you go from 1 to 2, you get Ace Bailey and a 1. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Like a future 1, yeah. I think there's a 2031 that they could potentially get in that deal. Multiple ones maybe would have to be part of it. It just depends how they view the prospects. Are they confident that Utah is hell-bent on having AJ at 1? Does Washington want Darren? We don't know the answer to those questions right now.
That is everybody in the Wizards' brain trust. They need to find that out. This man is invested in this young man already. He got him to leave Boston and come all the way over to damn Utah. He has the number 2 pick. That has some level of value. The only thing I'm concerned about at this point, how valuable is it to him?
Sure.
You know, and if that value can mean, like you said, the young man that went there last year, and then another draft pick or maybe 2, maybe that valuable. It's worth the move.
We'll have to ask White Brian about this Walker Kessler kid because he played at Auburn, apparently. This dude only played 5 games last year, according to my research.
Still got drafted? But after he got in the pros?
5 games with Utah.
With Utah.
Is what Pro Basketball Reference
is he banged up?
Yeah, he was hurt last year.
That dulls my excitement. I'm looking at Ace Bailey as a rookie playing 72 games. I like that.
Yeah. But if he's a part of a trade with
now
the possibility
the
of a
Jazz
first
were also
round
trying
pick,
to tank too, so maybe they're like, "Yo, you're hurt."
Yeah,
Stay hurt.
it could be the same thing that happened here.
I just make the pick, man. Like we've all been screaming about getting the number 1 overall pick. Make the pick.
See, that's not how it works.
Although I really like
it. Works like this. You are trying to put yourself in the best situation possible. And if that one pick can give you multiple picks over the next few years or so, or even in the future, it's worth it.
So Will Dawkins was on with the Junks this morning, and they asked him, is there a Cooper Flagg? Is there a Wemby? Is there somebody you have to take at 1?
For you, it's not like a Wemby draft where there's a clear-cut number 1. You could envision yourself taking, I don't know, you may not want to say, but more than one guy would be possible at 1 overall for you.
Yeah, that is actually accurate.
Is that based on the interviews that you're going to have this week? Or is that based on
That's going to be a part of helping us inform our decision for sure. We got to make sure that we're getting the player that's right for us and wants to be here and be in the right situation and do what we're trying to do, because that's really important. I think we'll have a lot of talented options with a lot of really good people just in doing our intel ahead of time. So it's going to be a decision that we have to spend some more time on, and getting to know them this week will go a long way. But also spending time with them in D.C., really learning what their motivation is, what they're about, how they see themselves fitting into the community, everything like that. That goes into someone that's going to be a number 1 pick.
I agree with him. And then I'll tell you this. I saw I think you posted it as well, the interview, the person that interviewed the band.
Chase.
Right?
Chase
I'll
Hughes.
say this straight up. Did it seem like he was excited?
So his answer about coming to D.C., he didn't seem excited about that. But if you watch the whole thing, he did seem kind of level-headed about every question he answered.
Level-headed and excitement are 2 different things in my book. When you're excited, you're excited. Don't care how level-headed you are.
Sure.
And this whole Utah thing could be a thing. So when you hear Will saying we want somebody that's going to be excited to play here, and then when he begins to talk to him, if he keeps getting that could be misread. That could be misread as something like, oh, he's not that excited. Okay, we'll go. So, but he also stated about it's best to get the best possible thing for this team. And if they can parlay the hell out of it. You know I love a parlay.
Because, I mean, if you're able to acquire more picks and you have, as good as Trae Young and Anthony Davis might be, there's also tremendous value in those gigantic expiring contracts.
Totally.
And who knows, but the way you acquire superstars in the NBA is not in free agency. Doesn't work that way anymore because of the Supermax contract and everything. It's trades. So, like, if you could offer Trae Young's expiring deal and 2 1s, I mean, who are some of the players that will get traded? Like,
Giannis is a dude out there. You discussed that. You mentioned that last week.
We got Greek food. There's a Greek embassy. Like we got Greek people. I was at Commander's rookie camp on Friday. You know George Wallace from WTOP? You wouldn't know it by his last name, but the Gov is a very proud Greek man, and he was pointing out all the Greek dudes on the Commander's roster. The quarterback, Kaliak Manis. They had a punter in with a Greek last name. There's a lot of Greek folks in this area that would cheer Giannis on like crazy. I don't know. My gut is make the pick. But I know folks, let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, you want him to make the pick?
So I'm going to challenge you because I know you talked about OKC being a team that has gotten picks and gotten picks and gotten picks and is now enjoying the dynasty where people also want to go to. So I know we've been patient and I want them to make the pick in my heart, but at the same time, we've just been given the number one pick, which means we've been given capital. We can take this and we can use it to trade back and to actually build dynasty for the 10 years like OKC did. And it just becomes a bigger thing. And now people want to come to DC rather than, it's expiring contracts like Davis and Trae Young.
Yeah. See, I agree with him on the fact that picking the number one pick is a legitimate opportunity. But also all the other things, you gotta look at all of them, not just one, and see what will put you in a better position over time. I think that's what they're doing. So I'm with that.
Let's go to Mike in DC. Mike, what's up, man? You want him to trade back?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Good, man.
Good. I would not trade back. I mean, I don't know if you guys watched a lot of the Kansas games. I mean, Peterson was constantly kind of inconsistent. AJ is not only a great player, but he's a quality guy. There was a game where he lost the game, a tough game, and then he went over and shook the coach's hands and a bunch of other players' hands and congratulated them. The guy's a Class A guy that is a legit player. You don't get too many opportunities to draft, and I know you can get down and pick a few guys up, but how many times are you going to get a star player in this opportunity? And you've gotten lucky enough to get the number one draft pick. Take them and just run with it. I mean, it's just a no-brainer for me.
I'm with you, dude. I am totally with you.
I can say this though.
Man.
I love when I hear people talk about, he went and shook somebody's hand. You know what I could care less about? Shaking somebody's damn hand after you lose. I care about you winning the games. And I understand that doesn't necessarily mean a guy's a great guy just to go shake somebody's hand. He might have known the coach. He might have known somebody on the other side. But what I'm saying is it's not the fact of, no, just don't pick him. You gotta flip every little rock out there to figure out what the hell the best possibility is. You can't just go one move and forget everything else.
Let's take this call because I want to do some Commander schedule stuff. Mark, what up, dude? You want him to trade?
I'll be honest. Like I told the Stallion, and me and Ben talked about this, and Ben and I turned out right. We got the pick. I'm psyched. I want him to pick, but I got to say that Brian is correct as usual. You have to look at the big picture and down the road. If they're going to swap with you in Utah and give you 2 first rounds and their pick this year, man, you got to think hard about that because, like everybody's been saying, there's 3 or 4 guys that can be difference makers. So you got to take a look at the big picture, like Brian's telling you. Mr. Mitchell is rarely wrong, just like he'd tell you about Blanche Mitchell was rarely wrong. He takes after his dad.
Thank you, Mark.
Hey, man, have a good day.
Appreciate you.
My man Titus on Twitter
really pay attention, don't he?
He does. My man Titus on Twitter just hit me. Utah says they'll give you number 2, Ace Bailey, and 2 future unprotected firsts. That's tough to turn down.
Bruh, listen to me. I know the guy just stated about him being a nice guy. We watched him play. He's a damn good player. I'm not saying he's Cooper Flag. So if I can get Ace Bailey and some more people, the possibilities coming up, I'll make that move any day, all day.
Do we continue to move the goalposts on when the competitive basketball starts?
No, you're not going
That's my question.
But what happens is you can get Ace Bailey and somebody else. That's That's two more people that gets you closer.
Yeah.
And now you know you still have the opportunity to go shop at Macy's instead of going to damn
Dollar General.
Fufu over here. You know what I'm saying? So if you got those first round picks coming up, you can better your team rather quickly.
Exciting day for the Wizards. John Wall will join the program at 1 o'clock. Got to do some NFL schedule talk when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B, you and I always talk about it, how much we love our gear from Collars & Co. Maybe you saw them on Shark Tank, whether it's the dress collar polos. B's got one on right now. The dress collar polos, you put them on under a quarter zip. That nice, crisp collar stays sharp all day. They also have the weatherproof blazer that I wore all over Scotland. I'm actually going to take it with me to Oregon because it's going to rain on me out there. Whatever it is, I can't get enough of my Collars & Co. gear. I throw the polos on in the morning and I'm set. I can wear them on TV. I can wear them to play golf. I can wear them for dinner with my wife. Never have to iron them. Never have to go to the dry cleaner. Just take it off the hanger and you're out the door. They've got the head-to-toe collection. Those loafers are sweet, and they make perfect Father's Day gifts. Don't sleep on it. Check them out at Collars & Co. or in store at Congressional Plaza. Make it easy this year. Collars & Co.
This update brought to you by Mervis, Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Chargers and tight end David Njoku have agreed to a one-year deal. The Bills have signed former Chiefs outside linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year contract. Retired running back Adrian Peterson will be inducted into the Vikings Ring of Honor this season. Missouri tailback Ahmad Hardy shot at a concert in Mississippi. He's in stable condition. His return to football-related activities is unknown at this time. The Wizards earned the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. 6'9" BYU forward A.J. Debonsa is considered the 1-1 selection. The Knicks eliminate the Sixers, and the Wolves and the Spurs are tied at 2. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry and Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
We gonna get hot tonight. We gonna get hot tonight.
What a banger. All-timer right there, Jeffrey. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Listen, obviously there's so much excitement surrounding the Wiz getting the number 1 overall pick, but we also have kind of the excitement of the NFL schedule release. We know now it's going to come Thursday night. The international games are going to get announced Wednesday.
Let's go.
We got a little bit of news this morning, I want to say. The opening weekend Sunday night game, which seems to happen damn near every year, is going to be Cowboys-Giants, September 13th in New York. They're already hyping. The promo for it already has Dak versus Dart.
Oh, boy.
I feel like the last couple years we've had this. I feel like they've had this game a ton as the Sunday night opener, and I feel like the Cowboys have just kicked the Giants' ass. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like that's happened a few times in a row.
Probably will happen again.
Now, if you're for Commanders fans, now you know they're not going to be playing the Cowboys or the Giants in the opener. My guess is Washington's a Sunday 1:00 opener. I don't know if that's on the road or at home, but it's going to be a lot of fun. The couple things we do know: the Wednesday opener is going to be Seattle. The season will end January 10th is the final day of the regular season, and as we get closer, stuff's going to leak out. One very interesting thing, Brian, you and I have both kind of been told, or at least heard, that the Commanders' London game would be October 4th, the first Sunday of October.
Somewhere around October, that's what I hear. In October.
So over the weekend, there's a devoted Burgundy and Gold fan who currently lives in Ireland named Tony Wheat. I want to credit Tony. He's a good guy, too. Tony sent me this thing from a British company that does like tickets and packages and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Events Hospitality. And this is a very legitimate British ticket hospitality lifestyle company, right?
Okay.
Where they offer packages and all sorts of stuff. They already have for sale packages to watch the Commanders on October 4th.
Okay.
Now, maybe they have said, this is funny.
Now they pulled it down.
Well, I tweeted this out over the weekend, and it gathered some steam. And I felt comfortable tweeting it out because I'm not reporting it. That's Events Hospitality's putting this on their website.
Mm-hmm.
They have since pulled the dates off, which take what you want from that.
Mm-hmm.
But
the NFL like, what the hell are y'all doing?
Probably.
We told y'all, wait.
Whether the NFL had to call Tottenham or Tottenham saw it and then they called them, whatever happened,
we won't give you any tickets.
Right. But what I find really interesting, when they had the tickets on their website, when they had the dates on their website,
mm-hmm.
they not only had the Commanders playing October 4th, they had the Jaguars playing October 11th. And if you're running through the schedule, the Commanders, we know, are going to play a home game in London.
Yeah.
Presumably,
on October 4th.
We think what we know is they're playing a home game in London.
I'm just saying what hospitality just told us.
Right. So my gut, and I don't know this, says they're going to end up playing either the Colts or the Texans in London.
Mm-hmm.
One of those AFC South teams that are scheduled to come to Washington. They might be making a longer flight over the Atlantic. Washington also, we know this. This is a known. Washington plays at Jacksonville this year.
Yeah.
The Commanders play the Jaguars in a Jaguars home game.
And the Jaguars have a home game in London.
Well, the Jaguars have 2 home games in London.
Yeah.
Always now. But the Jaguars have a home game in London. According to Events Hospitality, who has now taken this down off their website, but they had the Jaguars playing
October 11th.
October 11th.
Okay. When we were in
Spain.
Madrid,
Yeah.
I told you a fan told me then
Yeah.
that we're going to have 2 games in London. Remember that?
Yeah.
So my question is, but mysteriously, I used to get these little things all the time from AT&T, and then they'll pull it down, and then 2-3 weeks or months later, it'll pop up again. Are they making mistakes and sending stuff to people, and it's getting out?
As a football player and understanding the scope of the NBA's quest for the NFL's quest for world dominance, frankly. What do you think about them having to stay a week in London? Because presumably why you would do that is so we got back-to-back games, we're only traveling once.
I'll have to go back home.
And then probably a bye week after, presumably.
I would like it. I would look forward to it because if I'm already there, and let's be real, everything's on the team anyway. For the most part. You know, you feeding me, you housing me. I'm cool with that. And I hit you with one other. One thing we like about this team and we notice about this team, when they all together and they got to depend on each other, they come closer together and they seem to play better.
That's a real thing.
I have no issue with that. Now, just think about this. If they fly home and then fly back, that would be a lot on the body.
I would think they'd stay.
Yeah, I would rather stay. Because you can roll in on since you're there for 2 weeks, you roll in on that Tuesday or that Wednesday, practice the rest of the week, play, then you're there the rest of the week. You can just chill.
Players do a really good job of not saying this publicly, but I've talked to a number of players about the international games. They don't like it. They understand it, but they don't like it. I don't know that impacts the level of play on Sunday, right?
Some people
I just wonder,
like things to be the exact same way, but I guarantee there's some players that have no problem with it.
Right. I don't know that it'll happen. Let's be clear about that. We don't know any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the international games, I believe, get reported Wednesday morning. They've done this in the past.
Then they can start trying to piece together the schedule.
Well, they try to do it. They do it Wednesday morning, I think, on Good Morning Football. So, assuming that happens, we'll know at least one game of Washington's. And I think a lot of fans will probably be booking flights, all sorts of stuff. And I think Madrid was really cool and a great, interesting opportunity. But there aren't that many flights, DC to Madrid. You can fly to London nonstop.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I bet, I'm just guessing here, but I bet from DC to London, because London, I think, has 4 airports that are kind of the greater London area.
Want me to pull up something for you?
I'm pulling it. I got Google Flights going right now. I'm going to look, just hypothetically, of course, if anyone's listening, Thursday, October 1st to Monday, October 5th. So that gets you there for the game. I'm just curious how many nonstop options there are, because I bet it's a lot.
When is it, October?
Yeah. So I'm looking now. From DC to London, nonstop. British Airways has 4. So, I mean, if you're looking at Thursday, October 1st, typically when you fly to Europe, you fly overnight. With the time change, you arrive first thing in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 4 on British Air. There's 2 on United. And then there's a Virgin Atlantic Airlines at 11 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, I don't know if you can
American
fly
got a lot
Virgin,
of them too.
They don't have directs from D.C., it seems.
IAD?
I don't see them on mine.
7 hours and 30 minutes?
Maybe not on that Thursday.
I just looked at the Saturday or Sunday. I mean, the Saturday prior to it.
Right. I just looked Thursday to Monday. But you can get round trip, nonstop to London. The cheapest I see here is $982 on Virgin Atlantic.
I got that on United as well.
Yeah.
$732 on Icelander Air.
That goes through Reykjavik. I made that flight. That's an interesting flight. Because I was flying back from Paris with my wife. We were dead broke. We flew Iceland Air, and we got stuck in Reykjavik overnight, which was interesting to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
And we weren't even married. We weren't even engaged. We were just dating, and they put us in a room. It was like I Love Lucy. It was like we had 2 single beds on opposite sides of the room. And Lord's
they were
like,
trying to make decisions for y'all.
Lord's like, what is this? I was like, I don't know, but I'm going to sleep.
Yeah,
because all the time changes.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Now, dude, if you're okay with stopping, you can get there. I mean, you could get Iceland Air $730. You stop in Reykjavik, but that's not a bad flight. You leave at 8:30 at night. You get in at noon the next day. I start saving your nickels now. There are a ton of flight options. I think there will be more Commanders fans at this London game than there were in Madrid, and there were a lot in Madrid. How do you think it impacts, B, if they are playing back-to-back in London? How do you think that impacts the fan base?
I believe the fans that are going to stay.
For the whole week? B, London is expensive.
Dude.
It's New York on steroids.
Let me just tell you this. A lot of the people that were in Madrid last year, they went a week early or they stayed a week later. A lot of them went to Barcelona. A lot of them went to Portugal. They didn't all fly back after that game was over. So, let's be real. And when they were over there, they were spending. So the people that are going to go are going to go. They're going to make it into a deal.
I'm sure there'll be packages and all sorts of like promotions. But if you wanted to go, say you fly over like the Friday before and stay to the Monday after, you got to be talking $2,000 in hotels.
Yeah. But if you just decide to go to London and hang out for probably less than a week, you're probably going to pay $2,000 in hotels.
My thought, we don't get it off, but does the federal government still get Columbus Day off? Right? I think that's a federal holiday. So that's the other thing. If they do stick around for that, if it does break out that they play Jacksonville on October 11th in London, that Monday is a holiday. And there's a lot of government workers and people that go on the government calendar that would be pretty darn interesting as well. Coming up at noon, we're going back to the NBA to talk about the Wizards getting the number 1 overall pick, man. So much going on. A lot with these Commanders, too. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley. All right, folks, in about 15 minutes, Brian Geltzeiler is going to join us to talk NBA draft as the Wizards have landed the number 1 overall pick. B, I wanted to bring something up. I was driving to work this morning, and our friend Garv Galati, shout out to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Garv's been great to me. Garv texted me a tweet from Andrew Filipponi, the Pony Express.
Okay.
And this dude is a radio host up in Pittsburgh that I don't know when, maybe he has since deleted this, but he, at one point, had a tweet that said, sources, the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Ayuk. I guess this is really old. Never mind. All right, that makes a lot more sense. That's from 2 years ago. And I told my buddy I think that's fake. But what I find really interesting, at what lengths do you think San Francisco will go to keep Ayuk from coming to Washington?
As many as they can without affecting themselves before they when they have to make a move. Because listen, man, they have shown you so far what they're doing. They can say what the hell they want to say, but we see what's going on. You're like, oh, you had us waiting. We're gonna make you wait. That's exactly what's going on right now.
You know what it reminds me of? When Kyle Shanahan got to San Francisco, he wanted to trade for Kirk Cousins. And Bruce Allen wouldn't do it. Dan Snyder, too. That was purely out of spite because of the way things ended with the Shanahans in Washington. The Skins then absolutely did not maximize the impact of trading away Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
They kept him for 2 more years, kept him on the tag. Eventually he walked away. They got a comp pick. You could have gotten way more.
Hell yeah.
But that was just how they operated.
Totally.
Now, Ayuk is not going to muster that type of market or return or any of it. And I know I checked with people in New England on Ayuk. And they're like, man, the Pats thought they had a deal done, and then Ayuk balked at it. They're done with that.
Okay.
Not to mention, I think the Pats believe A.J. Brown's coming, and they're not interested in Ayuk anymore.
Yeah.
The Steelers, I think we're in a similar boat. They were having real conversations with Ayuk, and then Ayuk balked at it. If seemingly, and nobody knows anything, right? But if seemingly the only place Ayuk wants to go is Washington, I think San Fran's going to do everything possible not to let him come here.
Of course. I agree with you that 100%.
So I really don't know how real that is. I think the Steph Diggs conversation is far more interesting. I understand Steph Diggs has had some legal issues. Everything was thrown out or not guilty, whatever the right term is. But, I recognize, in soccer, maybe in hockey too, if a goalie doesn't allow any goals, they call it a clean sheet.
Yeah.
Diggs does not come to the free agency market with a clean sheet. There's stuff on there, right?
Yeah.
But he played 17 games last year, coming off an injury, 85 catches, 1,013 yards, 4 touchdowns on a team that went to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And I've checked with sources in New England. Model citizen. Asset to the team.
Who comes with a clean sheet? You call Ayuk a clean sheet?
Hell no.
He may not be no stuff that you deal with the courts, but it's not clean.
Hell no.
I'm just saying.
If there's a debate between Diggs and Ayuk, it's Diggs 100 times out of 100. He had a 1,000-yard season for a team that went to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah. But then
am I wrong? Like
you're not wrong, but then the age pops up. It's just how people think.
Diggs is going to be 33.
Yeah. That pops up.
Ayuk's probably 29.
I don't know.
I saw it on. Go ahead, Jeff. 28. What's he going to be this fall, though? Okay, Jeff, are you at all? You're on these internet streets. Do people want Ayuk more than Diggs? I'm not sure either of these things happen.
People have been wanting Ayuk for a long time now.
Yeah,
You
I was
gotta
about to
realize
say,
that.
Diggs is just the new runner in the race because of everything that transpired. Because let's be honest, if Diggs didn't have this entire court case and things going on, he'll still be on the Patriots without a doubt. So I think because he was,
I don't know about that. It was a 1-year deal, and they're about to get A.J. Brown.
Yeah, but that all transpired after.
They tried to get A.J. Brown last year.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It
I
didn't
don't think
happen.
he'd still be on the Pats.
I think he will. But the thing is, you know how Washington fans are. You know how the newest shiny thing catch our eye.
All the time.
The new shiny
Never do they stop thinking.
I told you, JP, just like from the draft party. Everyone was like, oh, we didn't get Jeremiah Love. Then as soon as Bill walked on stage, Bill! I'm like, y'all was literally just saying, yeah, he's going to come in and take Bill's spot. Like, this was real talk. And I said, wow, see how the coat turned?
But you're also seeing, like, with Brandon Ayuk and Jaden Daniels' relationship, everyone's like, oh, they're best friends, and, like, that's going to be better than Diggs. So I think that, like, their relationship in the past kind of is getting into Commanders fans' heads and being like, oh, like, they're going to get Ayuk. But they should go after Diggs.
I don't know that they should go after either. I think people's concerns about the receiver room are probably greater than they should be. I recognize there's no clear number 2 after Terry. I don't think the conversation with Diggs and Ayuk is at all reasonable. I'm just going to repeat the facts, right? Like, you know what's not subjective? You know what is objective? Steph Diggs had a 1,000-yard season on a team that went to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
And Brandon Ayuk hasn't had a catch in an NFL game since October of 24. So I'm just going to leave that there. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Brian Geltzeiler joins us next.
This update brought to you by the DC Defenders. The Washington Wizards are going to pick number 1 in the June 23rd draft. Monumental basketball president Michael Winger. This is for the fans.
Yeah, certainly there's been a lot of work done to level up the organization and to sort of turn things over, but ultimately it's our fans that endure the most. And to me, this number 1 pick is for that.
Chargers and tight end David Njoku, a 1-year deal. Bills signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana. Jaguars signed veteran running back Amir Abdullah. Marlins beat the Nationals 5-2. Nats at Cincinnati tomorrow night. The Knicks and Timberwolves winners in the NBA, Montreal and Anaheim in the NHL. Mystics lose in overtime to the Liberty. Spirit beat Seattle 1-0. Georgetown, a huge win over Virginia men's lacrosse 14-10. Defenders versus Orlando Storm Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day. The first 5,000 fans get a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf, 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Diet Coke o'clock. Fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline, of course. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Now we're jumping on the Rude guest hotline to talk to our friend, Mr. Brian Geltzeiler from SiriusXM NBA Radio. Brian, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well, man.
We're fired up in D.C. The lottery balls finally went our way, dude. What was your reaction to the draft lottery yesterday?
Tanking seemed to work this year, boys, right? That's why they're changing the rules. You had a handful of teams that were all trying to be really bad. No one accomplished that more prolifically than the Washington Wizards, and they get rewarded with the number 1 overall pick in a stacked draft that could very well be transcendent for the amount of star players it delivers into the NBA. So when you look at the Wizards right now, the young core that they have, they made 2 deals for veterans that have been all-stars in the past that both struggle to stay healthy in their own way. But nonetheless, they've certainly made every attempt to put themselves on the map to have some relevancy for next year. So I think if you're a Wizards fan, there's no reason not to be ridiculously hopeful right now about what's coming up in the future.
Absolutely. And I'm curious, now that we've gotten through the draft and the Wizards get the 1 pick, this draft is loaded, I think. Most experts and just me watching college basketball, I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But there also isn't a Cooper Flagg or a Wemby type prospect. Who do you believe is the best player? Is it Dabanza? Is it Peterson? Is there some guy that stands out to you that has to go number 1?
Guys, there may be 3 or 4 Cooper Flagg, Wemby-like prospects. Now, listen, let me go back on that. There's no Wemby. No one. You're not going to get a Victor Wembanyama. That's a generational guy. But Cooper Flagg-like prospect, you could have 3 or 4 of them. Frankly, A.J. Dabanza I would take first. I think he's the most talented player in this draft. I think his combination of size, strength, speed, athleticism, what he is on the perimeter, who he can be inside. And listen, he didn't play great defense in his 1 year at BYU, but I think there's a profile of a very good defensive player out there for A.J. Dabanza. So he's a guy I would look at. Darren Peterson, who appears to have solved his cramping problem with too much creatine. Who knew, right? Take a drug that's going to add water weight to your body and you get more cramps. Who knew? I mean, right? So it's that he appears to have solved that, but that's an incredibly talented player who is just smooth as smooth could be, has a lot of gravity. And listen, the thing you heard about him, and you saw in the McDonald's All-American game, all the other stars were deferring to him because that's how good he is, that's how much respect he garners, and that's how he carries himself. Caleb Wilson may be the most athletic player in this draft, who can be a 4 or potentially a 5 because of how strong he is. And from 15 feet and in, the guy's literally unstoppable. And that's another guy with an excellent defensive profile out there. And in a league that's valuing, in not only speed and athleticism, but size as well, Caleb Wilson could be an undersized 5 that could be really effective for you. And again, another guy with a potential to be transcendent. I haven't even brought up Carlos Boozer's kid yet, Cam Boozer, who, listen, I think Boozer is going to be more of like his dad with a 3-point shot. But by the same token, his dad with a 3-point shot, a pretty awesome player. Like, he's not an above the rim guy, but he definitely can guard a little bit. He doesn't have a weakness offensively, and if the team that drafts him, if he gets put in the right spot, he can really be someone that changes an organization as well. So, listen, it's a fantastic draft. You're fine if you got one of the top 4 spots, but obviously if you're the Wizards here and getting the number 1 overall pick, you're going to have your choice of these 4 guys that all have the potential to completely change the fortunes of an entire organization.
Well, Brian, when you hear the talk that the owner of the Utah Jazz really, really wants DeBanza and likes him, and you name all those guys and what the possibilities are, does it make sense to possibly trade that with them, move down, get one of these guys, and you might be able to get some first rounds for another year to come?
Yeah, Brian, it's a great question because I think you have to explore the possibility.
Yeah.
Because the thing is this, if you're going to move down one spot and still get yourself Darren Peterson, because if Utah trades up, it's for DeBanza. That's who they want. Went to BYU, comfortable in that area. He's a player that they would easily find a way to fit in. And it also, listen, if they get DeBanza or even Caleb Wilson, it relieves them of a difficult Walker Kessler problem that they have right now, where he's going to get a massive offer and a restricted free agency from somebody. And the Jazz, who could have had 2 first-round picks for him as recently as a year ago, are going to end up having to let him go for nothing. My point being is that if you're able to do that with Kessler, get something, and then if you're Washington and you can get the number 2 pick and get some future draft capital, get a pick or 2 for the future. If the Jazz, who have a lot of picks to trade, are willing to give that up to you and you still get a player that you covet, or you're on the fence between DeBanza and Peterson or between DeBanza and Caleb Wilson, why wouldn't you take the extra assets? I think you have to see what's out there. And really kind of what I would also do is maybe hold a little bit of an auction. Say, okay, this is what you're going to give us if we trade down to 2. If we trade down to 3, what are you going to be willing to give us, Memphis Grizzlies? Keep in mind, just collected 4 first-round picks last offseason in a Desmond Bane trade and have a whole lot of extra picks to trade, including some Utah picks from the Jaren Jackson deal. Like, I think in a draft like this, where you're so loaded at the top, if teams are going to covet one guy above the others and be willing to put their money where their mouth is regarding draft capital in a deal, you have. I'm not saying you have to do it. You have to entertain it and see what's out there.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's just fascinating because, like, just this tie to Utah being at 2. If Washington can just go back 1, pick more stuff up, I'm with you. It absolutely makes sense. Do you think they could go back as far as 3 or 4 also with Memphis and Chicago there? Because, I mean, the top 4 picks in this seem crazy good. And I love Boozer and Wilson. I might like Wilson better than Boozer.
Oh, I do like Wilson better than Boozer. I may like Wilson better than Peterson, guys. Don't know if I'm there yet, but I love Caleb Wilson.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. Listen, I happen to think, and I want to say this in the most respectful way possible, because I think Cam Boozer is going to be a very good NBA player. The athletic profile on the other 3 is just better. Right. And I think he'll be a very good NBA player. Here's my point. If I'm going to entertain trading down and pick up, as you said so eloquently, a bunch of extra stuff, and you should, if you're going to trade down, get as much stuff as you can. Yep. I would definitely draw a distinction between 3 and 4 because of that athletic profile. And again, I say that with the utmost respect for Cameron Boozer, that I think could be a multi-year all-star in the NBA and a potential all-NBA guy. So I don't want to be disrespectful in terms of what he could be, because he's an incredibly skilled player, and he's certainly not a bad athlete. He's a very good athlete. The athletic profile for DeBanza and Peterson and Caleb Wilson is just a level above where Boozer is. And I think if you land the lottery, I don't know that they can give you enough future stuff that you're going to want to trade yourself out of the athletic profile of one of those other 3 guys. So I probably would draw the line at 3 to answer your question.
We're talking with Brian Geltzeiler here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give Brian a follow, B Geltz, Geltz, NBA, B Geltz, NBA. Listen to his work on SiriusXM NBA Radio. Check him out on NBA TV as well. Brian, just somebody that knows this league and works in it every day. What does your gut tell you right now, the day after the lottery, if Washington's making the pick or trading it?
Making the pick. Wow. I would think that, well, because I look at the roster in a couple of ways. First of all, Anthony Davis, who, already is unhappy because he wants a contract extension that the Wizards are very smart not to give him right now. And the other thing Anthony Davis is not going to be happy about is on this team, he's probably going to play the 5. You can call Sarr the 4 as much as you want. Anthony Davis is going to play the 5. And to me, if I can slot A.J. DeBonsa as a 6'9", 220-pound 3 that can guard the perimeter and play inside and out, and have him next to Alex Sarr, who can do two things very well, block shots and hit threes, and have Anthony Davis in my front court, I'm going to go with this ultra-giant front court and feel like, well, if it doesn't work out with Davis, I can move on from him. And I know that if I wanted to shift DeBonsa and Sarr to the 4 and 5, depending upon what else I get and who else develops, whether it's Koulibaly, whether it's Trey Johnson, I have the option to do that. The position versatility of these 3 guys, I think DeBonsa, Sarr, and Anthony Davis allows the Wizards a lot of optionality, and not only what you want to do on the floor, but if, you have to anticipate it not going well with Anthony Davis and know that you have a pivot plan. And if your pivot, if you draft DeBonsa, you have a good pivot plan away from Anthony Davis. And I think it's very important for the Wizards for their future that there's not this delusion to who Anthony Davis is going to be for the team. He's still a guy that struggles to stay on the floor, and he's still a guy that doesn't give you as much when he's miserable about his contract situation. My point being is that if it was me and and it was my decision to make, I would entertain those. And listen, if I get really bowled over with an offer, I got to look at it. But in the absence of getting what we like to call a Godfather offer, gentlemen, I would be drafting A.J. DeBonsa.
Yeah, because I think the possibilities they have, they got A.J. DeBonsa they could use as a trade till moving down, and then you got Anthony Davis who not happy here. Somebody may think he could be the piece to their puzzle because he wants to be on a contender. They're not a contender right now. I would utilize that, and I mean, in 1 year you could probably build a team.
So, Brian, here's what I'll say to you about that. You're right about Anthony Davis wanting to be on a contender, but there's one thing that he wants more than to be on a contender.
Money.
To get one last massive contract extension. That's correct. Okay, and if the Wizards were willing to give him that money, you know how fast Anthony Davis could convince himself the Wizards were a contender right now?
Right.
Whoever's going to give him that money, he'll decide and contend. That's where he is.
Dude, I don't want to give him that money.
That's kind of part of my... And that's part of my point with him is that the Wizards right now are being smart. He just proved that he couldn't stay on the floor for even a third of the season. And the injury history is checkered. And listen, I feel bad for Anthony Davis because this Luka deal almost attaches like the NBA's version of a scarlet letter to him. Like somehow in the end, he was not even close to enough. And for the player that he's been for all these years in the league, I don't think that's fair either. But nonetheless, you can't step up and pay him till he shows you at least a modicum of health and that he can be productive in this situation. But that's also going to be what comes first, the chicken or the egg, because he may not be that guy in this situation if he isn't paid. So that's kind of my point with all this is be careful hanging your hat on Anthony Davis. And I think the Wizards up till now have handled it pretty well. Once they get him, kind of on board in training camp, with the team, they'll get a little bit of a better idea of what they have and what he's going to be. But again, do not make moves here, especially with this number 1 draft pick, with the thought that Anthony Davis is going to be like a pillar of their future, because I think that the odds of that happening are pretty slim.
I mean, dude, in the NBA especially, let's say you could remove the Davis injury concerns, which are significant. He's still going to be 33. You know, like there's a lot of tread on those tires. It's just, I agree with you. The Davis thing, if he plays, maybe that is kind of the bridge to this team getting competitive right away and this young core they're building, getting some playoff experience. But like he's not the long-term answer. And I think the organization is smart enough to know not to pay him either. I hope.
Listen, if they were going to pay him, I think they would have paid him already. I really do. And again, he can come out and prove himself. And what they may end up doing is, if he does play well, is say, okay, let's opt out of the last year of your deal. Let's sign you to a multi-year deal at a lot less than the max. You get paid longer, and we get to stretch money out on our books. There is a world and a solution where that works, but your point is well taken. He is 33 years old, and bridge is the right word to use. He's a bridge to your future to try to show some of these young guys how to win. But my point is that if he's not happy with his contract situation, all he's going to do is show these young guys how to sulk. And that, and I don't know that you want that around your team.
Totally.
There's so much hope there right now. There's a nice young core now that you're going to add, whether it's AJ DeBonce or Darren Peterson, you're going to add a high-level talent to a group that's got a whole lot of potential. Again, I love Alex Sarr. I like Bilal Coulibaly. George has shown himself to be able to be something that I think could be part of the long-term future. Trey Johnson, to me, is going to have to, narrow up the shot selection a little bit. I think that comes with some maturity. There's talent with this group, and I think you want to make sure that everything that you think about and every decision you make has this group pulling in the right direction. Listen, it's funny, we've talked a lot about Davis. I haven't mentioned Trae Young much. Right. I'm a lot less concerned with Trae Young, because with Trae Young, you kind of know what you're getting. We know the Wizards sat him this year when he could have played, and there's no doubt about that. We know Trae Young will move the ball on offense. We know he'll be spotty shooting the basketball, because the last 3 years have told us that, but he will absolutely set other guys up, and we know that his defense is a traffic cone. So at least you know what you're up against with Trae Young and know how to build around it. The questions of Anthony Davis being in and out of the lineup, and then when he's there being unhappy and affecting the young guys in a negative way, that's the stuff to me that the Wizards have to be front row about monitoring. Listen, they didn't trade great draft capital for Anthony Davis. My point being is that if you had to move on from him, you don't need to necessarily, they're not in a situation like the Rockets are with Durant, where you traded a valuable first-round pick, Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, for him. And now if you're going to move on from him, for your organization, for the healthy organization, you need to get something meaningful. I don't think the Wizards are there with Anthony Davis and what they gave up for him. It was a worthwhile risk in the moment, and I think in the end, if it doesn't work out for them with him, they move on and they lean into this young group.
I've had this conversation with a few people. Any possibility they have enough to end up having a guy like the Greek Freak on this basketball team?
Brian, I don't know that you want to do that. The short answer to your question is I think they probably do have enough. Mm-hmm. I think if they really wanted to go get him, they could sacrifice future drafts. They have all their picks. They could give Milwaukee all the picks, all the swaps that they want. And listen, if you say Alex Sarr, Milwaukee's going to perk up and listen. You'll get, with Sarr as a lead piece, okay, and send the right salaries back, picks and swaps, you're in this Giannis thing. Here's the question I would ask you. Why do you want to be? And I say that for this reason. Would there be enough there afterwards that Giannis would be able to contend? Because you still have to get Giannis's name on a contract extension. And that's the whole key. To trade for him blind and trade all of these assets, not knowing that he's going to commit to you long term, to me, that's a gamble that this organization doesn't need, because if it fails, it sets this organization back 10 years. The other thing is this that I'll say, and Giannis, when he's on the floor, is still one of the 3 best players in the league. He guy's outstanding. He's missed a lot of games with a lot of lower leg injuries, and he's 31 years old and plays a physical style of play. And is his game going to age well? I'm not positive. And the thing is with Giannis, the price tag is going to be so high, especially in draft capital, because Milwaukee's got literally no draft capital. Like, people that talk about Minnesota and the Knicks getting involved in the Giannis sweepstakes, I think it's ridiculous. A team with no picks can't get Giannis. Milwaukee's not doing it. Okay, but the thing is that if you're going to give up all that draft capital to do that and have these risks hanging over your head, unless you're positive you can contend immediately, I'd be careful. I'd be careful diving in there. I kind of think this longer runway and this longer road, especially what the Wizards and their fans have gone through the last few years with these miserable, rough years, to finally have a number 1 pick. Because listen, Milwaukee's going to ask for the number 1 pick first, and you know the Wizards are going to say no. And will that be a non-starter? Probably not. If it was Sarr and all these other future picks and swaps, the Bucks would have to listen, because I don't know what else is going to be out there for them. But I'd be really, really careful, just because there's some, health question marks regarding Giannis's future that I don't know that I would want to take after all this suffering Wizards fans have done. I don't know that I would turn around and want to make that the best chance that you have to win here in the future.
I'm with you, dude. As a Wiz fan, like they tore it all the way down, which was the right move to rebuild it the right way, and to do that is young players emerging. Brian, before we let you go, I got to ask you this. I'm looking at your Twitter profile, B Geltz NBA. You can check him out on SiriusXM NBA Radio. On here, you write, Grant Hill once called me Tony Soprano. Can you explain that?
I would love to. So, 2018, I was working with NBA TV. We were doing all-day studio show for All-Star Weekend outside of the Staples Center. It was not the Crypto.com Center, yet that's how long back it was. And I was blessed enough at the time, we had a nightly pregame show called 10 Before Tip, and they asked me and my late great friend Sekou Smith and Dennis Scott to join Jared Greenberg up on this studio platform to do a segment promoting our show later that evening. And it was an incredible moment, guys. Our voices were out over the PA system, 30,000 people watching us live. It was really cool. And Jared Greenberg, a close friend of mine, who's still with Turner Sports and does college basketball for them, used to joke around because I'm a Jersey guy and I'm a huge Sopranos fan. He would refer to me as the NBA TV's version of Tony Soprano. So that was Jared's on-air joke. So we get done with our segment, and after our segment, Grant Hill, Isaiah Thomas, and Shaq were coming on to take over for us in between segments. And as we get done taking the microphone off and ready to move off our set, Grant Hill does a beeline for me, pulls me in for a hug, and says, "My man, Tony Soprano." And we got a big laugh out of it. But since then, I kind of feel like that's a claim to fame. I don't know, you can find a lot of other guys that cover this league that Grant Hill ever called him Tony Soprano. So it's a proud moment for me. So I hang that my Twitter profile for the whole world to see.
I like it. Hey, Brian, we really appreciate your time, you, man. This was great. We'll circle back as we get closer to the draft.
Guys, I'll do it again anytime. My pleasure, guys. Always. Reach out anytime. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, dude. Brother. Take care. It's Brian Geltzeiler from SiriusXM NBA Radio. A lot of great information there. Stick and pick, trade, so much to try to figure out. We're going to get into all of it. I can't believe they won the draft lottery. I can't believe we get to talk about possibly trading this pick. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. The Pittsburgh Steelers have agreed to terms with kicker Chris Boswell, 4 years, $28 million. Chargers and tight end David Njoku agreed to a 1-year deal. The Bills signed Mike Dana, a former Chiefs linebacker, and the Jaguars have signed veteran running back Amir Abdullah. The Wizards will have the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Monumental basketball president Michael Winger still work to do.
I think our validation, our rewards will come years down the line when we see if we're putting together the right group of guys and building the organization the right way.
Detroit at Cleveland tonight in the NBA with Detroit leading 2-1. Oklahoma City can put away the Lakers up 3-0. Minnesota and Colorado in the Stanley Cup playoffs from Minnesota. Avalanche 2-1. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
This is what Wemby said to Naz Reid's jaw. Move. I was excited. I'll show you a picture, B. Hold on. Really enjoyed that interview with Brian Geltzeiler. If you missed it, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Man. He knows his stuff.
That dude knows his stuff. And I'm with him, man. Like, as somebody that has gutted out this Wiz rebuild, I think it's cool they added Trey and Anthony Davis, but, like, I am not married to those dudes. And I do not feel compelled to offer them a long-term contract. Like, if those are flippable assets, cool. Like, do what you need to do. Now,
that's why I like them putting themselves in the position they have.
Totally. Now, the text thread was buzzing last night because we were all watching T-Wolves Spurs, right? It was a good game. I do think I should show you my setup last night, which you will not be surprised by. I was watching the hoops, and I was watching the puck, and I was watching a show called Real Housewives of Rhode Island. These ladies are nuts. Anyway, for Monumental, I don't know if you can zoom in on that.
I am keeping my thoughts to myself.
I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but that was my setup last night. I'm watching puck, hoops, and Bravo. Let's start. We talked a lot of basketball so far, but it's what the Wizards are going to do with the number 1 overall pick. We haven't talked about the actual games on the court. Wemby, last night, deserved to be thrown out of that game.
Yeah.
That elbow was outrageous.
Yeah, it could have caught him in the eye.
Dude, it was dangerous. Did you see in the broadcast? You can pot everybody up. We'll have a boys talking hoops discussion here. But did you see in the broadcast when they called it a flagrant 2, Wemby goes, what does that mean?
Yeah, he didn't
know what it meant.
It
means get your ass out of here.
Yes, exactly.
That game, though, I mean, the Spurs showed real fight without Wemby, and I thought it was cool. As he was leaving the gym, he kind of looked to his team, and I don't know the words, but it seemed something like, you guys got this. You don't need me. And I just thought that was a cool...
Well, they played a lot of games this year without him.
Totally.
So they used to playing without him, so, it was...
That dude Castle is good. De'Aaron Fox is still really good. But last night, especially late in that game...
Vassell, whatever, they got some players on their team, bro.
It became the Ant show. Was that the first time Edwards has been in the starting lineup in this series or since he got injured? Because I feel like he's been coming off the bench a lot, and Ant started last night. Played 40 minutes, had 36 points, and he is just such a
dog
presence, like a menacing presence, man.
He when he gets to playing downhill, he is going to keep coming at you. Like he told the young buck, he said, if I had my legs with me, you got dunked on.
I really like Naz Reid as a player. He seems just like a good dude too. So that series goes back. It's back to even 2-2. The next game is tomorrow night. They're back in San Antonio. And Strober just told me that the news that's just emerging here is Wemby will not be suspended. So he got thrown out of that game, but no further suspension.
That's the question that Witchcom was asking last night. Carmelo.
Yeah.
Like, he, based off of that, he could be thrown out the next game. But I guess they were like, nah, we're not doing that to him.
I think he should be thrown out the game.
Do you?
Yes, because it was no space for that. Like, even if you get fouled, all right, move on. You are the star of this team. And one thing I hate, and I've seen it, and I don't mean this to no disrespect at all, but even for Americans or if you come into this country, you need to know the rules wherever you go. Because for him to act like, oh, I didn't know that rule, that was crazy, bro.
He knew the rule.
He knew the rule.
He just wanted to act like, oh,
especially,
man, they threw me out.
In a series where the game before that, tensions were already high. Now, what if they would have suspended him because that was some Ron Artest stuff right there. It was blatant. Now the Spurs would have been affected for the rest of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nah.
It was pretty egregious. I honestly wasn't sure. I was glad the NBA threw him out because that was 100% the rule. But I was still a little surprised they threw him out because the NBA is star-driven. And there's no league out there that seems to cater to their stars.
You can't do something that wide open and that blatantly, and they not do nothing about it. I
agree.
Once they say flagrant 2, bye-bye.
I agree.
Yeah.
I am not surprised whatsoever, though, that he's not suspended.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh, no. This is the part where the NBA did what you thought could have happened last night.
Right.
Oh, he's supposed to probably be suspended this next game, but they were like, nah, we're not doing that. Cash cow.
Yeah, dude. Elsewhere around so we got at least 2 more games of T-Wolves Spurs. I have said and maintain that should the Minnesota beat San Antonio, I will wear the hot dog hat for the first hour of the program after that happens. I still don't think it's going to happen. I still think we're getting Spurs Thunder, but last night didn't go great for me. You know who yesterday went great for? Who had a great Mother's Day? All the Knicks fans.
Yeah.
The Knicks absolutely throttled the Sixers.
Kicked their ass, point blank.
What was the collective score in that series?
They
Knicks
lost by 30 yesterday. I think one of the games they lost by 30 earlier.
They lost by 30 yesterday.
And then 2 20-something games, I thought it was. One was a little closer than that, 17,
There was
18. One was 18 points.
The Sixers, rather, covered one game. So they won by 39, 6, 14,
39,
and 30.
6, 14, and 30.
So 69 and 6 is 75, and 14 is 89.
89 points.
Over 4 games?
Yeah. That's averaging 22 a game.
Straight up ass kicking. How you feel about the Knicks going to the Eastern Conference Finals?
Very possible. I mean,
they're in the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm saying.
They're going to be in it. I mean, the thing about it is, like, this is the whole thing I'm concerned about. Can anybody in the East beat anybody from the West?
No.
That's what I'm looking at. But I think we don't know who's going to Detroit or Cleveland, but I think Detroit would be a test for them.
I got to be honest. I just pulled up tickets for the Knicks on SeatGeek. It's not as much as I was expecting. And it's still stupid. But you can get in the building for $800.
In the what one? The finals?
No, in the Eastern Conference Finals next week. Or whenever they start.
At this point it is.
I mean, it's $800 per ticket, right? So if you want to take your wife or something, you're talking about $1,600 before you buy a beer or a hot dog. Now, if you go down to like good seats, you're talking $20,000. And I imagine that'll only go up.
Well, I was looking at the show last night I was looking on 60 Minutes, and they were talking about the World Cup stuff. They got tickets going for $1 million.
You know what's messed up with that World Cup? Have you seen they're not allowing people to park at MetLife Stadium where there's ample parking?
They don't, bruh. They take over everything when they roll in.
And that joint's the most corrupt. Of all the corrupt sports leagues, that thing is next level. All right, so the Knicks are through. The Pistons play the Cavs tonight. That series has been more entertaining than I was expecting. Detroit's up 2-1. I assume that game is in Cleveland. I don't know. The Cavs are favored by 3.5. I think Detroit gets through in that series. The Lakers host the Thunder tonight in Game 4. 10:30 on Amazon. I tell you who won't be watching. But
I'll be watching some of it.
10:30 tip, B.
I'll be watching some of it. I normally, right around 11 something.
That's when you call it?
My body starts saying, dude, you're getting up at 6. It's time to go to sleep now.
Dude, the Lakers.
I can gut to about 12 sometimes. I don't know.
I can too if it's compelling. Like, honestly, Spurs T-Wolves, if that was a 10 o'clock tip for Game 5, Game 6, I'd probably lock in for that. The Lakers are 11.5 point home underdogs tonight.
Mm-hmm.
About getting swept. Now, could they win tonight and then it's a gentleman's sweep?
Does Luka play tonight?
Strober, what do you got on that? I don't believe he's expected to, but that doesn't.
Well, they were talking about he may play in Game 2. Now it's Game 4. If he's about to play in Game 2, then damn it, he should be playing now. He's in better shape, they said, right?
He's ruled out for Game 4.
Officially.
Okay. Yep, they going home.
LeBron's last game in L.A.?
I think so.
You do? You think it's LeBron's last game?
I don't think it's his last game, but I think he going to try to hook on some team that's about to go to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
People hate hearing that, but it's the truth.
Lakers done tonight?
I think so.
You're gonna have the Thunder and the Knicks with a lot of rest, while the Pistons and the Cavs and the T-Wolves and the Spurs just keep slugging it out.
Still playing, baby.
Wizards head coach Brian Keefe's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. Here's a prime example of why Chris Russell's so dependable. Apparently, he's just been bothering people all weekend, maybe all for decades, but he's been very vocally. I'm gonna let Strober's Locked On Wizards explain why you guys are all mad at Chris Russell.
He just came in the studio and said, "We did it! We did it! We got the number 1 overall pick." I said, "We."
He not French. What the hell are he talking about?
You don't get to celebrate this. You're the one that's trashed the entire process and saying how and then yesterday he gets on social media and he's like, "Oh, well, yeah, it's all luck." Well, and I said that was the point. Now you're coming back on everything you've said. We got to shame him now.
All right, he's about to put headphones in. I will let you lead the Chris Russell shaming. I usually do it. He is wearing a dunce cap, which I like that. Joey, make sure you get this on Monumental because it looks
prop.
Honestly, it fits you right, Bruce. The dunce cap.
It was his hat.
Well, thank you. It's the first time I've worn it. I could use some positive social media publicity. So if you guys want to light me up, go right ahead. I'm sure a lot of our listeners on both stations would appreciate the picture of me wearing a dunce cap.
But the question is,
I'm just sending it to CK.
Why all of a sudden you become like you on the side of the thing that you was cheering against?
Well, I was not cheering against them getting the number 1 overall pick. I was absolutely for the radio show and for the community, the DMV at large, cheering for them to get the number 1 pick. I don't like the process. I hate tanking in the NBA. I don't mind tanking in the NFL because you truly get rewarded. You truly get rewarded, and they still don't do it in the NFL. In the NBA, it's a hope. It's a wild, wild hope. That's it. And they woke up on the right side of the bed yesterday morning. What can I tell you?
Strober?
I can't hear him.
He's at a loss for words.
He's not talking. I made many good points that he doesn't know what to say.
I'm trying to figure out how to get Rooster on the camera right now. We've had issues on the VMix the whole day.
Well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to stand up? Do you want me to dance? What do you
I'd
want
like
me
you
to
to stand up and dance.
No.
Well, you're not on the camera right now, so you're lucky. But Monumental is picking you up.
Oh yeah, Monumental. Turn that dunce straight into the front.
You want him on what?
Okay, so I am on Monumental. I'm just not on what? YouTube?
That's pretty good. Monumental now with Chris in the dunce cap is pretty good.
No, we're going to have a conversation here about Rooster and his stance on tanking. He wants the Detroit Pistons to lose so bad. He can't believe that they came back from being down 3-1 because he wants to go in this whole tirade. See? Tanking doesn't work. Even if you have a superstar like Cade Cunningham, you don't win anything. And I know that's what he's going to say. If the Wizards don't end up winning anything significant within 2 to 3 years, he's going to say, see, I told you this process didn't work. That's what Rooster's
I'm not willing to take 7 years to win a playoff series, barely, number 1. Number 2, after 5 years of complete tankage, complete suckage. That's the first point. Number 2, I would say this. Here's what I love about the Wizards, the way this worked out. Not the way they planned it, the way this worked out is they're getting the number 1 pick when they're mostly built with a young core with depth, as opposed to Detroit, and Strobes, you know more about the NBA than I do. Cunningham was earlier in the process, and then they built the core around him, and he missed like most of, I think, his second year in the league or whatever. So the Wizards have basically, by happenstance, reversed the process where they're adding number 1 pick, hopeful stud into a solid young core. Now, what that solid young core yields, I don't know. They haven't played a competitive basketball game yet in 3 years. I have no idea if they're going to have Hershey squirts in their underwear when they play a meaningful game in March.
You allowed to say that?
I'm allowed to say whatever I want.
Can we acknowledge something?
Maybe not.
FCC. Chris Russell said that.
I have two points to make.
Yes.
Losing
sucks.
Gives them the best chance of this happening. You acknowledge that?
Did they have a better chance than Utah, Brooklyn, or
they were locked into the top 5,
or the Bulls?
They were locked into the top 5.
Well, they were locked into the top 5.
And that's
ultimately losing the way they did with semi-legitimate, if not, I guess, legitimate injuries after the trades that they made to get rid of productive players like McCollum and others. Yeah, I mean, it locked them into the top 5.
But, right.
I mean, they weren't guaranteed of anything to yesterday afternoon other than a top 5 pick.
But whether they got the number 1 pick, they got one of the 4 picks. I think they had done their job because, it's not just one guy in this draft.
No, it's not. As you know, I was listening to you guys with Getzweiler. I like Caleb Wilson a lot. Me too. But Acuff, I think, is going to be a good player, but I'm not sure Boozer is going to be a stud. I don't think so. What if you got the 5th pick and Boozer was sitting? Then you're like, all right, I'm going to add a good player, but I'm not going to add a great player, a dynamic player.
But that didn't happen.
But it didn't happen. But you got to think about this stuff ahead of time. Yes, you do.
Ahead of time, but right now it's done.
I understand that.
That's why you came in with your pom poms.
I understand that, but everybody's getting all over my ass for what I said before they got the number 1 pick.
Can I ask a real question?
Now that they have the number 1 pick, they have the chance to control the draft. And I understand, as you guys talked about, they could trade down. I wouldn't like that. You sucked on purpose for 3 years to control a draft that is arguably the best draft that we've had top,
But
10.
they can control it while putting themselves in even a better situation. Why wouldn't you think about that?
You can think about it. You can discuss it. You want to call me and discuss it? We can have discussions.
Your beef with Toby is 90% fake, 10% real. That's my numbers.
Yeah, I mean, remember what I enjoy in my personal time. WWE and professional wrestling. So there's a little.
Okay. So wait.
There's a little sports entertainment.
Some
here.
of this is performative too. I think
is
you
WWE
prefer
professional wrestling? Or you separating?
No, WWE is professional.
Okay,
wrestling. I like AEW as well.
You're a hockey guy, and all you want the world to know is how much better hockey is than basketball.
And it is
fine,
right?
I think
the numbers wouldn't say.
Well,
that,
the people are stupid. I mean,
I think this is way more about hockey guys hate load management, tanking. Those sorts of things don't really happen in hockey. It's a different sport.
It's fair.
I think your beef here is more NBA, NHL than how the Wizards have conducted.
That's
anything.
fair. I have not been able to watch a Wizards game over the last 3 years in which I had a legitimate hope that they were going to win.
I watch almost every night because I would like watching the development of the young players.
But what are you developing? You're developing players in games that don't matter.
Johnson?
Games that don't matter. I want to see you develop and play well in games that matter.
Did you watch the Skins down the stretch? Did you watch Christmas Day? That game didn't matter.
Honestly, I watched it on tape delay, and I only watched bits and pieces. I did not watch it live that day. No,
because it's Christmas and your holidays and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
What about the finale in Philly?
I watched the rest of the league, and I bounced. I mean, from time.
This is the guy that has to go to every game.
Those games were completely insignificant.
This is the guy that has to go to every game.
By the way, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn were wrong. That game meant nothing. Nothing. It cost them to win that game.
Does every hockey game matter?
But football is different. Huh?
Does every hockey game matter?
Sure.
No, they don't.
Absolutely does.
That's straight BS. From
82 games, B. If you missed the playoffs by a point and you
all of them
gagged on October 15th, it cost you 2 points.
You lose twice to Vancouver?
Yeah.
Bruce, go
kick all the rocks. Go kick all the rocks. What do you want? Did the dunce cap get on? That's all I want to know.
Yeah. It's all well documented.
I'll take my punishment.
Chris Russell is a dunce. Listen to him live every day on Team 980. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Melwood. There will be no further discipline for Spurs star Victor Wembanyama after he was ejected for elbowing Naz Reid in Minnesota on Sunday night. He'll be available for Game 5. The Milwaukee Bucks are open for business on trade calls and offers for two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo. Wizards will have the number 1 overall selection in the NBA draft June 23rd. 6'9" BYU forward AJ Debonsa is considered the number 1 selection. He averaged 26, 7, and 4 as a consensus All-American for the Cougars. Steelers have agreed to terms with their kicker Chris Boswell. Chargers and tight end David Njoku a 1-year deal. Jaguars signed veteran running back Amir Abdullah. NBA tonight, Detroit can go up 3-1 at Cleveland. OKC can put away the Lakers up 3-0. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
I can beat that by 3.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Right now, we are really excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Wizards head coach, Mr. Brian Keefe. Brian, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, man.
What a day yesterday was for the organization, man. Curious kind of where you were watching and how you reacted.
Yeah, I was up there at the draft headquarters here in Chicago, and I was sitting there right. They had us situated at the Wizards table, so I was kind of right behind the players. So yeah, I was right there in the mix, and obviously a very exciting day for our organization.
Well, as you go through this whole process, and I know people always talk about the front office, they talk about the general manager, all this type of people. How much of this do you get to be a part of?
Yeah, very much a part of all of it. We have a great, obviously, with the draft process. Will Dawkins, led by him and his scouting crew, have a great group who does a fantastic job, and they're working on it all year. But as we get closer to start identifying players and stuff like that, I'm involved in the workouts and they're, watching film and asking opinion. But we got a great group that I obviously trust who's doing the majority of the work during the year. But yeah, definitely involved.
So throughout your career, I mean, you started your NBA career with the Spurs, working with Pop. Then you are, part of what became the Oklahoma City Thunder, started that career in Seattle. Like,
yep.
You've seen some legendary teams get built.
Yep.
What do you see in the Wiz right now, and what this pick does for the organization?
I think you always draw them from your past experiences. Obviously you got to build it in your own unique way, which we are doing. But I think some of the lessons you can learn is that you don't skip any steps. You build it brick by brick, and you build the habits that are going to be sustainable. And I think that's what we've been focused on since I've been here with Will and Michael and an ownership group, is building it the right way. And I think this is just another addition to that, and this is part of it, is that now we're adding a high player with high value, but we're going to continue on building it the way that we have, and that's just by being steady and growing it, day by day. And specifically on my end, that's what I really focus on with the team, is that we're building the habits that are going to be sustainable to win, and that's how we've looked at it.
My mindset has always been, like, once you get into a position like this, you have to make sure you go through every possibility that you can. Do you allow yourself to start thinking about who, what, or do you just say, I'm going to wait and see how they go through the process, and when we all come together, we come up with a solution and move forward?
Yeah, I think that's the way I've always looked at it, and that's the way we do it here anyways, is that we just kind of, we follow the process of it. That will lead us to determine what, we think is the best player available for us, and then we continue to plan and how we're going to build around our team with the addition of whoever we add. And, you can obviously add players like we did this year through trade, and then obviously free agency, and then we've obviously have built a lot of our team through the draft, and we obviously have drafted well, and we'll continue to do that with this process.
Talking with Wizards head coach Brian Keefe here on the Rude Guest Hotline. I'm curious, Brian, in your experience and like just looking at all the teams and young players you've worked for, like when you went back to the Thunder and you're working with SGA to become the most dominant player in basketball right now, or previously, you're working with Kristaps Porzingis or Kevin Durant in Seattle and then Oklahoma, like what do you try to identify in a young player that you recognize may not be a complete product, but what is it you look for most, both on the court and off?
Yeah, I think obviously there's some physical gifts that they obviously need to have, right? Size, the skill level, that type of stuff. But mostly the biggest thing for all those guys that you talked about is the love of the game and the mentality. I've been very fortunate in my career to be around some really great players. And there's a common denominator with a lot of them is that they have a tremendous love for the game and they love the process of working to get better, to be great. And that takes, a mental mindset, a stamina to do that every day. And those are, I think, the things that we believe in here, that the guys who love the game and have the certain mindset of wanting to get better and really look at this as continue to grow their game. Those are the things we think about, and those are the things that I've drawn throughout my career.
How do you identify that love of the game?
I think that's where we have these a lot of people who are involved in our organization in terms of you do a lot of work and finding out what they are as people. Obviously there's a lot of our scouts are out there doing that throughout the year. You're trying to find out what they stand for, what their values are. You can kind of sense those things when you're around them in terms of the love of the game. But that's what we have on our team right now. They've done a great job of identifying people who love to play, and you can see that up and down our roster. And that's why I think why our guys have improved so quickly is because they want to get better themselves. They love the process of it, and I think that stuff's really important.
I've watched this team throughout the year, and one thing I see is that a lot of these, they have that youthfulness where do they compete and practice like it seems like they do?
They do, yeah. Then we already got guys back in the gym already, second week already. Those guys are already getting after it. Like we have competitive guys. Like I said, they want to get better, and our practice can be pretty intense. But I think that's an environment that produces something that we want to be part of, and that's a competitive basketball team.
Coach, when I look at your resume prior to joining the Wiz, I mean, Spurs, Lakers, Knicks, Thunder, I mean, these are impressive organizations that are focused on championships. Understanding that the job you've had now for a couple seasons is part of a bigger picture. Like, how difficult is it to go into a season where it doesn't look like you guys are a playoff contender? How ready are you for that switch to flip?
I looked at, I've been parts of all different types of teams who have been, rebuilding, teams that are at a championship level. To me, we stick to the same process that we had, and I think I mentioned that earlier, is that there's no skipping steps here. Everybody starts at zero. We're starting to lay the foundation, but, something I can obviously take back to my days in San Antonio is like you build the habits, and you do that every day. And we think that's what's going to lead to be sustainable. And this is what the goal is for our organization, is to be a sustainable winner, to build the habits that are going to be needed to do that. Our team was a younger roster. They're learning how to win. They're learning how to work and what it takes to do that in the NBA. I think that's the stuff that's going to make us good. So we're going to continue on that path. And I think that's going to lead us to where we want to go.
It's fascinating because you guys have really built this young core through the draft, and then last season you had two star veteran players in Trae Young and Anthony Davis. I was there the night Trae got introduced. You spoke. I mean, it was a really warm reception by the player and the organization. What has Trae been like since he's arrived?
Yeah, it fit in great. Like a guy who, again, is very similar to like the guys that we drafted. A guy who loves the game, loves the craft, loves working at it. He's been a great mentor in the locker room. Obviously, didn't get a chance because of some of the injuries, playing a lot of games for us, but someone for our guys to lean on, and a guy who can help enhance what we're doing. we can see that in the games he did play, his passing ability. I think that's the one thing that's always stood out for me when I played against him is how good a passer this guy is. And I think he's just going to enhance the development of our whole team. But he's just a basketball guy, and he's been a joy to be around.
How much does that experience, a guy like that, help you get your message across when guys come in, veterans that have the same mentality that the coach may have?
Yeah, it's great. You can say the same thing about Anthony Davis too. Like, these are guys who are, have won before. Obviously, Anthony's won at the highest level, winning a championship, Olympics, stuff like that. But they are about the process. They're about the game. They love the craft. They could feel that when they walked into our own gym that we had a bunch of young guys who are very hungry, want to get better every day. So I think they identified for that. But they have great experience that they can share their knowledge, and our guys want to soak that up. So they've been a great fit. Really have enjoyed the two of them being in the organization.
Any contact with AD since you guys got the number one pick? He's been pretty honest, I think, about he wants to kind of figure out where the Wizards organization is and where he is. I imagine getting number one kind of helps that, right?
He's been great. He's been involved with us the whole time. We've had great conversations through the season and the off season, so he's been terrific.
That's great. Talking with Wizards coach Brian Keefe here on the Rude Guest Hotline. So Will Dawkins was on this morning with the Junks, and they did a great job of asking him about some of the specific prospects. Obviously, you guys have scouting to do. There's a lot of steps between now and the NBA draft. But just can you describe, how would you describe A.J. Debance' game?
We're going to let the experts do that for sure. I was so focused on our own team and our season, and that's what I should have been focused. That's really the biggest part of my job is helping our own players develop. I knew we were going to come to the point where we were going to have a determination of where we were going to pick, and obviously that was a great day for our organization yesterday. I haven't really got into specifics of our player, the guys we're going to look into that. We got some time to do that, and I know that the scouts have been doing that all year long, and I'll start catching myself up here over this next 4 to 6 weeks as we get closer to the draft.
What is that process for you? Will you kind of get in the room with the scouts and everybody watch together? Will you go through and maybe you guys identify 5 guys, however many players you think are a real option? What is your process as we head towards the draft?
Yeah, I think it's always been the same for me. Is you're obviously watching film on the guys that you think are in that range. There's obviously visits and stuff like that. There's going to be obviously meetings, so it's kind of a usual standard practice for us. But I'm excited to dive into it.
Coach, do you allow yourself time to relax and watch the NBA playoffs and all that?
Yeah, it's a fun time for sure. The one thing we always do is there's so much to learn from the playoffs. So we're already studying, seeing what people are doing, what the teams are running, how schemes and that type of stuff. This is the stuff we love to do. So when you're like myself, this is I wish we were playing, but it's fun to watch because there's something you can learn and take advantage for your team. So this is a great time of year for me, even though there's not much break for us. I got a little bit of time there after the season, but it's like I said, our guys are already back in the gym and working. So we're already starting to prepare for next year.
Have any of the playoff results surprised you? I mean, the way the Knicks dominated the Sixers, and I know they're Embiid in and out of the lineup, but gosh, the Knicks seem to be really rolling at the right time.
Yeah, they seem to be playing some good basketball. Kind of peaking here at the right time as they're building into their next round for sure.
Obviously, you're a part of the Wizards organization. You're the head coach of the team, but you guys aren't in it. Do you allow yourself to kind of root for the Thunder? I mean, that's a team so well, and we're just there.
I've worked for a lot of teams. I always root for the guys. I've been around a little bit, just doing this for a long time. You always root for the guys that you worked with, or players that you coach. I'm not rooting for any specific team anymore. I'm from Boston. I don't even root for them anymore. I grew up a huge Celtics fan, so that's how my love of the game grew up. Grew up in the '80s, and Bird, McHale, and those guys. But you're always pulling for guys that you coached, and you always keep track of their journey. That's half the fun. Is you get to kind of watch these people grow as the game goes, as their seasons grow in years. So, but no specific team I'm pulling for.
My motto is I have a little love for all the people that pay me.
That's a good one.
If you didn't pay me, I don't cheer for you at all. And if you pay me, I might not. But you know what? I love you a little bit.
As this thing kind of continues on, I don't know. I don't know if you do social media. I don't believe you do. Like, have you been able to experience kind of how much Wizards fans are excited about this?
I've gotten some feedback from people in the organization. I'm not a social media person, but the one thing I've, being here the last few years, and this is really a basketball community. When I'm out and about and just living my normal life, people will come up, approach me, talk about the team. They're so knowledgeable about the game, our players. That was the thing that I was most excited about yesterday. That was obviously a big thing for our organization as we go forward. But, really excited for the fans. And for and then for our ownership group too, Ted and his group. But like the fans being able to celebrate things like that, I think that's a great day for them. But this is a basketball community, and I can feel that since the time I've lived here.
Hey, Coach, last one for me. How cool was it for you to have John Wall represent the organization yesterday, and then for John to get it done?
Yeah, I thought that was great. Obviously, I coached against John for many years, and God, he was a handful with the speed, his passing. The fact that he wanted to get up there and represent us, I thought was terrific. He's been around a little bit this year. I know we had the night forum and stuff, and I got the chance to visit with him a little bit. He got it done, so it was great to have him up there.
That's so cool, man. Well, congratulations. I know you got when you watch tape, like I know what football coaches, what the tape they watch. Do you guys watch broadcasts? Is there a specific angle you like? Like when you're going to call BYU or Carolina or Duke or whoever, UMass, like do you ask for specific coaches tape? Do you ask for practice tape? How do you like to dig in?
Yeah, I don't usually watch broadcast stuff. I more like this, we have ways of getting film from stuff that's not from that. We can look at it from different angles, but it's not your typical broadcast version I'm watching.
Sure. I kind of would have been surprised if it was. All right, Coach. Thank you for the time, man.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, brother. Take care.
Wizards head coach Brian Keefe joining us there. Coach was not interested in providing us scouting reports on any of these players, B. Did you notice that?
I didn't expect to get that.
I thought boilerplate, he's a really good player, great shooter, great defender.
I'm going to let the experts handle this, Jay. How many times I give you an answer very similar to that?
Yeah.
I let the experts do their job. I'm not going to act like one, like 90% of social media.
Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. You heard Coach Keefe say he's going to rely on the experts. Well, when it comes to home repairs, you better do the same thing. We all know someone with a little too much DIY confidence when it comes to home repairs. They say, I could probably fix that. No, you can't. They grab a wrench, watch a video on YouTube, give it a shot, and then the problem gets worse. The other option, maybe you go with the really cheap handyman in your neighborhood, and then you get a disaster in your house. JP Finley here, and that's where my friends at Crop Metcalf come in. They service Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia since 1979, and Crop Metcalf provides certified experts and proactive memberships to take the guesswork out of home repairs. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, Crop Metcalf keeps your home running smooth without the stress or the do-overs. So instead of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, you can count on it being done right. So do every overconfident DIYer you know a favor. Tell them to leave it to the experts at Crop Metcalf. Book an HVAC Precision Tune-Up Special. Now only $99 at ServiceExperts.com. That's ServiceExperts.com.
This update brought to you by
Cars parked.
DC
Girls, how
Defenders.
excited are we?
This update brought to you by This update brought to you by DC Defenders. The NFL schedule is coming out.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Great and Danny starting in about a half hour. I saw Danny in the hallway. He is fired up about the Wiz. It's great. Whether you're team trade or team pick, it's just great that they control it. They have the options. They have the optionality. B, you and I are sitting here in the studio. We got a bunch of TVs on. McAfee's on one TV. McAfee's always on one of the TVs. It seems every TV in America, it seems like McAfee's on. And they had the owner of the Jazz. What's your gut tell you?
He wants him, and he gonna try to make a play. I just hope that he shows us how much he wants him.
Earlier this morning, I tweeted out, I want the Wiz to make the pick, but I know trades will be discussed. What do you want? 92% of voters said make the pick. 7, almost 8% said trade.
Yep. You know what I say? Let's see what the pros gonna do.
All right.
I'm like Brian Keefe, because my cousin used to call me Keefe, so I'm like Brian Keefe.
Who knew? Brian Keefe and Brian Keefe Mitchell.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, people have to understand. I know our society makes us think, but you have to listen to everything. And you don't know the possibilities of what a damn trade can do, especially for a desperate person. And that man, I just finished watching him on TV, seeing like, he like, damn, man, we really want him. How much you want him? You know what I'm saying? You go to buy a brand new Ferrari. They tell you it's $200,000. And the guy say, look, man, it's $200,000. And you like, I really want it though. Well, this guy already ordered it for $200,000. I'll give you $350,000. I'll let you leave. You gonna be riding out. You're gonna be riding out with that Ferrari. And the other dude, I'm gonna say, hey, bro, I got you one on the way.
Yeah, it's shipping.
I ain't turning down. Yeah, they had a problem. Yeah. You know, but if you show me how much you want something, let's see. Because if he really has invested in the bouncer, he wants him there, he's done all this stuff, and he wants to go forward, go ahead. Because there's 3 or 4, it's other 2, 3 people we could pick. You know, and then you go get extra picks for another date too. So I know, but let's be real. Players come along. Okay? They keep coming. You can keep picking them. But if I can get more because somebody really loves somebody, I'm going to let you love on, baby.
I remember I was in Vegas for the Caps Knights Stanley Cup. We went to game 1. And the night before, I was with a buddy of mine that has significant means, right? And I think the club is Hakkasan. Does that sound right? Like one of the big clubs in Vegas?
Been there before.
So my boy had a table set up, had everything set up. We had the, what do you call the dude? The host? Like the guy that sets it all up?
The bees.
We had all that. We are set. We are walking over there, and my boy's probably going to spend, I don't know, 10, 15 G's to make that night work, something like that. And all of a sudden, the host meets us like in the hallway outside, and it's like, "Oh, I wanted to get a drink over here, show you guys this bar." And we're like, "All right." And we have a drink, and then we're like, "All right, let's go to the club." And he's like, "We gotta wait. I'm really sorry." And my boy that's spending the money is like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "There's another guy that shows up
that's bigger than you,
and when he shows up, he likes to have the complete entrance blocked so that only he enters." And we were like, "What?" And the guy's just like, "Yeah, man, sorry, but I'll buy another drink here." Sometimes people are willing to do crazier stuff.
What did I tell you?
You got to just take them up.
When I was in New York, I forgot the restaurant name now.
Wasn't it Tao?
Tao.
Yeah.
And they will tell you when you sit, if Mr. Jeter shows up, you have to move. And that night, It was Z. Luckily, Jeter came in by himself and was like, oh, I don't want a problem. We could just sit here. But he sat at that damn table with them. You know what I'm saying? There's always somebody else with some Sam Cassell's or deeper pockets than you. You know what I mean? Just understand that.
I just got this tweet from Hokey Snoop. He said, if you missed any of our interview with Wizards head coach Brian Keefe, it was really good. I enjoyed getting to talk to Coach. Check it out on YouTube or on Instagram or on the Odyssey app, Spotify, Apple Pods, wherever you get your content, go back and find it, right? My man Hokey Snoop said, thank you for asking the coach all those questions, but are you serious? He couldn't answer one question about how he's watched the college game? Seems like just a figurehead, and leaving it to the scouts and consultants isn't ideal.
Well, Hokey Snoop, let me help you out a little bit. When you are the coach and other people do that job, that's their job to do. You don't go say stuff that might go against something they said. It goes in every business you go to. I guarantee you where you working at now, Mr. Snoop, you don't say everything you think if your boss sure says something against you. You might say it to somebody behind closed doors. You're not saying it publicly. And that's all that's about. It's not figurehead.
If you think at all possible that Brian Keefe has not already watched tape of all these dudes, you're nuts.
Totally.
You know what coaches in all sports love doing? Not answering questions.
Passing the buck. Because the whole thing is, let's say somebody come and ask me a thing about something we just done. Or we're about to do. And I don't have you haven't talked. I'm not about to go tell you everything. Because the last thing I ever like is like, hey, man, what you think about this? Because JP said this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, you gotta put me in. That's what people look to do. But the whole thing about it is people try to have one message going out. So if I say, oh, you got to talk to the experts about it, you know what I mean? He has the message. I'm not messing with that. You do it. That's how business works, especially in the sports world.
Right. Dawkins was on this morning, and Dawkins, the Junks
kind of
neck
right there.
Dude, that was Dawkins gave the Junks some good answers when they did that one word association thing. Dawkins is the boss. Keefe is not. They're gonna handle that differently.
But the thing, I love how people have all these opinions on sports world when they do the exact same damn thing in their world. It's no difference. When you know what a message is and you don't have all of it right in front of you, you know what you normally do? Pass it on to the person that can answer it. How many times you get asked a question, how you see the coaches get asked a question after the NFL game, and they say, well, I got to talk to the medical staff. Well, you might want to ask Adam that question. You want to. I gotta watch it. They know what the hell they're doing. Listen, I play at a football game. I can tell you everything I did in the game. But if you ask me the question after the game, you know what I'm saying? You got to watch the film first.
100%.
It gives you time. Come on, man. Let's not be that narrow-minded.
Yeah. You cannot take everything literally, especially from professional sports coaches, because they don't want to tell you anything.
At all.
Now, I do.
Even if he had the answer, he probably wouldn't have answered it.
I would like to ask a number of questions. Somehow, Strober's in for White Brian today. White Brian somehow got stuck in Dallas.
Man, you think he got stuck or did he meant to get stuck there?
I don't think he wanted to get stuck in Dallas.
He left Friday to go to Dallas.
Yeah, I assumed there was a wedding. Strober went to the bathroom. Good information.
If you go to a wedding, you get back.
Strober's back from the bathroom. It's a Festivus miracle. I don't know where Stallion is, but I'm pretty sure Stallion was doing an interview at one point during our show. I heard him out there talking about.
He was interviewing. He was talking to a guy that handles some people who the bands have played with that may come on with us.
Okay, terrific. I have a question. I owe White Brian lunch because he helped me with a Adobe issue I was having.
Yeah.
And I think it took him a little bit of time, so I want to do something for him.
And you gonna buy it for everybody?
You correctly said if you're getting White Brian lunch, you should get us all lunch.
Yeah.
I was thinking to have an air fryer feast tomorrow. However, the last person to use the air fryer is Rooster, and admitted to not cleaning it. So where do we stand? Jeff, you tend to get here early. You have cleaned the air fryer before. Is that a task you're willing to take on?
My little brothers are 13, 17, and 18, right? Yeah. And I don't have to clean up after them. I'm not cleaning up after no grown man who cook.
Got a 20 for you.
And oh yeah, all right, bet. What's up? What's up?
Damn, that was quick, wasn't it?
Hey, I do it for the dollar, but I ain't volunteering to clean up after a man.
Sausage Fest? I was thinking
what?
Sausage Party.
Sausage Party.
Y'all gotta change it to just change the name.
What would we like? Because I'm gonna left hand up here.
The guy's out.
I will go by probably Wegmans on Wisconsin.
What you gonna get, Jay?
That's what I want to discuss. Because here's what I know I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna season and marinate and all the stuff. So you tell me what you want me to get. Because if I do season and marinade, you and Jeff are going to tell me I didn't do enough. I did the wrong thing.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, if it comes to how he does those damn baked beans, we don't want that.
Straight out the can, baby. Don't even have to heat them up.
If you're going to season marinade, you can't do that tomorrow. Or you bring it early, I do it, and then we cook it.
That's why I'm thinking I'll just get sausages, because sausages are marinated and they're ready to rock. Wegmans might have stuff that's marinated. I don't know.
What you want to do, burgers or something like that?
I was honestly thinking, you know how you can buy those big packs of drumsticks? Those are easy to eat, easy to air fry. I'm open to suggestions. I'm asking your ideas.
We're not trying to do an air fry party with no damn drumsticks.
What would you like to do an air fry party with?
I'm just saying that takes too damn long.
About a gang of pork chops.
You got to marinate the hell out of the pork chops and all that. Just get some burgers, bro.
Burgers?
Burgers are easier.
Okay.
Burgers, buns, condiments. Done.
Do we have condiments, Jeff? Have they cleaned everything out?
We can always buy some more because I think they threw everything away one day.
All right.
Which they should, because sometimes that refrigerator smells like a bathroom.
Sure does. Yeah. And sometimes that bathroom smells like the 8th circle of hell.
Yeah, for real.
That bathroom is...
I had to hold my breath earlier.
Look, I don't know what people eat around here, but damn. All right.
Snack machine, dog.
Burgers and dogs. Burgers and dogs. White Brian party tomorrow. Do we know if he's back, Jeff? Has he made it back?
I don't know. And honestly, I was going to text him, but if he's still in the plane and still in the air, he probably won't get it. Because
most people that fly a lot and know how to get text on a plane.
Yeah, you can get text on a plane.
Ever since
we are talking about White Brian.
Jeff went to White Brian's house. White Brian has had a lot of Jeff's antics.
No,
he don't show up for work. He leaves early. All kind of stuff. I think Jeff went over there and just screwed him up.
No. White
Just
Brian
turned him into a stoner.
White Brian is not the person y'all think he is.
We finding that out.
I guess
I thought he was this little quiet, dependable person.
Yeah,
now I find out he's a rambunctious.
Now hold on. Even before Jeff went to his house, dude was late all the time.
No,
that was before Jeff went to his house.
No,
Super Bowl party.
He gonna put that on me. He showed up right on time. Now he don't even show up. And he called her. He called last night. Talking about, yeah, man, we back on the runway. They taking us back. Yeah, right. He wasn't even out. He wasn't out the hotel.
He's also so broke that I don't think he's trying to stay another night at a hotel.
He don't spend money, so he ain't broke.
We're gonna have.
He might have more money than all of us. He put down 5 cent bets and stuff.
We're gonna have an air fryer party tomorrow. Burgers and dogs, with or without White Brian, in White Brian's honor. Nobody go anywhere. We got bets to
grab
make,
some
baby. Cheese.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruption, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Still raining outside?
I thought this was going to stop at 11.
Dude, you know what happened? So Saturday we drove to the beach, and we were just doing stuff all day, and then it just started pouring rain. You're at the beach. Not a lot you can do when there's pouring rain.
Yeah, you're already wet. Don't worry about it.
Well, the kids were watching a movie. I just took a nap. You know how rarely I get to take a nap on a Saturday afternoon?
Well,
phenomenal, Brian.
Let me get you ready for something, Jay.
Uh-oh.
You're traveling somewhere on Wednesday?
Wednesday, yes, sir.
This could pop up at any time, what you're seeing outside.
Yeah.
And they don't really lead the course. They kind of act like they're in England.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like,
I'm prepared. I got new rain gear. My buddy gave me.
Yeah. I mean, it goes from one extreme to the next like that.
So I have been looking at the weather for Bandon.
What does it say?
I mean, you don't want to jinx it, but it looks great.
Yeah. In the morning, it's going to look like you're going to be like, what the hell? Why are the clouds so low?
So basically, Wednesday and Sunday are travel days because it's so far away.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's like 60-ish and sunny.
That's the high.
Yeah, low is 48.
What time y'all teeing off?
We're 36 a day. So generally,
you're teeing off in the morning. So you're going to experience the marine layer at morning and in the evening. You're going to see it both times.
I've seen it in California plenty.
You will go from gear on to gear off. It'll happen. Get ready for it.
I bet.
You're going to be walking too? Oh, yes, indeed.
It's all walking, right?
Yeah, I love that.
Somebody was asking me if I was walking. I was like, I believe the whole place is
well,
walking.
that place is, but you can go, if some places off of it that you can go, you can get a cart. But, you do them, for the most part, you walk there.
Also, isn't it all? Somebody was asking me if I have a caddy. I was like, I think everything is caddies. I don't think you can not have a caddy.
You can not have a caddy. You can push your own cart. You don't want to do that because that hurts your lower back.
If I'm playing 36 a day for 3 days, I'd rather pay for the caddy just to get through it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I texted Beasley to see if he could come on tomorrow.
I drink a lot of water.
I drink a lot of something.
You got to flush the system eventually, though.
Yeah, you're right. It might be next week. Walk in here hurting. I land. I mean, assuming everything goes off without a hitch, I land Sunday night at like 10:30 at DCA. Kind of shape you think I'm gonna be in walking in here next Monday morning, week from
you
today.
might want to pull one of them B. Mitch, Jeremy Shockey moves.
Just come straight here.
Come here and fall asleep on the couch. Just don't do what some other people has done there.
Nah, man, that couch is seeing some stuff.
They got new couches. They got new chairs over there now.
In the little
colorful chairs they got. Those weren't there back when.
But that one room that people sleep in. That's the same couch.
Nah, don't go in there.
Jeff, how many nights have you slept on that couch?
Man, when I was doing countdown and kickoff with Earl Forsey, I was sleeping here like once a week.
What time does that start? 8?
8. But
I love that show because I'm usually driving to FedEx mad early. I love listening to Earl break down the week.
Bro, I used to struggle with that one.
Because you're getting done at the club at 5?
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's how Shockey used to do it.
That makes sense. Just come over here.
Then when I was doing like the after parties to the club, I wasn't leaving out till 6. So I'll be walking out. I'll come in here, take a shower so I don't smell like bad decisions and get it going.
Did you shower downstairs at the gym?
Yes.
Stallion, have you slept on that little couch over there?
I have not. I've taken a nap on there, so I guess technically, but
that's called sleeping, dog.
Yeah,
but not like for the night.
Not for the night. Yeah, no, not for the night. I haven't worked that hard.
Strobes?
I did it a few times in the last 6 months.
How is
It's like a king size bed for Strobe.
That's uncalled for.
Ruthless.
I had some nights though where I was doing the junkies for a while, obviously, and I'd get back from Capitol and Arena so late, and it'd be midnight already. I'm like, I have to get up in 3.5 hours. I'm just gonna go to the station and crash on the couch. Not great sleep, but wouldn't be great sleep either way going home. Just
What's
because
your
I have to
call
wake up
time
so
for
early.
the junks? What time does like producers and stuff get here?
I would get here at 5.
I'm getting into my.
Gotta watch the first hour.
I'm getting to my
I'm
last
so glad I don't do it anymore. So glad I don't do it
my
anymore.
last quarter at that point, boy, I'm still.
Let's make some bets, boys.
Law. Gather around.
Yeah, I think I won a week last week, so I'll start
I
off.
was perfect last
I'm messing
week.
with you, JP.
All right, tonight we got Pistons, Cavs, Cleveland favored by 3.5. Thunder, Lakers. Lakers are home dogs. That's up to 12 now. That's going to get to a point where I'm going to have to take the Lakers, which I'm uncomfortable with. Then Avalanche Wild in Minnesota. They've been scoring like crazy, and they're not moving those totals. It's still 6.5 if you're into the pucks. Nats night off, or are they going tonight?
Night off tonight for the boys.
How did this series in Miami go?
They won 1. I believe it was Friday night, and then they dropped 2 this weekend.
That's tough because that's their chance in the division. They went down there 2 games below 500 or 3?
2 games, I believe.
Yeah, dude. That's a real opportunity. And, now they're 19 and 22, 3 games under. Where are they tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I'm blanking on this.
I got it. They're going to Cincinnati.
Yep. On to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati, baby. All right, what do we like tonight, boys?
Give me the Pistons. And I'm going with that over again, man. The Thunder and the Lakers.
You haven't hit that.
You said the Lakers are plus 12?
I'm going with the over.
Yeah, I'm taking the plus 12, but they're going home tonight.
Doesn't matter if they go home.
Yeah.
Just matters by how much.
Yeah.
I'm taking Pistons plus 3.5. So take Cleveland.
I'll take Cleveland then.
I just took, and you going to do that?
He's allowed to do it.
I did it first. He just copied. I'm gonna stay with it. But if they lose, you wearing the dunce hat and the hot dog hat.
I'm gonna take the Lakers, dude. I think they show up. I don't know if they win, but I think they show up. Lakers lose by 7. Call my shot on that one. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. A lot of fun. Wizards get the number 1 pick, man. Last week, everybody was convinced they were going to get screwed. They didn't. Things can change in this world. Choose optimism, people. Thank you to Brian Geltzeiler for joining us. He was great, man. Give him a follow at BGeltz NBA.
Exciting, too.
Thank you to Wizards head coach Brian Keefe for joining us. A lot of fun to talk to the head coach. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I don't know where B's got to be, but he's almost out the door already.
I'm always like this.
If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. Got an outstanding show planned for you today, including Wizards, superstar guard, and now good luck charm, John Wall. And at 4 o'clock today, tickets to go see Russell Peters. You better be listening at that time. But Danny, the unthinkable happened. The Washington Wizards are the talk of the NBA. Everybody will be discussing what their next move is for months because the lottery balls fell in their favor. The Wizards have the number 1 pick.
In everybody's mouthpiece. Right in everyone's face. You were right, I was wrong. I expected doomsday. You had that optimism in your heart as a former member of the Optimist Club who did a great job of the spaghetti dinner 20-some years ago.
Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Hell yeah. Yes. The first legit reason to hope in forever. And we'll drag along the buffoons that don't understand things too. You guys are welcome to experience the joy. You're allowed. Even though you shouldn't. If it was up to me, you'd have to be alone in a dark room and you could never watch them win because you wouldn't sit through the other thing without complaining. This is why we're here. That's how probability works. I don't have time to explain math to you. I did it in high school. You should have done it too, and you should have been able to come to a better conclusion. Whatever. I'm not even mad at it. I'm not mad.
We
you
shouldn't
cannot bring
waste
me
any
down.
time today being petty.
I know.
But I do want to kick everyone off the wagon.
I'm going to be Tom.
That didn't want to tank, that wasn't on board with this plan, that
'Cause you
didn't
didn't get it.
understand why it was brilliant and how they were doing exactly the right things every step of the way. I thought yesterday summed up, Danny. Like, what did yesterday mean for you? My answer would be the end justified the means, right? It was all worth it. The 1-24 finish, shutting down the stars you acquired, giving up 140 points every time you turned around, Bam hanging 83 in one of the most embarrassing efforts in the history of DC sports, 3 seasons of a combined win total of 50 victories the last 3 years, with nobody at the arena, being the butt of jokes, people checking out left and right. It was not in vain. It was all worth it. You did everything right, and you were rewarded for it finally. The end justified the means.
There is a great case to be made, and I will make it, that this has been, over the last roughly 50 years, there is a championship in there the year before I was born, this has been the worst franchise in the NBA. I would make that case. There are moments of flare-up where they've had some quality teams. They've never been a title contender there, whereas pretty much everybody else has been. That 49-win team where John Wall, who we'll talk to today at 3, just basically broke his own back, just killing himself at both ends to make third-team All-NBA, was the best it's been in my lifetime with 17 power forwards that couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat.
And centers that never had hands. Center blocks for hands.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, John Wall.
John Wall. Love you so much, buddy.
Back to save the day. Good luck, charm John Wall.
That's John Wall's music. I've done the other way my whole life. The build from the middle, see if we can get that 8 seed. No, wrong. This is correct. This is how you do it. The best they were was when they had the number 1 overall pick and the number 3 overall pick a little bit later in Bradley Beal, and they were pretty decent. Again, poorly managed. Ernie Grunfeld stunk then. He stinks now, but they ran into something. This is how you do it. You have distressed assets who can still help you. You have young pieces. You're building something together. You're not tied down to anybody. You keep salary cap flexibility. You keep move flexibility. The world is their oyster. Now, the Stephen A. Smiths of the world, we'll get into that too. The buffoons that are tourists that just go, look at their record. They have a disgrace. They have a disaster. You didn't stop by. You haven't been paying much attention.
You're not aware of the new information.
I went to London twice in my life for a total of 8 days. Could I tell you what it's like to live in London? Could I tell you the ins and outs of what it's like to raise a family there? Of course I couldn't. I know a little bit. I got a little Google search in that one hotel I stayed in one time in Notting Hill. Shout out Hugh Grant. No. He's a tourist. That's what he does. I don't care about his opinion. But the league does. The league is in that space. Everybody has to talk about my team right now. The 30 minutes of the pregame. What's the fit for AJ DeBatso when he goes to Washington? Not some other city. Not what are the Lakers going to do? Shh. My turn, my team, my turn, my team, my turn, my team. Now, everybody taste it. Everybody gets slapped in the face with the Washington Wizards discussion that's coming your way. National NBA. Dialogue changes. We change. First legitimate reason for hope in decades. Decades, GP. I love it. I'm so excited.
This is not only the first legitimate chance for hope, which is accurate. This is a legitimate opportunity at a generational Hall of Fame player. if they draft correctly at 1. For me, it's AJ DeBonsa.
For me, too.
Turning down trade offers, and I'm not worrying about other options at the top of the board. But the world is your oyster. Maybe someone gets crazy and offers you the world because they really love DeBonsa.
Yeah, the Utah owners got the steamies for DeBonsa, who went to BYU. If he does something improbable and ridiculous and over the top because he's a crazy person, I'll let him be crazy. What if you swap picks with Utah, end up with Darren Peterson plus Jaren Jackson plus, a future draft pick or something like that? That's not the craziest thing in the world. It's a pretty good consolation prize. I'm telling you, the point is they get to. No one gets to do anything without the Wizards say so first. We want to make a pick. I bet you do. You're going to have to wait for me, though. I'm going to make my decision, then you get to make yours. They have prima nocta on the whole NBA, and I love it.
Again, John Wall goes to Chicago and comes back with pick number 1 and was one of the great players in organizational history and the best Wizard of all time, very probably. Him, Gilbert Arenas, short list, right? I'm not trying to knock John Wall. He was amazing. He is an icon in this town, and his star is shining as bright now today because of what he did this weekend as maybe it ever has. And he's been on a heater. He's going to join us at 3 o'clock. But the chance of DeBonsa reaching his ceiling, to me, is still greater than anything they've ever had. They haven't had a future Hall of Famer. They have not had the generational pull who's attracting like a magnet all the other stars around the NBA. And at least for right now, you've got the hope that could happen at 1-1, whichever direction they go in. But on top of that, Danny, this to me was just a weekend where just seeing the outpouring of emotions from Wizards fan, seeing the videos, people reacting, the screaming, grown people emotional and crying when they got the number 1 pick, it makes sense because this team has just never had a real shot. And it's because until recently, they never did anything correctly. But this group for 3 years has, every single step of the way. Michael Winger was hired May 24th, 2023. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary in less than 2 weeks. May 24th, 2023. They have put on a team-building clinic. They have executed with proficiency. They have put on a roster compiling clinic, asset management masterpiece. One move after another. From you and I breaking down all the trades they were making initially to getting out of Beal and everything they've done, they've been playing chess when everyone else was playing checkers, and they tanked so good they're about to change the rules. And they weren't even one of the teams that got fined for doing it. So they avoided the fines. They weren't even getting called into their principal's office. Yep. And they just, right before they closed down the bar, they just took the bar for all they were worth. They went in, they ordered a bunch of stuff. They're walking out with just a bunch of bottles. Other teams want to go do what the Wizards have done the last 3 years, and now they're not going to be allowed to. So you got in, you got out just in time before the cops got there to say, you can't do this anymore. I'm so happy, but I'm really, truly, I'm happy for you guys, for Wizards fans. We monitor because we have to for work. I don't know how much attention would have been paid otherwise because it has been a grind. It has been difficult. There are so many gigs and rams in the head. But for the people that kept going out to Capital One Arena, the very few people that were still watching basketball games out there when I was going to a couple games a year the last couple of seasons, Danny, you and I combined don't go to 5 games a year at this point. For the people that have been living and dying and out there at those games, God bless you. Yep. This one's yours. Take it, enjoy it, wear it.
You've earned it. And I mean that. You've earned it. Again, I want to be pettier, but I'm too happy to be petty.
It's not petty day.
Yeah, today's not petty day.
Today is celebrate day.
I got plenty of Bryce Petty. I got plenty of Richard or Tom in the holster. You guys will catch some. Plenty of time between now and the draft. But today, that moment, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. The line I had prepared was, I don't know if it's rigged or not. I don't think it is, but I sure as hell know it ain't fair. Because when the Wizards were going to get screwed yet again. That's what I already had in my brain, was that they were going to get the 5th pick. Chicago jumped up. I see someone else. I already know it. I know what's going to happen.
Didn't you feel like, more than any time ever before, they had done all the homework? They had earned a grade on the project.
Yeah, and that's why the screw job was going to feel that much worse.
It was going to feel worse. Yes, had they have gotten screwed, it would have been the worst screwing yet. Mm-hmm. Because in the past, they're sitting in the classroom as the paper gets handed back out, and they get a worse grade than they probably should have. But they had never really grinded to earn it. They showed up. They bubbled in some numbers. They did a little bit of the reading. They got on Spark Notes, but they did the bare minimum.
Yep.
This was not that. This was hours and hours getting tutoring. This was office hours with the professor. This was going out to lunch to learn more about the teacher's assistant. They couldn't have done any more. And that is where my optimism was. This was earned, man.
Yeah.
They have done this for 3 years in a row. They're batting close to 1,000. And I'm so pumped for Winger and for Dawkins, who's been a godsend, and Schlink and that entire front office. But there are so many real ones out there that listen to the show all the time, Danny, who, we don't talk a lot of Wizards. It's funny, I texted, Joe House from DC with Bill Simmons. So I texted him today. I was like, hey, you around to come on the show? And he's like, GP, wow, like, long time no hear. I mean, this is like a person in town whose work I love and admire and have listened to for years, but we're not reaching out to him because we're not doing a lot of Wizards content, right? And it's just kind of funny to think about that. I was like, happy Wizards Day. The Commanders hit me up about something we're working on. And they're like, hey, don't want to do anything today because we don't want to take away from the Wizards. Today's like their day. But what about later in the week, ... And I'm like, what a weird exchange we're
What
having.
universe is this, by the way, where that happened?
But
It is.
That's today. And for those Wizards fans who every day just wish you'd like to turn on the radio in DC and hear a breakdown of your team's game or conversations about your team, it just hasn't been plausible. It's not a thing we can do. And I think those days are dying. I think it's just about over. I think we're out of the woods on that.
Now, I don't think that this coming fall, it's now, max capacity at Cap One, and we can lead every show regardless of what's happening with the rest of sports with the Wizards breakdown from the night before. I don't think that's there now, just starting based on this moment. I do think we got our little knapsack. We put it on a stick, like those old movies where people go, I'm off for my new adventure. I'm going to go somewhere new and start again. My number will come in, I tells you. And we started walking that path. We started walking to a place where this could be really, really, really big. No guarantees. Obviously, everybody knows. I'm not telling you that nothing bad is going to happen.
Danny.
I'm telling you that's the first step. It happened last night.
Danny, 58 wins, 19,600 per game.
Come on.
Number 2 in the Eastern Conference. Playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 6 at home or whatever. Like, you got to leave the train station at some point to get to that destination. I think that's the farthest stop on the line that we're on. You could pick if it's red or blue or green or orange or pink or something new. I don't know. But you got to leave the station. And the train left the station yesterday. That's what yesterday was.
The beginning.
But if you watch Terry Davis score the first ever points at Capital One Arena, if you remember how long Courtney Alexander hung in the air on that jump shot before he actually released the ball, it was always amazing to me.
There's a little extra burst, whether he would bend his knees kind of 3/4 of the way up there, and it's like, why isn't he coming down yet?
If you knew that Jan Vesely was never going to be any good the first time that you saw him, which is almost everybody.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone but the people that drafted him.
If you talked yourself into Peter John Ramos, when he would just sit right... Remember how he'd always sit right behind the bench?
Yes.
But he was like 7'3".
He didn't get to be on the bench. He got to be behind the bench.
He
that
was
was
behind
tough.
the bench. And if you don't know who Peter John Ramos is, do a little homework today and learn about PJR, the next great Washington Wizard at one point in time. If you got excited when they traded for Josh Howard because he was going to give you 15 points in a bleak time, or any of the other ridiculous things through the years that you experienced, this day makes a lot of that pain more worthwhile. The Michael Ruffin blooper, the Gilbert Arenas antics, the guns in the locker room, the poo in the shoe. It has been a long, winding road, my friend, but I think we're just about ready to come out of it.
You had to do the power wash. You had to do the cleanse, and that's what this front office has done. Finally, washing away all of the stink of all those unserious years. Because that's what it was. It was unserious. Even if they were good basketball players, and good basketball players came through here. You mentioned a couple of them. But Paul Pierce was here at the end. He called game right off the backboard. Nene was a good player. Marcin Gortat was a good player. Rip Hamilton was a good player. Ben Wallace was a good player. They won championships elsewhere. So was Rasheed. There's a million different dudes that came through here that could play. The organization itself was unserious. It took a little while. Again, you had to power wash, clean all these different things the same way the Nationals had to become an adult organization. It took Jason Worth to do it, going, no, we're not having nothing but grilled cheese and fry baskets here. Let's have some nutrition. Let's change this. Same way Mike Shanahan changed the then Redskins organization to update Redskins Park at that point. And the more changes come here with the Harris Group. It's either you're serious or you're unserious. It's a binary.
And when you're now serious, where all the facilities match up, all the rhetoric matches up, all the performance, all the metrics for success and the reviews and the different things, not just your key card works when we got the 9 seed. No. What's the plan? How are we executing upon it? That's what's happening now. That was a reward, to your point, about all the work that had been put in. Still, it's up to fate. It's up to the ping pong balls, and it's terrifying and it's awful.
You get lucky or you don't, but you have to give yourself the best chance to get lucky, and they did.
And the best chance, the worst it could be was 5. Last year, the worst it could be was 6, and that's what they got. So they were even better this year, quote unquote, in being worse. It finally turned their way. It's going to be their turn. I've always argued it's been our turn for a long time. It's not just automatically New York or Boston or LA or one of the cool cities or Miami. It's now D.C. that is going to be front and center, and we clean the house. You're all welcome to come by. It's now nice. The addition looks good. It's a cool basement. It's one of those cool basements where you got to duck your head a little bit. Go, wow, look at this. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you get this done? Where'd you get those chairs? And there's a dartboard and a pool table and a big screen. The basement works. Everything now is ready for company. Come on over.
It's also, so this is the third time they've hit this first overall pick, right? The first was Kwame Brown, Glen Academy, Georgia, turn of the millennium. The second was John Wall. So most recently, about 16 years ago, when they did it with John Wall, you got a guy that we said earlier in the segment might end up having turned into the best Wizard of all time. Super, super player, right? He'll be on the show at 3 o'clock today after delivering number 1 overall in Chicago yesterday. Looking forward to catching up with him. The other time it was Kwame Brown, and frankly, that was a bad draft. This is the best draft in years. Anybody who covers the sport or is in the sport will tell you that. So to get the number 1 pick in this draft this year means that much more. It's just a bigger deal. It's not that you got the number 1 pick. That's great. It's when you get the number 1 pick. You got the number 1 pick in the draft that everybody would most want the number 1 pick in. There are a few years along the way when LeBron's coming out or what have you. Where
it's the 03 draft again, yeah.
Maybe the number 1 pick would have meant more. But in this draft, with this class, the pick of this litter, or fielding the offers that could be coming in for this generational group to be able to play some chess, who would you rather want doing that than this triumvirate in the front office that has been absolutely sensational? This was the year to win the lottery, and they did. And a lot of those other disappointments, well, worth it. If you only got one, you would have saved it up for this year and potentially this player in A.J. DeBonsa who come in here and score and work his mid-range game and help them as a small forward right away when you can dream on Trae Young and Keshawn George and him and Sarr and Davis and what that looks like next year. You were at home, right, watching on TV?
Yep. Got home just after my oldest son's soccer game.
So I had the kids at the movie theater yesterday to get them out of the house so that the wife could have a little time at home for Mother's Day to do whatever she wanted to do. So I took the kids to go see Sheep Detectives, and we were solving a crime. And my mom was with us, and at 2:59 and 30 seconds, I excused myself from the movie theater to go out for what I was hoping would be like 9 minutes. Turned into about a half hour.
Yeah, I was going to say 30 minutes.
They really milk that TV show for all it's worth, don't they? But I am at the Fredericksburg Regal Cinema Theaters, I'll never forget it, and waiting in the hallway as we're going to commercial break, and I'm getting blown up with texts. All I wanted was the sweat. Get to the break, get me into the top 4. And then when the first card flashed, I knew. I kind of felt right then and there when they were in the top 3, it's going to happen. Card 2, and eventually you find out the Washington Wizards have the number 1 pick. And I think your reaction was video, right?
Yes.
So you can go check that out on 106.7 The Fan's social accounts.
I don't even know what I said. I blacked out. I'm like, people say that. It's like, funny.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what I said. I don't think I cursed. I watched it afterwards on the accounts. A couple minutes of it are pretty embarrassing, to be honest with you. I'm just sort of delirious with joy saying the first thing that came to my mind. Mostly positive stuff. I may have challenged people to verbal fights or like a knife fight at dawn or something. I have no idea. I was just so happy.
I was in a hallway in the movie theater, so I kind of had to be quiet. But I just started fist pumping. I started sprinting back and forth, not knowing what to do, getting winded. It just, where do I put my hands? What do I do with my arms? Where do they go at this point? If you guys want to tell us how your afternoon went and where you were and what your reaction was to the Wizards winning the lottery, we'd love to hear from you next. 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. John Wall in 40 minutes on Grant and Danny.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The odds were in the Wizards' favor yesterday as they won the NBA draft lottery. John Wall representing the Wizards in Chicago. They'll pick first for the first time since 2010 when they took John Wall. NBA playoff action continuing tonight. Game 4 for the Pistons and Cavaliers at 8 o'clock. Detroit leads the series 2-1. The Thunder looking to complete a sweep of the Lakers tonight. Game 4 at 10:30. OKC up 3-0. Hockey playoffs, Avalanche and Wild. Game 4 at 8 o'clock. Colorado leads the series 2-1. NFL roster news today. The Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku, 1 year worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year extension, tying Brandon Aubrey for the highest AAV for a kicker, 4 years, $28 million. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The third pick will be made by the Memphis Grizzlies. Picking second will be the Utah Jazz, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2026 NBA Draft goes to the Washington Wizards.
Unbelievable. A lot of fans did not think this day was possible, but 3 years of a strong process, all worth it, at about 3:25 yesterday afternoon. I just got this message at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram from Gordon. He said this was his experience of watching the lottery. He was in his apartment. He says, when they got the first pick, I ran out the door screaming with excitement while my apartment neighbors came out and checked on me. Also, I was shirtless. That's how you should celebrate.
That's correct, by the way. That's very similar to the Nats World Series. The final out, I was outside. I kind of didn't know exactly what happened. I didn't have my shirt on, and I was outdoors. I don't remember everything about it.
A lot was made about A.J. DeBonce's reaction visually when the Wizards got the pick, and it was your normal trolling kind of, oh, this is clear sign he doesn't want to be a Wizard. I didn't take it that way at all. I think he was not reactive, as you shouldn't be, essentially, when you find out who gets the number 1 pick. You're not going to stand up and do a primal
Because if you go yes, and then you don't end up there for whatever reason, like let's say they prefer Peterson or they prefer Boozer, then what'd you say yes for? Because you knew it was going to be you. I mean, it's a no-win situation right there.
I also think it is very possible he has been at BYU. The biggest donor there that paid him all the money NIL-wise to bring him to BYU is Ryan Smith, who's also the owner of the Utah Jazz. They've done everything they can for as long as the Wizards have been tanking, essentially, to put their ducks in a row so they could get A.J. DeBonce. So it is very possible that Smith wants him, and that maybe he wants to stay in Utah. I don't know. But he certainly is not going to be, I don't think, any kind of an issue in terms of a fly in the ointment of coming to D.C. I have no reason to believe that. But right away, getting to see him do an interview and talk about him, thinking about how he would fit in, quelled any kind of concerns. This was the scrum right afterwards yesterday with projected possible number 1 pick, A.J. DeBonce.
AJ, what was your reaction when the Wizards got the number 1 pick?
Obviously I've been betting on myself for a little while to be a number 1 pick. So initially just thinking how I would fit into the team. I think I'm pretty versatile, adaptable, so I think I can play anywhere.
It's very tense in this room. This is probably your first experience doing this. What was it like sitting there waiting for the news?
Me, confidently, I wasn't really worried about 14 through 3, so I was kind of just let it play out. But then when all the guys sat there for the top 4, I was like, yeah, it's kind of getting real. See what the number 1 pick there.
What do you know about the city of Washington and what it would be like to potentially live there?
Yeah, so, I know a little bit. Jordan Brand Classic was there last year, so got to tour their facility a little bit. I know a couple of the players. Trey Johnson played against that league. Who else on the team? I've been watching AD for a long time. Trey Young, even when he was at Oklahoma, so I know a couple of guys there.
I know you had an interaction with John Wall on Amazon Prime, right? What does it mean to you to follow in his footsteps and have him on the stage when they got the number 1 pick?
No, it's cool. Yeah, I've been knowing John since my UIBO days. He came to one of my sessions and was trying to give me some advice, and I really appreciate it.
AJ DeBonsa yesterday after he found out the Wizards would have the number 1 pick.
Was there any music playing in the background? I couldn't. Anyway, yeah. I mean, listen, people are you could take a picture or a freeze frame or a still shot or whatever, something, and write whatever you want.
That's what they were doing,
thing.
but he did not sound in any way there like a guy that wasn't excited to potentially play in Washington.
No, I mean, and it's also presumptuous if you're just like, yeah, that's where I'm going. There are a couple other great players that it's very reasonable that someone else could prefer. I know I prefer. It's him, by the way. But John Hollinger, for example, a pretty respected basketball mind, has Cam Boozer number 1.
Yeah.
That's not crazy.
National Player of the Year at Duke. There is also the fact that, now, he's probably going to say something along these lines, but Will Dawkins today with the Junkie said this is not a Wemby draft. This is not a draft where it's a clear cut, that there is a obvious number 1 pick where LeBron is going to go 1-1 or what have you, and then everyone else is after that. I mean, maybe, we don't know, maybe they fall in love with Darren Peterson during this process. If you take the creatine away from Darren Peterson and he's not missing games anymore and cramping up anymore, is a creatine-less Darren Peterson all of a sudden worth drafting? You could convince me of that. I think those two guys, to me, are head and shoulders better than Boozer, and that's where the conversation kind of lies, if I'm being honest. I happen to like DeBonsa more, but to your point, maybe, just maybe. Do we have Dawkins, by the way, on the Junkies? This is him. They asked him about whether or not it's kind of DeBonsa or bust. He's not going to come right out and say it, but I did find this interesting.
For you, it's not like a Wemby draft where there's a clear-cut number 1. You could envision yourself taking, I don't know, you may not want to say, but more than one guy would be possible at 1 overall for you.
Yeah, that is actually accurate.
Is that based on the interviews that you're going to have this week? Or is that based on
That's
just...
going to be a part of helping us inform our decision for sure. We got to make sure that we're getting the player that's right for us and wants to be here and be in the right situation and do what we're trying to do, because that's really important. I think we'll have a lot of talented options with a lot of really good people just in doing our intel ahead of time. So it's going to be a decision that we have to spend some more time on, and getting to know them this week will go a long way. But also spending time with them in D.C., really learning what their motivation is, what they're about, how they see themselves fitting into the community, everything like that. That goes into someone that's going to be a number 1 pick.
That's the general manager of the Wizards, Will Dawkins. By the way, I was thinking about this. So the Nats won the lottery and had the number 1 pick last year and took high schooler Eli Willits, who's killing it in single A right now. They've got a new front office that so far looks like the real deal.
Yes, indeed.
Paul Taboni and his operation. I mean, they are well above where they should be at this point of the big league season, and their minor league rung right now. The farm system is having its best 6-week stretch that it's probably had in years and years and years. So they look like they can do this. Then in the basketball side of things, we've got Winger and Dawkins and Schlink and these guys that have put on a clinic. On the football side, oh, by the way, we got an NFC Championship berth.
Yeah.
Adam Peters has already got the Commanders to an NFC title game. Now, we'll see in the end what he is and what he isn't, but he's one of the most popular executives in all of football when he was hired by the Commanders. Just think about the difference in 5 years from ago, 10 years ago to right now in terms of very young, ascending front offices, forward-thinking, analytical, not too shabby.
Yeah, Bruce and Ernie Grunfeld high-fiving if they ever saw each other at a cocktail party to this now. You're right. It is a vast departure from what it was.
Let's go to the phones. Anthony's in Dulles, wants to hop in on G&D. Anthony, what were you doing when they got the number 1 pick?
I was thinking about you guys. Today, excuse me. Sorry. Today can actually be Victory Monday, right?
Might as well be, Probably should have come in with Hall & Oates on a Victory Monday. You're right.
Holy smokes, we've never had so much luck. And I remember you doing the draft simulator last week 5 times, or even more than 5, and it was so funny. I was laughing hysterically because I can only imagine how you were looking and feeling and thinking at that moment, just on and on and on, getting the 5th pick. So when I was watching the lottery, I said, "Okay, here comes the 5th pick, man. That better not be us." And when it wasn't, I thought about you, and I said, well, that was a great omen. And that's what I messaged you earlier, I think, on what do you call those?
On IG, maybe? Yeah, appreciate you, buddy. Dude. Thank you. Yeah, that was the one time we did it on air, but Danny and I at Nats game, sitting in the press box, wherever we've been. All right, your turn. And then we'll just do 10 minutes of simulations. And it's never number 1. There was one night in the Nats press box where you were on a heater for number 2. And I would have taken that and run with it.
By the way, said unseen, I would have too. I got 5 5s, 3 2s. That was the best it was? Was that?
I read somewhere that based on the first three numbers of the combination, that no matter what happened with the next ball, essentially, it was the Wizards already. And that's why the Pacers exec slapped Michael Winger on the arm before they even kind of did the final ball drawing or whatever. And so it wasn't just that they won big. Like all the years of not winning, they won the most.
So it's the opposite of the Wembanyama one, where they had 7 of the 10 combos, and it was one of those that wasn't. Yeah,
they had like all of the last remaining number combos were Wizards number combos. Nicholas in Madison, Wisconsin, on the Odyssey app. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, dude.
Yeah, the Bansa getting him would be incredible for the team. I called my brother. He lives in South Carolina. We both tuned in for the draft lottery, especially after last year and the disappointment of getting the 6th pick, and kind of the consolation prize of this number 1 pick just means everything. You know, watching 60 games of a 17-win season it eats at you for a while. But, you know, you got to move past it, and this is a pretty sweet consolation prize.
It makes it worth it.
Well said, yeah.
You were crawling through the mud to get out of the prison. And guess what? You just came through on the other side after the 500 yards of disgust, Andy Dufresne.
My dad used to use a line all the time when I'm throwing a hissy fit or going through something awful, you know, or just being a pain in the butt. He would always go, "Hope it's worth it. Hope it was worth it." And what he just said reminded me of that, where you're watching these games and like you know the pain is for a reason. You know it's like it's, you know, you're bleeding out the wound or getting the poison out. You know why it's happening. But God, if it's not miserable watching everybody backslap when Bam Adebayo goes for 83.
Well, think about,
you know,
though,
like there's got to be a reason for
the
it.
percentage of the fan base. It is microscopic and small, but the people that watched, let's say 65 or more games this year, the people that went to, I don't know, 15 or 20 home games this year, your partial season or season ticket holders, the investment into a really bad product, all with the eyes on the future and the prize that was yesterday. And then it happened. 800-636-1067. You want to tell us about your experience, the Wizards doing what nobody thought was going to happen, winning the NBA draft lottery. They will pick number 1. What will this do for interest in the Wizards in this town? Let's get to that next. John Wall in 20 minutes at 3 o'clock on The Fan.
having John involved at all is just awesome. And so, but yeah, certainly having the number one pick be on the DS to sort of welcome the possibility of adding the next number one pick, it was terrific. It was a symbiosis between sort of John and the hope of our future.
The fact that it was John Wall on stage as the Wizards got number one for the first time since they picked Wall, days after we found out he was coming back to D.C. to serve as president of the basketball ops over at Howard, not long after he was back at the arena, everything patched up, him being honored at Capital One Arena. It was a full circle, amazing moment. 1-1 would have been special regardless. I don't care if Tracy Murray was sitting there.
Seriously, get me Don McClain to do it, yeah.
Anybody, Heidi White sitting there.
They'd have handed him the number one pick and he'd have dropped it.
He'd have dropped it. Yeah, just didn't have the hands. They toss it to him and he just knocks it out of bounds. But the fact that it was John Wall made it that much more special.
Correct.
He's on the show, by the way, in 15 minutes here on Grant and Danny. It's just hard to underscore, I think, Danny, what yesterday is going to do for interest of the Wizards in this town. The diehards were already there. That was a very, very small circle at this point. The next larger circle out, if you will, the next of Saturn's rings or something, that was your casuals, your DC sports fans who were going to Caps games and Nats games, and maybe you're only choosing to go to one or two Wizards games. But if it's DeBonsa or if they trade that pick and they go get somebody else, however it plays out, the caliber of leap they're about to make now with this asset, if they do draft DeBonsa 1-1, the curiosity about what he is, how good he can be. Think about ticket sales today and just our ability to talk about something that people are going to engage in moving forward. This is a seminal moment. This is a turning point. I really believe that. Organizationally speaking, there are certain benchmarks along the way. This is one of those dates that gets written on the short list of turning points.
I don't think that's overstated. Now, again, I understand the risk. This is with anything. How many hype prospects have turned into goo? That has never worked out. I mean, his first.
This isn't that draft. Well, either. I'm saying this is not your Anthony Bennett draft.
No, of course it isn't. But like he goes number one overall, and then slips on an oil slick on his way to practice for the first time, and whatever. And then you never hear from him again. The point is, plenty of bad can happen. But you don't get to the great place without this first step. And we talked about that a million times when it came to removing Dan Snyder, when it came to going back to RFK, when it came to drafting Jaden Daniels or whatever. The first step is the first step. It doesn't mean you get a parade just yet. It doesn't mean they're going to win 50 games next year, be the 3 seed in the East, and we're 2 years away from a championship starting now. The sands in the hourglass are overturned. It doesn't mean any of that. It does mean you can't get to any of those places without this, and this just happened. It did.
Against all odds, finally, the balls literally bounced their way. They needed a break, too. It's not just about doing everything right. That's the part that has eluded them. They've never done everything right, but you also haven't had the luck. It takes both. And this year, at least for right now, they have both. Steve's in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Good, boys. I just want to say I'm a lifetime Wizards fan, DC fan. I'm 41 years old, and I hurt my back doing my honey-do list over this weekend, trying to get ahead, silly me. And I was pretty much laid up in bed all weekend, completely forgot about the draft. My oldest son walks up to me, says, "Hey, would you like to watch Mortal Kombat?" I said, "Sure, why not? Not doing nothing. I'm laid up in bed." 20 minutes into it, about 3:35-ish, I get a ESPN alert on my phone from Adam Schefter, of all people, that the Washington Wizards won the draft lottery and got to pick number one overall. And I kid you not, I jumped out of bed, screamed like a little girl in pain, in enjoyment, just screaming, saying, "We got it, we got it, we got it. Oh, my God, I'm in pain. I don't care. I love it. The world is great."
That pain hurts so good. About as good a pain as you're going to feel. Like, whoops, the back still hurts. Chris in Florida listening on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. What's up, Chris?
So you guys have the greatest show on the air. Hope your bosses hear that and give you raises. Let's get that out of the way.
Thank you.
All right.
Second thing,
here we go, Chris.
Second thing is that, Brent, I normally do not disagree with you on almost anything, but you made a comment about a half hour ago, and you said, well, if you're ever going to have the number one pick, you want it in this deep draft. And I would actually go the other way, and I'd say, well, if this is the deepest draft in history, and Dawkins and other people say there's no Wemby, there's no LeBron, why would you want it in this draft when if you're another team that's down the board, you could stick and you could get a great to very, very good player this year versus a year where it's not as deep and you may have to give up more assets to come up and get somebody that you want. Now, of course, you want the number one pick, but it just caught me a little off guard when you said, of course, you'd want it this year. It would seem like, this would be the year where, hey, I'd be okay in the top 5, top 8, top 9.
So it's a great question.
Smart point, yeah.
Appreciate you. I think it's true that you would rather have picked 5th this year than in almost any year. And I said that all week leading up to this. Worst case scenario is 5.
You're still getting a player that's going to help you.
I don't think Caleb Wilson will be there, but like if an A-Cuff or somebody is, there are players that'll be there that are normally going to go in the 1-2 conversation in a lot of years. So that is for sure picking 3 through 5 better this year. I think DeBonce is that good. I think he's that special. Cooper Flagg maybe, different, better. But like if you go back to like Richesay the year before that, Wemby, I would say
I think
over him.
To his point, and I know what you meant when you're going, you want the number one pick in this draft, meaning you got a special player
but
here.
I'm saying non-LeBron and Wemby.
Right.
And maybe I'll sleep on Cooper Flagg a little bit. He's probably right there. But like he goes over Ben Caro. He goes over Cade Cunningham. He goes over Anthony Edwards. I think he goes over Zion. I wasn't big on Zion.
Yep.
I would have actually not even taken him 1-1. But DeAndre Ayton or Markelle Fultz certainly. Ben Simmons, Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Bennett. I would say dating back to Anthony Davis, there's 2 or 3 1-1s that might go over DeBonce. So I'm looking at it just
That's a great way to look at it.
Through that lens.
Which
but it
made
also
sense.
would have been better to go 4 or 5 in this draft, for sure, because it's deeper.
It is deeper.
Let's go to Michael in La Plata. Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just couldn't help but think about all the trials and tribulations this team has been through, whether it's our star player tearing his Achilles at his own house. I had to watch Bam Adebayo drop 83 on us. I had to watch Kyle Kuzma play basketball for 2 years and get told that I missed out on generational stars in 3 straight lotteries. So to finally have it come up my turn, I felt like LeBron in 2016. I couldn't help but fall to my knees. Thank you, guys.
Love it. Well put. And everybody, by the way, could rapidly pull 7 of those. You know what I mean? Where it's like this disgraceful thing, this ridiculous thing, that ridiculous thing. And we wouldn't run out if we did it for the rest of the show.
Will in White Plains, what'd you do when they got 1-1?
Hey, Will.
Hey, I was totally excited yesterday when I found out we had number one pick. I also got afraid because my sales rep, he tried to get me to re-up for the season tickets for this year, and he was already asking for crazy money before when we got Trae Young and Anthony Davis, and now I'm afraid to even call the guy back since we got the number one pick. I'm like, I should have called the guy before the draft, before the lottery even went down.
Yeah, you got to get in before that. That number's going to go up for sure.
It's not going down.
I'll bet you they've already been working the phones pretty good, too. I'll bet you a couple people got some emails in those inboxes about sending some money in.
Hopefully they had them all drafted and the numbers on speed dial. As soon as that placard came out of the envelope right there, that was awesome.
I think I'm going to go to more games this coming year than I've been to in a while. No doubt about that. John Wall delivered the goods. He went to Chicago. He came back with pick number 1. Mission accomplished. He joins us next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NBA, the Wizards won the NBA draft lottery yesterday. They'll pick first for the first time since 2010 when they picked John Wall, who's set to join Grant and Danny in just a couple of moments. Wall was in Chicago to represent the Wizards as they won the first overall pick. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. Pistons and Cavaliers, Game 4 at 8 o'clock. Detroit leads the series 2-1. Then the Thunder will look to complete a sweep of the Lakers at 10:30. Hockey playoffs, Avalanche and Wild, Game 4 at 8 o'clock. Colorado leads the series 2-1. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series in Cincinnati against the Reds tomorrow evening. The Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Monday, May 11th, 2026. Grant and Danny, 106.7 The Fan, and now in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. However you're listening, thank you. You can watch us on YouTube on your smart TVs on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel, and you can listen wherever you are coast to coast on the Odyssey app. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome onto the show a former 5-time All-Star who was one of the great Wizards of all time and yesterday turned good luck charm. And perhaps his most important assist in Wizards history, indeed, delivering the number 1 overall pick for Washington at the draft lottery in Chicago. My pleasure to welcome onto the show John Wall. John, thank you for the time, and thank you for delivering pick number 1 to Washington, D.C. How are you?
I'm doing great. How y'all doing this afternoon?
Pretty darn well, my friend. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it did, and we're just overjoyed. So many of us here as basketball fans are just so darn happy. What was that process like, sitting up there? Because ultimately, I mean, we all know you don't really have much control over it. It's a bunch of ping pong balls bouncing in another room. But what was it like sitting up there with kind of the fate of the franchise in your hands, in second hand?
For me, it was calm, cool, and collected. You know what I mean? It's like you said, like the only thing that I was really worried about when it first started, I knew we was guaranteed a top 5 pick regardless. So, the first 14 and 6, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just sitting back relaxing. And then when it got down to, okay, now it's number 5, boom, we got past that. It's okay, now you're at the top 4. I'm like, okay, now there's a possibility. So it's like, it's a full circle moment for me for being the number 1 pick to end up being on the stage and the Wizards get another opportunity to get another number 1 pick.
Yeah. To your point, first time since you were drafted, you're there and they land number 1 again. So when they go to commercial and we're all dying because we're just sweating bullets at that point, you are, I'm guessing they seem to get everyone together, like of the 4 teams that are left, so maybe they pull you down from the dais or whatever. What was that like? What was going through your mind at that point? Do you start to get nervous or anxious? And you find out when we all really did, but were you like trying to look into the envelopes to see, like, what was your mindset as you got closer to 1?
Well, when they got to the last 4, they told me, me and Tony Kukoc, that was there representing the Bulls, that we had to talk. And then Tayshaun Prince was doing the Grizzlies, and Keontae George was doing the Jazz. And they talked to us, they talked to me and Tony Kukoc. So then I'm like, man, I got to talk right now. I don't really want to talk. I'm just trying to sit back and relax. So we talked, and then we sat down, and then, the Bulls got the pick. Then Memphis got the pick at 3. Now it's down to 2. But I'm trying to look to the left every time he's opened the envelope to kind of see what I can see a little bit before he showed the whole crowd. And when I seen the purple come out, I was like, all right, we got the number 1 pick. So I'm kind of still shocked because I'm like, well, how did this happen? Like the odds, I'm up here, but, I give a lot of credit to God and, my mom. I feel like them 2 made it happen on Mother's Day. And then, I got up, then I sat back down. Like, do I pull the walk up right now? Do I pull the sit down? Like, what do I do? So it's a little different.
So I saw right after they say the Wizards get the number 1 pick, you kissed, like, the locket that you were wearing. I believe there was an image of your mom we saw on television. Can you kind of go into that on Mother's Day and that element of this for you?
Well, yeah, I really wanted to wear the locket that I wore for the John Wall night, but my necklace piece had broke, so I didn't get to wear it. But the same picture on that is on my back of my neck tattoo. But I kind of just put my hands up between my eyes and was just like, this is unbelievable. This really happened just now. So I was still in shock, but it was a great feeling. You know what I mean? Like I said, to be a full circle moment to be back there to represent the Wizards organizations, and then them get an opportunity to get number one pick. It was full circle for sure.
The great John Wall with us here on Grant and Danny. That's what I wanted to ask. As you said, full circle. Like you at one point, and not too long ago, were the great hope. You were the really exciting thing that was happening with this franchise, and then for you to rep the franchise, for that to happen again, what was that like? What did that mean to you?
I mean, everything. I mean, it's like I said, just to be an opportunity to have a lot of excitement to be back up there to represent the organization. It gave me an opportunity to reach my goals of getting drafted to the NBA and then eventually being a number one pick. It's the same now. So, you know, I'm very confident what the front office is going to do and what's best for the team and definitely what's best for the city to get them another great talent to add to what they have now and hopefully bring some more excitement and winning back to the Wizards.
John Wall on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We were all waiting to find out who they were going to send, and a lot of people had said you were kind of the easy choice, and there's no reason they should have asked anyone else to do it. When did they actually come to you, and how did that go down? Who called you and asked you to do it?
It was a lot of people. There's a lot of circulation going around, and could I do it, and what could happen? And, you know, I had to make sure everything was clear on my end to make sure I can get there on that Mother's Day, knowing it's a tough day for me. And then it eventually happened.
And then after you win the number one pick and they address you or whatever, I saw in one of the interviews you were doing, the scrums with a few of the reporters, it seemed like maybe you'd already talked to Ted. I mean, how quickly did he call you, or who did you talk to with the Wizards after that I'm sure was very excited to congratulate and thank you?
Well, they had started the group text before it happened. It was like, good luck, come on, bring us some hope. And then my phone just started ringing, 56 text messages, a couple calls. And the most important person, you know, that I had to answer for is the owner of the team, is Taylor Youngsters. And kind of see me, I had like a little interview when I was, right before I started talking, I was like talking to Ted, and I was like, Ted called me a few times. He ain't stopped calling yet.
Well, what could this number one pick, and you know, it could be a number of players who are really, really good at the top of this board. It's a great draft. What could this do for this franchise? Just go into that big picture.
Well, I think, you got to give a lot of credit to what Michael Winger and Will Dawkins have been doing the last couple of years. You know what I mean? Of getting a lot of young talent that's continue to grow, continue to get better with themselves. Then the trade deadline, you go get a guy like Trae Young and a guy like Anthony Davis, and then you get an opportunity to get a number one pick that you can add another great young talent to this team or whatever you want to do with. I feel like they'll do its best, but they're moving in the right direction. And like, you know what I mean? You looked at it as like they had a 5-year window to get back to winning. Well, this is year 4, I think, and they're probably ahead of schedule in that 5th year than everybody expected with what they have done last year in the draft and in the last couple of months.
John, go back to when Washington wins the lottery, you're going to be the number one overall pick. You were joining a team that had its window and was kind of declining. It still had some veterans, guys like Antoine Jameson and Gilbert Arenas and Karam Butler and Brendan Haywood and company. Contrast that to right now, where it's a bunch of young guys that would all get carded going to a bar. I mean, everybody's 21, 22. You're a senior citizen if you're in your mid-20s at this point. How different is that environment now for this number one overall pick coming in?
It's a different environment. I mean, because now you're coming to a team that, like, yeah, they didn't have a good winning record last year, like the worst record in the league, but they have the right assets, the right pieces that can be a winning team. When I came in, it was kind of a full, complete rebuild. You know what I mean? Starting completely from scratch. This guy coming in, you could be the franchise guy, but you're going to go play with a guy, Anthony Davis, that's been a superstar in this league, won All-Star Game MVP, won a championship. A guy like Trae Young that's been multiple-time All-NBA, All-Star, those type of things. So I didn't come in with the void of that, but I think they're in a great position, and it's all about now who do you get that you feel fit best, and can guys stay healthy, and what do you keep and what do you let go?
John Wall and Grant and Danny. You were here at a time when there was a love affair between the city and the Wizards because of you and Brad Beal and that operation you guys put together where you were on the scorer's table celebrating a Game 6 win on the verge of a conference final. What's your take just on D.C. as a Wizards town, as a sports town? Danny and I are trying to find the words to describe how different it can be when things are good for the Wizards, because it hasn't been that way for some time. Strategically here, based on yesterday for the last few years, but when the switch is flipped, what's it like?
Different environment. I mean, because now you're coming to a team that, like, yeah, they didn't have a good winning record last year, like the worst record in the league, but they have the right assets, the right pieces that can be a winning team. And It's amazing. It's exciting. You just go back and look, like you said, the times when I was there and we finally got over the hump and started being a playoff team and was winning. We never got opportunity to get to the conference finals or the NBA finals, but it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of joy, man. You're giving everything you got to the team, to the city. They love you. What I always tell the kids, most importantly, and the young men that's coming into this, is compete at a high level, do everything you're supposed to continue to work and get better. They'll stick with you. But most important, you got to touch the community. That will give you so much love throughout the city and throughout the fan base.
How's the game evolved since you were the number one overall pick in terms of, how good these young players are coming out and just sort of the different league that they're stepping into?
Well, it's super different. Back then, you had a legit 4-man and a legit 5-man that most of the only thing you could pick and pop was a 4-man. You know what I mean? You had probably 1 3-point shooter on your team, maybe 2 at the best. I mean, your 3-man was probably a 3 and defensive guy. Your 2-man was a guy that can put the ball on the floor and run off pin downs. Your 5-man and 4-man, the paint was clawed a lot more. Back to the basket players, you can chuck people coming across the lane. You couldn't hand check. You could hand check back then. It's a lot more different. It's a lot more 3 balls, a lot more fast paced. So the game has changed dramatically, and I think some of these young talent have changed also with the game. And I just always look at, like, what have I be doing in this era if I was playing in this era with the way I played back then.
John, I know yesterday A.J. DeBonsa said that you had come and seen him play at some point, or he had some relationship with you based on the past when he was in high school. Forgive me, I don't know the details. When would you have seen him play or been around him?
Well, if you know me, I'm a basketball junkie, so I know almost all the high school kids that's coming up going to college and the ones that's going to the pros. So I had a opportunity like a couple years ago to go watch him play in Indiana. He played in the EYBL tournament, watched him play. Then after that, we went and had dinner at Benny Honda's, and we just chopped it up and just talked basketball. And trying to figure out what his ultimate goals was of finishing out high school, not where he wanted to go to college, but like what is his goals to when he gets to college and what he's trying to do after that to get to the league. And it came all full circle. Like, I knew exactly what he could be and what it was going to be like for him. And he went and dominated college like he was supposed to.
Put your scouting hat on. You're going to be, and we'll ask you about Howard in a second too, the president of basketball ops over there. But what type of player do you think he is now compared to then when you first met him? And then you actually have the ability, it sounds like, to know him as a person a little bit too from that dinner. What kind of kid is he?
Oh, he's a great kid. He's a guy that's very humble, that loves the game of basketball, that wants to compete at a high level. He's a basketball junkie. He wants to be great. Like he said, he's been number one almost since reclass in 8th grade. And he's always putting his pedal to the metal, always working hard, head down. He went to BYU and did what he was supposed to do. I know one thing about him, he wants to win. So he probably wasn't excited that he didn't get to go as far as he wanted. But he was a competitor and a kid that loves to play.
John, is this draft as good as people say, in your view, just in terms of the depth of it? I don't know that anything will be like 2003 again, where it's just, it's 4 Hall of Famers in the first 5 picks. But do you see this draft as deep and strong as people are talking about?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of great talent here. And you got to look at it. It's all about potential. And when you draft people, it's all about potential and what you expect the person to be. But at the same time, the player has to put the work in just as much as the organization is, the building around that player, and try to do the right thing by him. So, all you can do is wish for no injuries, the best of luck, hope the guy can stay healthy, compete at a high level, continue to get better, understand what the NBA game is all about. So there's a lot of great talent in this league. I think it's a lot of great talent coming in this year also.
John Wall on Grant and Danny. We'll talk to him in just a moment, Danny, because I want to get into Howard before we say goodbye, because it's really cool. He's coming back to D.C., be the president of basketball ops over there and run that program, which is going to be incredible. One thing you mentioned earlier about Winger and Dawkins and this front office, and I've been blown away by just how they've executed this vision and this plan. It's almost 3 years to the day, John. Michael Winger was hired, I think, May 24th, 2023. So feels like it's been longer, but it's been 3 years of kind of a tear down and a build back up, and it looks like the train's about to leave the station. As someone who's about to run a program and kind of be in a role where you're overseeing everything at the top, what impresses you about how they've done this, and how do you feel about what they were able to accomplish here leading up to this draft lottery?
I think it was great. I think they came in with their mindset of what they wanted to do. They've been around the league. They've been around this situation and positions before. And you kind of just got to restart. Like, no matter who drafted guys before you, and you got to get rid of some of those guys, and you got to try to go get the guys you want to get. You might have to trade some people away that people might not like. You got to draft the way you want to draft. And I think it's like anybody going to a new job, you got to find a new foundation. You got to build it the way you want to do it. and they've done a heck of a job of that so far.
John, you mentioned earlier in an answer guys like Trae Young and Anthony Davis, and then the timeline is different for them as veterans who've been around this league and have already accomplished so much with some of these young pieces. What advice would you give some of those veteran guys about, whether it's sticking here or trying to look to go elsewhere, et cetera? Because, again, they maybe feel like their window is closing to be as competitive as they can be to win a championship. Sort of what's your thought process now on guys like Anthony Davis and Trae Young fitting into this group of youngsters that's ascending?
Well, I think it's great. Like I say, you got two guys that have been veterans. One guy that have been to the East Conference Finals before with the Hawks. Another guy that have been to the finals and won one with the Lakers. He can play at a high level. He compete and do all those great things. So you always want to mesh a couple of great veterans, a good veterans to understand what you're trying to do. Be great locker room guys of the ones that don't get to play, and try to help these young guys understand what the league is about and continue to develop and grow.
John, have you officially started over at Howard, and tell us about your new role and what that's going to be like?
Yeah, it's a great role, man. Super excited to be the president of basketball operations. So give a lot of shout out to Coach Blakeney and his staff, and also to the University of Howard. Just giving me this opportunity, to be around the game of basketball and continue to grow, continue to understand what the business side of it outside of just, the NIL and transfer portal, and just trying to let my experience that I know about the game and my IQ continue to grow to understand the business mind of it outside of just playing.
Who's going to meet in the NBA Finals this year, and who's winning it?
Right now I have Spurs versus the Knicks, which I don't want to say, and I think I got the Spurs winning.
So they beat OKC in the conference final, you think?
Yeah, I do. If Jalen Williams is not healthy, I definitely take the Spurs.
And then you have the Spurs winning the finals or the Knicks?
Yeah.
He goes, yeah. All right. Good enough.
I got the Spurs, yes.
All right. Sounds good. John, we appreciate you. Thank you. And again, yesterday was amazing, and it was that much more special for Wizards fans because you were a part of it. You delivered. We appreciate
you, buddy.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
You too, man.
John Wall in Chicago bringing back pick number 1 for the Wizards.
Yeah, Basketball Junkie doesn't cover it, by the way. I mean, he's going to like high school kids camps and stuff like that to see what 16-year-olds are up to playing hoops. He loves the game, man.
One thing we didn't talk about in our first hour on the lottery was the Pacers falling to 5 and losing that pick to the Clippers. That is ridiculous. That's a fireable offense as far as I'm concerned. So their president of basketball ops, Kevin Pritchard, came out and apologized. Did you see this? He tweeted, "I'm really sorry to all of our fans. I own taking this risk. Surprised it came up 5th after this year. I thought we were due some luck. But please remember, this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We have always been resilient." Now, he might think internally, maybe there are fans there that say, you know what, we're in an okay place because we made a good trade. We got a great center. We're better off. He's got 2 years left on his contract. But they went 4-16 in the final 20 games of the season, including a losing streak of double-digit games down the stretch. And those 4 wins were too many because they end up sliding past the Wizards, a couple of those other clubs, all the way down the board, and they end up at a position where they're top 4 protected. In that trade, for Zubats, they give up an unprotected 5th and beyond, and then the lottery balls come up that they're 5th, and they lose the draft pick after a year of tanking. So imagine, it's the thing we talked about with the Wizards all year. They were top 8 protected.
And they got pick 8. It's like, oh my God.
If you get pick 8 and now you lose the pick, that's fireable. That's terrible. At least in their case, Zubats is good enough, I think, moving forward, where you get Halliburton back, and that's a good basketball team again, and 2 years left of a really good player who was 12-7 for them. He only played 5 games. They basically did the shutdown thing that we did in D.C. with Trae Young and Anthony Davis because they only played in a handful of games. But still, they traded Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and then it was the 5th pick this year, as it turns out, and an unprotected first-rounder next year. Oh, that is is brutal. So even though everyone was complimenting the apology, because you don't see this very often. This is awesome from Kevin Pritchard. He owes me more than a damn tweet.
I was going to say, that's nice. Cool tweet. Now, Turn back time, Cher.
They just had the Wizard season
Uh-huh.
and have no pick in this draft to show for it. This draft.
Yeah.
You lost the 5th pick. You lost Acuff. You name the guy there that might be sitting there staring you in the face.
Name that guy.
And now he's a Clipper. And I think the Clippers could actually, if they're smart, they'll turn around and flip that maybe for like a stud. But they could also just reboot. And the Clippers could do something there with grab a guy and just be the luckiest team in the history of
they've got options thanks to the Pacers. Absolutely. That is fascinating. That's one of those, couldn't be me. You know what I mean? One of those, like, I feel bad for them for like a split second. They were in the finals a couple years ago with Halliburton, who should have been a Wizard. But any hoodles, my turn now. But man, that would be a tough pill to swallow.
I don't think they're done getting hooked yet either. I was texting my buddy who's like super plugged in on all the NBA rumors. Should start a website, the Trade Rumors website or something for baseball. He could do that. But he basically says the Clippers are in the catbird seat at 5, where everyone seems to think like the Hawks or the Nets, somebody could trade up probably like from 7 to 5 because they want the guard. They want Acuff. So the Clippers are there at 5. Somebody comes up to get their point guard, and then you move back and you just add more and more and more. And you're kind of going, how did I get here again? What am I doing? Oh, I have the 5th pick. Now I just traded back to 7. I still get a player I love, and I get more assets. That's going to hook them for years to come.
I mean, the dream scenario is the Markelle Fultz draft and what Boston did going from 1 to 3 to get the player they wanted all along in Jason Tatum. Again, that's something that I know Wizards fans are going to hear this and recoil. It's not the craziest thing in the world to get a Godfather offer, still get the player you like the best or 1A, and end up with multiple first-round picks, different pieces, and things like that. I'm not telling you to trade to 11. I'm telling you the Utah owner's a crazy person, and you might be able to take advantage of him at a moment of weakness. That's all I'm saying.
I want to take a look at the new wave of DC sports stars and how an AJ DeBonsa might fit into that next. Also, we know when the Commanders are playing in London now, don't we? Schedule's not even out yet. We got a little leak. G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat with squad bets available across NBA, MLB, and NHL. Just tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app and build your custom squad by combining player stats into a winning bet. Pick a market. Points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, whatever your pleasure, and set your target. Here's what makes squad bets different. We all know one bad game can sink an entire parlay. Well, not anymore. With squad bets, when one player slips, another can step up. One player can't bust your parlay. Your bet's going to stay alive all the way to the very end. So you can track it live and cash out whenever you want. It's a really cool thing. It's another innovation from my pals at Fanatic Sportsbook. Squad bets only at Fanatic Sportsbook. The parlay and winning hits different here. I've downloaded the app. I love it. You get more out of it than your regular old sportsbook. It's the best. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore, so why should you? NBA, the Wizards won the draft lottery yesterday. John Wall representing the Wizards out in Chicago, and it'll be the first time the Wizards will pick first since 2010 when they picked John Wall. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. Pistons and Cavs, Game 4 at 8 o'clock. Detroit leads the series 2-1. Thunder looking to close out a sweep of the Lakers tonight at 10:30. Hockey, Avalanche and Wild, Game 4 at 8 o'clock. Colorado leads the series 2-1. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off before they begin a 3-game series against the Reds tomorrow. And in football, the Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
If you missed John Wall, it'll be posted as soon as we are done, wherever you get your audio. Podcast that. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan in 30 minutes at 4 o'clock. We've got tickets to see Russell Peters. You want to see some stand-up comedy in the city? We're the show all week long right at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Danny, give us a little scouting report on Russell Peters.
He is hilarious. Really, I opened for him, it must have been like 15 years ago at the DC Improv. Really funny guy. He is one of those dudes that, like, his audience knows so well, and he makes a great living, like touring the country, and he sells out like huge places basically, but hasn't been as mainstream for everybody yet, if that makes any sense. Every comic knows him. He's like runs in that like Chappelle kind of circle with a bunch of dudes he's really famous, but doesn't have the like podcasting bro chops like a Bert Kreischer or somebody like that to like take his shirt off or whatever, but he's good, really good.
We've got your tickets to see Russell Peters ahead of the Blitz at 4 in 30 minutes on The Fan. You better be listening. The Commanders are going to be playing in London on October 4th, 2026, at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The leak came from the stadium's website. They put out like the schedule for the stadium, and they just updated it randomly over the weekend. So they had System of a Down performing a show in July, and then October 4th, it says Washington Commanders. And I did some due diligence here, and I'm told that this is a credible date. So October 4th, 2026, it sounds like. I guess nothing will be official until the schedule comes out, but as close to it as you're going to get. Don't book your travel yet and blame me if you can't get your refunds, okay? But it sounds like, Danny, 10/4/26 is when the Commanders will be in London for what would be right around week 5 of the NFL season. Does that check out for you?
Yeah, sort of trying to do some quick math on that, right? Last year, October 5th was week number 5, so October 4th probably stands to reason to move it up a day. Yeah, probably week 5 at that point. So it felt like it was going to be the earlier international game. I mean, the earliest one, of course, kicks the whole thing off. But in terms of international travel games going to London, it seemed to me like it was going to be one of the first ones. I'd read enough people that had guessed that or conjectured that or whatever the right verb there is for it. But yeah, first sort of just around the first quarter of the season.
So yeah, the 9th is a Wednesday because we're going to have the rare Wednesday opener, which makes no sense for the Seattle Seahawks at home, remember. So that's September 9th. So then week 1, week 2, maybe even the third week of the season. It could be that early, week 3 or week 4, depending on how you're looking at that Sunday. But yeah, man, Commanders early on going to London, which means we've got to start thinking about this. Our buddies Kandori and Murad, who make our dreams come true, our traveling dreams come true as a show. Generally, we do a trip or two in the States. They gauged interest and asked if I could get over my fears of international travel. I think I could. I think I could do a red eye where I sleep, because you know how good I am at sleeping on an airplane. As long as I don't have to be thinking the entire time about how we are 30,000 feet over top of water that is ice cold, and when that plane gets near it, everything's over. As long as I don't have to consider that the entire time I'm up in the air. Again, I'm not bad at flying. It doesn't sound like it, but I'm great at flying. I'm the best at flying. No issues. in terms of being over land. It's the water that's the problem. It's the ocean and no one being around except for like a marooned cruise ship where people have a weird virus. There's nobody anywhere near you. That's the problem.
Don't you think you'll just sleep and do your mutant ability?
So that's what I think I could do. If we do like a red-eye situation where we were to fly out of here on a Thursday or a Friday or a Wednesday night or whatever, and we leave at 10 or 11, I think I would just wake up in London. I'm like, hey, Danny, we're in a different country.
I think if we left at 9 a.m., noon, 2, 4, that boom, boom. But the first time they're like, welcome aboard, Grant's already sleeping.
But here's what we've got to talk to the boss about. And this is what I don't know. I think there are two potential sticky wickets here. I'd like to go. Like, I'm voting on going, okay? I think it's good for the show. I think if we go, there's going to be 1 million listeners there. We need to start working like last week on some type of meetup, gathering, something in London fun for the radio station. Presumably Brian Mitchell will be there because he works with the team. JP will be there through NBC4, what have you. And so there's going to be at least 4 of us. I don't know if those guys want to participate or not, but we could do some kind of cool meetup and make it a big deal. The thousands and thousands of fans that go to these international games that are P1s that listen to the station and whatever, I think people sleep on that. So I actually think there's value. It's worth it. So I'm in on going. There's 2 problems. Number 1 would be how late at night we'd be broadcasting. And this is very minor. Because at most, we'd probably do 2 shows there. If we went, say, Wednesday night, we'd do Thursday and Friday there. If we went Thursday night, we're only doing Friday. And we're broadcasting in London what would effectively be until 2 in the morning.
So, not quite. It's 5 hours ahead. So we would be on from 7 until 11:30 p.m. London time. For our normal 4.5 hour show. It's 5 hours ahead from DC.
I thought earlier you said something else.
No, it's London is. I may have. So I apologize if I did.
Okay,
London's 5 hours
2
ahead.
a.m. and I thought that would be a game changer. So we're still off at 11.
Yeah, off at 11:30.
That's easy. Okay, so I'm taking that off the list of issues.
Yeah.
Earlier, I thought we had said we'd be on until 2:30 in the morning, which seemed like A, I have a dentist appointment.
That's the weirdest time to have a dentist appointment.
And B, I can't do that. Like, I mean, we could, but is it really worth it? And what are we talking about? And now you're sleeping all the next day in this land you want to go explore. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think going till 11:30 at night plays. We're going to be up till 11:30 anyway. Darius is just waking up at 11:30 at night as it is.
He's like getting his day started.
Perfectly fine with that. So cross that off the list. So now the only issue is that we got to run by is how do we get back? It does not seem like there are conducive trips to flying back to the United States of America and here in Washington, D.C., where we both get back in time for the next show and don't miss a show. I think we could stagger our returns. Like maybe the wife comes out, we do an extra day in London, or I could take a train somewhere from there probably, right? Like, can I take a train to another place?
You can take a train.
Where could I take a train from London that would be cool to go with my wife for a day?
There's a million places, like Manchester. You could go, you could even train to Scotland. I mean, you could do a million things.
I could do a day in Scotland?
Yeah.
I kind of want to do a day in Scotland.
Right.
So if we did that, then maybe you fly back, I stay the extra day, I do the show Monday, you do the show Tuesday, something like that. Because now I'm flying back on Tuesday. And so we're staggered, and then someone's in to host the show both days. Now, the other side is our boss could be like, we're not doing this, and this doesn't
He's
make
like, that's
any
a bench
sense.
player, a.k.a. a non-starter.
Exactly. And so none of this happens, and we go to Jacksonville, Florida, which is almost the same level of excitement, obviously, as flying overseas to go to London. But these are the types of things I'm thinking about.
If you can't go to London, I think it's an old saying, if you can't go to London, you want to go to Jacksonville.
Right.
I think that's one of those old axioms that people live by.
What do you think of my plan to try to make sure that someone's on the show for a Monday reaction show after the Sunday game of the staggered return?
Old Fanny Mouillet is into it. It's a creative idea. It's a creative solution to problem isn't the right word because that sounds too negative.
I'd say problem.
To the obstacle. Obstacles present themselves, and you can have solutions to them. But problem makes it sound like, it's a problem. This is an obstacle.
Our boss certainly wouldn't want us both out the Monday after an NFL game in the middle of the fall.
Which we understand.
And by the way, even if he didn't have a problem, I wouldn't be cool with that. You're never, ever, 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 ever going to turn on this show and hear the day after a Commanders game, God willing, the two of us, not one of us is here or both of us is here.
And if it's not both of us, something happened.
Right.
That ain't great for the both of us.
I also think there have probably been like 5 days since we started as a show at max, and I think it's considerably less than that, where one of us wasn't in, not on like Christmas Day or something. Like that was a policy at one point that we just stick to. Is like, there's not going to be 2 fill-ins. Like one of you will be in, and I think we bat about $9.99 at that.
I think so too.
But that's where I'm willing to stagger this. If I got to fly back a day early, you stay, no problem. I don't mind footing the bill another day, kind of on my own. And the other thing is, my wife, I'm sure, would be psyched to come. Now I bake in an extra day where we just hang out instead of, doing whatever the crew's doing. And I think now she's happy, everybody's happy, everybody wins except the Commanders, who probably lose to the Colts. But we don't know. They could win. We've seen them win on a trip one time. Remember?
Yeah, that time they won.
Cincinnati Bengals.
That was great.
That was the trip we've made so far when they've won.
Yeah. Other times they don't win.
The Chiefs game at Arrowhead was really bad.
Philadelphia.
They got shut out by the Minnesota Vikings. That was really bad. And then they got eviscerated in the fourth quarter against the Eagles at the Link.
But sometimes you get the ping pong balls and you get the number 1 pick.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Toby, you were in Madrid, Spain last year for the international game. Should I assume that Toby Altizer, one way or the other, is going to be in London this year? Even if that means, like, Toby took vacation for this week. Are you going to be in London?
That'll be the plan. Hanging around, walking around, seeing all the sights, and then watching some football.
How much Italian are you going to eat when you're there? That's normally your move internationally.
Well, the nice part was Spanish food actually has some fame. English food does not, aside from fish and chips. It all sucks. So maybe Italian would be an upgrade.
So I'm telling you, that's the best part. Not the best part. It's among the best parts of London. They know their own food stinks. The pub food, you get your fish and chips. It's good. It's a hub for all the international food that you would want. That's what makes it good.
What do I want to do in London? Touristy trap type things. I got to see Big Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go see the Houses of Parliament, right?
All that stuff.
Do I go to Westminster Ave? Where's that at?
I think so. You got to see Westminster Abbey. Man, it's gorgeous. Tower of London, Tower Bridge, London Eye, British Museum.
Where's Buckingham Palace? Is that near anything that I'll be near?
I think so. Well, it depends on where we're staying. I'm already talking about where we're staying.
Yeah.
Which hotel is it again?
Way, this all hits a wall, and as soon as that email goes out where we're like, hey, your pitch goes up, you're like, hey, boss.
I'm just curious.
Here's what we're thinking. That'll be a quick response. Yes, Tobes.
One of the nice parts about London is Buckingham Palace is a pretty leisurely stroll away from Big Ben and Parliament, and you can see most of the stuff. And then it's not too far from Piccadilly Circus, where there's some shopping and different stuff. So it's actually pretty walkable in that area of the city for sure.
Wow. All right. Well, nobody get excited just yet. Everyone calm down. We got to keep our composure. But the balls are in motion. The wheels, the balls. Let me think.
Wheels in motion.
Ball's rolling downhill.
What are the balls doing?
The ball is rolling downhill. The balls are rolling downhill.
Yeah. Here's what you can do. You can get the ball rolling. You can get the wheels in motion.
That's the one I'm looking for.
You don't want the balls in motion with the wheel rolling.
This is one of those, though, where I think it could go either way. And I think I'm not going to be upset because I think whoever says whatever they say is right. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we're going to defer to the adults on this one.
We are.
Right?
But I would like to see London. Maybe, it's one of those things. Here's what I'll say. I will never go to London on my own.
Really?
Oh, facts.
You would never go?
Not a million times. Never. Never, ever, ever, ever. If I go for a football game this fall, I'll go to London. Otherwise, there's never going to be a time where I'm in London.
How is that possible that you would never go?
When would I go? I have so many children.
Your children won't always be, tiny little people. They'll eventually get a little bigger.
I mean, when I'm 70, I'm going to go. No, the last thing I want to do is fly out of the country when I'm 70.
Really?
Yeah. End up in a hospital somewhere for some reason, getting in urgent care. My heart palpitate. I don't know what's happening then. You're 70. You think you're just going to be walking around?
Yeah.
No.
That's what my dad does every few months.
Your dad's silly. I'm not going to be
silly.
A,
I agree with you. But B, they sort of gear up. They lay low, right? And they gear up and they go to Europe and they stay there for 3 weeks and they come back with a head cold.
Your dad was also smart enough to have this little thing called a savings account. I don't think I'm going to have that.
I see.
My guess is Kendora and Murad aren't flying your dad around. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how it's going to work
They won't
out.
fly out 7-year-old Jeeps to London just so you can get to go.
I just hear from Wasim for the first time in like 3 decades. He's like, hey, I have a note here that when you're 70, I'm supposed to fly you to London. You still want to go?
Yeah. I know it's 34 years later, man. You still down?
I got a huge update of something that could be happening on the show this week that I'm going to love. Darius is going to love. Toby, I think, could be impartial on, and Danny's going to, for some reason, be really weird and bothered by, and he shouldn't. That's next on Grant and Danny. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate admin. Their attorneys do it all. Schedule an appointment with them today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time for our double play. Danny, you sleep on the big announcement that the Nationals made today, that they have a new team dog. The Nationals have the most adorable, precious team dog ever. And as a dog guy, which I am, you are not. You claim to be a dog guy, but you don't actually like dogs, which is interesting. I'm very excited about this dog named Natty, an 8-week-old golden retriever and lab retriever mix. Now, you know I'm not a golden retriever guy. I wouldn't personally get a golden retriever.
Okay.
But the only thing better than like Thin Mints is a puppy. And this is one of the cutest puppies ever, golden retriever, lab retriever mix puppy. And it's going to be making its major league debut as the Nats official team dog on Friday night, May 15th in 4 days. And here's the big announcement, Darius. Are you ready for this? Drum roll, please. At your leisure, Darius. If you have your drums over there, I would like a drum roll. Please.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
He didn't have his sticks ready to go. He needed to go grab his sticks. I think Natty, the puppy, is going to come in studio with us here on the Grant and Danny radio program. Now, I'm still confirming all the details. This will be later in the week. I want to smooch this dog's brains.
Is that real?
In. Oh, it's very real. I want to smell the puppy breath. I want to smooch this dog. I'm going to lift it up and just kiss it. I'm going to do dog voices, all that kind of stuff.
Did you text Paul Taboni about? Like, who do you text?
Blake Butera. I texted the skipper.
You texted Balake and you're like, come on over?
No,
I'd rather talk to him, by the way, than the dog.
Yeah. Well, if Blake wants to come in studio with the dog, well, he's welcome to come in too. You could talk to Blake and I'll smooch this dog's brains in. Big dog guy like you, I would have thought you would have wanted to see the dog too.
Yeah, grew up with dogs, a lifetime dog guy. But the point is, teams shouldn't have dogs. Teams should have pitching. You know what I mean? Teams should go out in free agency and get some pitchers. I'd like that as an announcement.
Those are two very different things.
Yeah. One's good and the other is irrelevant. Teams shouldn't have dogs.
Nationals team dog Natty and one of his volunteer puppy raisers, Jackie, as well as representatives from the Nationals, are available to the media for a big press conference that's coming up.
This is the most local newsy thing in the world, where it's like, we caught up with the newest National at Nats Park. Hey, what position are you going to play? Of course, he can't talk. He's a dog. But that's Natty, folks. You'll be able to see him all the time. Instead of winning games, they're going to have a dog. Back to you in studio.
That squirrel can water ski.
You did a squirrel named Hoppy.
So we can't be there Thursday. That's when they're doing the big event to debut the pup in front of the media.
The big event.
But I'm going to have the pup come down the street, maybe in a little golf cart, and me and Darius. Toby, if you're interested, you're a little more neutral. Danny, you're not invited because, you know, you're a mean guy and all. Strobes, are you a dog guy? Do you want to meet Natty, the beautiful 8-week-old golden retriever, lab retriever mixed puppy?
I'm uninvited. I'm uninviting myself.
Oh, you're not in either.
Oh, I'm out.
Okay, well, you can go over to the other side of the building.
And hang out with Rini.
Go over there with Slash. And you and Danny can kick all the rocks. I'm so excited to meet this dog. This is Natty, by the way. Natty is the name of the dog.
Natty, the dog. So the Nationals, just to be clear, the Washington Nationals have a dog. That's the big announcement.
The team dog, yes. Well, the big announcement is that I think the dog's going to come in studio with us for pictures.
No, I meant for them. They're like, hey, wait till you guys see this. Dylan Cruz, who's on the mural up there, is being promoted to the major leagues. No, it's not that. It's we have a dog. See what I'm saying? Like, the baseball thing should do baseball. You know what I mean? Like the whole baseball team, like do the baseball stuff and tell me about that.
2 different departments.
Yeah.
Baseball department, focusing on baseball. Pretty well, might I add. On the verge of 500 this weekend.
I love that. Let's promote that.
They're doing a lot of baseball things. And then on the other side, we've got a precious, adorable, cute little dog with puppy breath. It's going to be making the rounds at the ballpark that I'm going to be picking up and smooching on camera here on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel on the Grant and Danny radio program before the end of the week.
So that's something that's happening, I guess. Seems like it's real. Seems like it's really happening. You're not doing the thing where you're like, just kidding.
They have not. I would say we're 90% confirmed. We're in a good place right now. We don't know exactly what segment, what time, how it's all going to work out, but we're exchanging particulars.
Okay. You and the dog?
No,
you and Natty?
Me and the people I'm working with to secure an interview with the dog.
Can you imagine all the resources going into that? Just amazing to me. Okay, it's just Just where's the dog sleeping
You
at
act
night?
like it's taking away from Simon
No,
Matthews'
I'm not.
work
No.
with Jake Irvin.
I understand the scouting department's still going to do their thing, and the advanced reports will be there. The
Somehow
trajectory machine
Ronnie
still
Cruz
works.
is still going to get his work in at Wilmington.
Yeah, it's just one of those like there's so much energy being done on it, and it's like there's I guarantee there's something else we could do. I guarantee it.
I'll give you something else you could do.
What's that?
You could pet a beautiful puppy.
Yeah.
This week on the Grant and Danny radio
Plenty of
program.
places to do that are like puppy organizations, you know? Like my neighbors adopt a puppy like every month or so, and then they help it get homes. That's a great thing. I meet puppies all the time. I was playing with my friend's dog last night, Dakota, over at a friend's house. Dogs are great, wonderful. But see what I'm saying? See the difference?
No.
The professional organization that does baseball, they're not doing pets.
Normal day,
Yeah.
you and I sit in here, talk about sport.
Should we get a dog?
This day, you and I sit in here, talk about sport, and I've got a dog on my lap. You see the difference? Big difference.
There is a difference. You spelled it out very clearly there. Yeah, I guess I see the difference.
You going to smooch it?
No.
It's going to have puppy breath.
Yeah.
It's iced.
All right. So that'll be when's that?
Either Thursday or Friday. We're still hammering out the
Sorry.
detail.
It's starting. It's a little something starting. Doesn't feel right.
Call out. Every time something huge happens on the show, you're not here.
Well, that would fit the trend.
This would qualify.
Well, the puppy can co-host with you.
Good.
He'll do that.
He'll bring a lot more cheer.
Yeah.
Than you do.
Well, that's true.
He wouldn't have been whining about the Wizards getting the 5th pick all week. Okay? I'll tell you that much.
That puppy's an optimist.
He is. He was in the Optimist Club with Dennis Paulson.
He serves spaghetti dinners.
Absolutely. He was the second best waiter at the Optimist Club.
Could he run a snack shack?
Honestly, Natty?
Natty could not run a snack shack.
Maybe Natty could run a snack
No,
shack.
he couldn't, and you know it.
No. Is it a boy or a girl puppy, by the way? We're just saying he. Do we know? Is Natty a girl or a boy?
Oh, let me look it up. I have no idea.
Okay. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, please confirm.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our Beltway Blitz comes your way next. Remember, as soon as we return, we're giving away tickets to see Russell Peters on G&D.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NBA, the Wizards won the NBA Draft Lottery yesterday. They'll pick first for the first time since 2010 when they selected John Wall first overall. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. 2 Game 4s, Pistons and Cavs at 8 o'clock. Detroit up 2-1 in the series. Thunder and Lakers to follow at 10:30. Oklahoma City looking to finish off the sweep. Hockey tonight. Avalanche and Wild, Game 4 at 8 o'clock. Colorado up 2-1 in that series. NFL news today, the Chargers are signing David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. Baseball, Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game set at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati tomorrow night. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You are a winner.
Russell Peters at MGM National Harbor. Congratulations. You'll want 2 tickets to see Russell Peters' Relax World Tour. Friday, May 22nd at the theater at MGM National Harbor. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
It is time for our Beltway Blitz on the Wiz, the Nats, and the Commanders, but let's start on the hardwood. You already knew we would. We have been celebrating the Wizards and pick number 1 all day long. The lottery balls finally fall in their favor. Chris Miller was in Chicago. The voice of the Wizards, Monumental Sports, joins us now. Chris, wow, what a day for this organization. Just how big of a deal is this?
Monumental, can I use that word?
We'll allow it.
Super significant to get the number 1 pick in a draft with such quality from top to bottom, and to get the number 1 pick and not really have to worry about any other team, and you can make your selection and continue this journey of getting the Wizards back to prominence. I can't speak highly enough about what happened yesterday, and really Grant and Danny thought a lot about the fans yesterday and the ones that have gone through this journey the last 3 years of deconstruction. Can't wait for June for the team to make the selection.
Yeah, go into that, Chris, because I think you said it really, really well. Like, you're right on. It felt like we were all sharing in this unbelievable moment. It shouldn't be that crazy, by the way, but that's how the league structure works, is that it's no guaranteed that a team that's gone through what Washington has would be rewarded with that number 1 overall pick. Kind of where this franchise is right now, what does it really mean going forward? I've argued that it's kind of a transformative potential here. Like, we're at a beginning of a great journey after some great work from the front office, as you mentioned.
You know, Danny, this is the 3rd time for me that I've been around an organization that had the number 1 pick. It's the 2nd time in the Wizards organization that I've been covering this team since 2010 with John Wall, and it's transformative. It is a huge shot in the arm for the city. I was in Cleveland in 2003 when the Cavs got LeBron. The years before that, I mean, you had seats imitating fans. There were so many empty seats in the arena. And then all of a sudden you get a guy like that. And I think one of the first comments LeBron said when he was going to Cleveland was like, we're going to light this place up like Vegas. And the rest was history. In 2010, when the Wizards get John Wall, you just knew right away. I don't know if you guys remember the red carpet the day after the draft and all the people that were around John and being greeted by Ted and the ownership group. It was just a shot in the arm, and I expect the same thing to happen in June. The only difference is I think this number 1 overall pick doesn't have the pressure of a LeBron James or a John Wall or a Victor or a Cooper Flagg, because there are players in place now when you think of Anthony Davis and Trae Young, and the last 3 years of accumulating a lot of young talent with like-minded thoughts and skill sets with whoever that they draft. But it is a plug-and-play player, but I don't think without the pressure of being the face of the franchise right away.
Chris Miller on Grant and Danny. You referenced the fans and being so happy for them. I mean, this felt like that it was all worth it for people, I think. 3 years, 50 wins, kind of the process playing out the way that it did. Winger, Dawkins, the entire front office have put on a clinic. This has been textbook, this entire procedure since they got here, and it all culminated with this pick. I mean, did you feel that at all as the lottery balls fell for them yesterday?
When they went to the commercial break and there were only 4 teams remaining and Washington was one of those, that was the first time where I really thought, like, this could be possible. And as the teams' names kept coming off and you saw Utah at 2, I thought of all the fans that have kind of sat through this the last 3 years. But I said yesterday on our live stream, there was one fan I thought in particular about yesterday, and that was Walter Wiggins. You guys remember Pump 'em Up guy who passed away
That's right.
just this time a year ago, who is a diehard Wizards, Mystics, Commanders, Nationals, Maryland fan. And he was the first person that I thought of, and just how happy he would have been yesterday seeing the Wizards get that number 1 pick. So, yeah, thought about the fans. Grant, I saw you at John Wall's tribute. And those people that have come to those games every night that I see, and even those fans I see on the road that have those Wizards jerseys on, yesterday was for them.
Chris, you mentioned how good this draft is. It's too early to say it's like 2003 or whatever, where there's 4 Hall of Famers in the first 5 picks or anything like that. It's hard. It's unfair to these kids. But my goodness, if it doesn't look pretty splendid here on paper, go through who might fit the best here in Washington, given what they have, given what they might have over the next couple of years. I don't think there's a wrong answer up there at the top of the board. No,
I don't think so either. I think AJ DeBonza is kind of the guy everyone says, but Darren Peterson, his skill set is a plug-and-play type skill set also. The Cameron Boozer, he might be the most decorated high school player I've ever seen in terms of his winning credentials. And then this kid, Caleb Wilson, who you guys, I think I'm a Tar Heel fan through and through. I got to see him a lot of games. He burst on the scene right away. I think those 4 guys have kind of separated themselves from the pack, but the top 2 guys have been DeBonza and Peterson, and I don't think you can go wrong with either one of those guys, even though that the Wizards already drafted a guy like Trae Young a year ago, and really for the last years they've accumulated a lot of talented young wings that play kind of like DeBonza. You can't go wrong with either one of those guys.
I want to sneak one more in really quickly before we move on, which is, what did yesterday do for Anthony Davis? We've talked a lot about how much he wants to be here. He needs to see more. He wants to know what the plan is. Yesterday couldn't hurt, right?
Man, Grant, I was thinking the same thing. Like, that to me is kind of like, when you're recruiting, a player to come to your program. Well, when you tell them, hey, oh, by the way, we also have the number 1 pick in a very loaded draft, and that cannot hurt his decision. But I don't think the Wizards are thinking about what this is going to do for Anthony Davis long term. I think they're going to do the work the entire week here in Chicago, making sure they get the medicals, do the interviews with these players. But it cannot hurt, obviously, telling Anthony Davis, look, you're going to be playing with the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and he's going to be really, really good.
Chris, appreciate you as always, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Great talking to you.
Chris Miller on the Wiz. Let's keep the blitz moving. Mark Zuckerman, Nats Journal. We love when Mark is talking all things Nats. Mark, there's a new dog that the Nationals are going to introduce to everyone, a team dog named Natty. Are you going to be covering that press conference, or are you sending your colleague Bark Zuckerman?
Unbelievable. Sorry about that, Mark. Sorry, buddy.
Mark.
I'm glad you had the laugh track ready, because I wasn't going to laugh at that.
Well, that's why I told Darius, get the laugh track queued up, because if this just is met with silence,
just 80s sitcom style,
it's going to feel even worse. And you were supposed to pivot to Mark. I had to take that one because I didn't know another way to get there. I needed to land that plane. That was the only way I had.
You forced it in there, brother. Congrats.
Happy about it. Mark, seriously, team dog, what do we know?
His name is Natty. I think he's 8 weeks old. I sounds like he's being trained to be a service dog. Ultimately, I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about what that means he's going to do at the ballpark, if this is just kind of a gimmick thing. Hey, it's a nice thing, whatever, but
can he
I think
pitch?
Right now, I've been hearing from a lot of fans. I think right now they want to see better baseball above all else. And it's, other stuff is great. And I give the Nats credit at a time when they've had to sell things beyond the baseball. I think they've actually done a pretty good job of that. But ultimately, they need to sell winning baseball. That's what's going to get, the attention that they deserve.
Thank you very much. And I rest my case. 2 out of 3 lost this weekend in Miami. What happened?
Sloppy fundamentals, especially at the end of games. You had errors. You had some bad base running, some relief pitching that didn't go right. They easily could have won all 3. Certainly would have hoped they could have won 2 out of the 3. But what you saw was just a lack of execution. And look, in the bigger picture, of course, they've done better than most expected. They had a chance to get over 500 over the weekend. I don't think the fact they didn't, says that all is lost, anything like that. But I think it's telling that they have played very competitive baseball and hovered close to 500 in spite of the fact that they don't always play very clean baseball. They lead the majors in errors, not just by a little bit, but they have 39 errors. That's 11 more than anybody else in baseball, and they're on pace for like 154 for the season. That's a number that hasn't been reached, I think, over 25 years by any team. So if they just clean this up, I think we're having a different discussion right now, and they're a 500 team or better. So, I don't want to take away from what they've done, but also point out that like they could and probably should be even better if they just played a cleaner brand of baseball.
Well, here's my follow-up to that, Mark. It's, and I'm not ripping you, it's easy to say if they clean that up. Will they? You know what I mean? Like I don't know that you've got the horses
they don't
in
have
certain
great
cases.
Defensive players.
That's kind of my thought there.
Yeah, I think we had this discussion last week when I was watching them take grounders on the field. You can work with them all you want, but if you don't have the right players, then it's not going to make a difference. So I don't think they're suddenly going to become a good defensive team, but I do think they can be better.
Yeah,
and and errors is only one measurement. It's usually not the best measurement of defense or other ways, but even the advanced stuff doesn't say they're that much better. I think they're like 24th or 25th in those kind of things. But if you can just clean up the little things a little bit, I think it does all of a sudden turn a 1-run loss into a 1-run win, potentially. And so I think that's where the focus should be. No, you're not going to turn Luis Garcia into a Gold Glove first baseman. But if you can get him to the point that he can just make a few more plays, especially in big moments, and make better decisions, and I'm just naming him, but it applies to all of them, then I think all of a sudden you're making better decisions at big moments in games and maybe getting those outs that help you ultimately win a game.
Mark Zuckerman is with us. Nats Journal is where you can check him out. I liked Cade Cavalli in the 6th yesterday. It hit 3 out of 4. I thought it seemed like the spot where early in the year Blake Butera would have gone and gotten him. You let him pitch out of it. He gets a pop out. He gets a couple outs, and then they get the lefty to get out of the inning. That felt like a big moment, honestly, that he was able to kind of buckle down and get a couple outs there.
Yeah, I agree, and I think you are seeing the leash eased up somewhat. The first 3-4 weeks of the year, they were being very careful with him, and there were games that he probably could have gone further, and they didn't do it. But I think what you see now is essentially, if he's efficient enough and effective enough, they'll let him go to his 90 to 100 pitches. And it's up to him now to see that takes place over 6 innings or maybe even 7 if he's really good. I don't think they're going to hold him back in that regard. Maybe a different conversation later in the year as the innings pile up and they do have to consider the fact that he hasn't thrown this much in a long, long time because of the injuries. But I don't think they're babying him at the moment. I think it's more about what his performance is. And if he performs well enough, they'll let him go. And I think that's an important stage in his development.
Mark, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right. Take care, guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. Our pal Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, to talk about the Local 53. Are you surprised they didn't go harder after Juwan Jennings?
Not particularly. I mean, I think that if they were actually interested in him, they would have gone after him earlier. At this point, clearly that wasn't the guy that they were looking for. And quite frankly, would he have helped? Yes, because I think the receiver room could certainly use help, but I don't think that he's necessarily the guy that they needed to go crazy for at this point in free agency.
October 4th, London game. How's that treat you, Mitch?
October 4th sounds good. I mean, everything we've heard, for a little while now since it was announced that they were playing over there was that they wanted a, quote-unquote early season game over there. October 4th makes a ton of sense. I think most interestingly is October 11th, the Jaguars are hosting a game over there. Are the Commanders going to play back-to-back games in London because they do have a road game this year at Jacksonville? Could that game be London and 2 in a row over the pond.
In terms of how the schedule is going to play out, I mean, we'll know a lot more obviously this week when it happens. What are the things you're hoping for, and what are the things you're hoping to avoid?
I think the first thing I'm hoping for is a reasonable bye week. It's been a lot of years in a row, and certainly something that Commanders, Redskins fans have dealt with for a long time, of having either super early in the year bye or very late in the year bye. I'd like to see them get a middle of the season type one, so that you get kind of that mid-year breakup. I don't want to see a Thursday into a Sunday, Thursday into a Sunday game, or Sunday into a Thursday game. I'm sorry. I'd like to see when they do have their Thursday night game that maybe it comes after the bye week. But ultimately, the way that when you look at the schedule, other than having to go to San Fran and London and the London game, there's not the travel doesn't seem like it's going to be too miserable.
Circling back to wide receiver for a second, do you think there's any chance that the season starts and Brandon Ayuk was never signed here? Do you think that's on the table? We don't really talk about that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the past couple of weeks, I've been talking more about, like, does Brandon Ayuk want to sign here? Does he want to play football in the NFL? I mean, it's hard to nail down, what he could possibly be in the burgundy and gold or anywhere else until, things get sorted out, A, in San Francisco, and B, he figures stuff out. You look at these, social media posts that he's posting. It doesn't look like he's in, the greatest shape in the world. And certainly we haven't heard anything from his camp, whether it be himself, agent, otherwise, talking about, hey, man, like, I want to get back to it, whatever kind of leaks we hear. You transpose that with, like, what you see out of Stephon Diggs, who's, of course he was here this past weekend in D.C., but you see him posting workout videos, and he looks to be in great shape and whatnot. I mean, he's projecting the aura of a guy who wants to get back in the league and play again, whereas, Brandon Ayuk, who didn't play at all last season, obviously things went down in San Francisco, the guaranteed money was voided, all the different things that happened. I haven't seen anything from his side that shows me that he's even interested in coming back to the NFL or showing another team that they should take a chance on him.
Do you buy what they're selling, that Antonio Williams is not just a slot guy, that he's also an outside guy and is basically the second coming of Amon-Ra St. Brown?
I mean, certainly being sold, and I think that, at this point in the year, that's the optimism that you have to have for the kid. Was he my favorite pick at that spot? No, but I will say, like, they had to take a wide receiver there in the third round. So as a baseline, picking Antonio Williams got me to a, 7 out of 10 excitement about the pick. But the fact that they took a wide receiver is great. I think David Blau has a lot of work cut out for him to figure out the best way to use them. But hopefully with a little bit more motion in the offense and, some shifts and motions and whatnot, you're able to get him into some advantageous matchups. I think for all the talk that he, could be Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think it's setting a pretty high bar for a third-round pick, and you hope that he gets there, but you don't want to have expectations be too high heading into the season.
Mitch, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, dude.
You got it. There's Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, and that is your Beltway Blitz. The Wizards have the number 1 pick, may very well be adding A.J. DeBonsa. What does 1-1 mean for Anthony Davis's future? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals and my realtors. That's Sarah and Debbie Reynolds. One of the biggest questions they get from homeowners right now is, how do I sell my home and buy my next one at the same time without everything falling apart? Let's be honest, it's overwhelming, right? What if your home sells too fast and you have nowhere to go? Or worse, you find your dream home, but your current house is still sitting there on the market. It's exactly what Jason and Christine were dealing with recently. The stress of trying to coordinate all those big moving parts almost kept them from moving forward at all. But then they reached out to Debbie, Sarah, and the Reynolds Power Home team at Keller Williams. Instead of guessing, the team mapped out a step-by-step strategy for them, timing the preparation, the sale, and the move itself. They went from feeling completely overwhelmed to feeling totally confident. The peace of mind is what Reynolds Power Home team is simply all about. They don't just list your home and hope. They build a customized strategy based on your specific needs, and here's why that matters. They market your home to the right buyers at the perfect time to create, you guessed it, maximum demand. They sell their homes twice as fast, 2 times faster than the average, and on average, they net their clients 4.27% more money. That's tens of thousands of dollars more in your pocket to help with that next purchase, retirement, whatever. So do what my family did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In basketball, playoffs continuing on tonight. Pistons and Cavaliers game 4 at 8 o'clock. Detroit up 2-1 in the series. The Thunder and the Lakers to follow at 10:30. OKC leads the series 3-0. NHL playoffs, Avalanche and Wild game 4 at 8 o'clock. Colorado up 2-1 in that series. In baseball, the Nationals dropped 2 of 3 to the Marlins over the weekend. Day off today. They'll begin a 3-game set against the Reds in Cincinnati tomorrow at 6:40. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Miles Michaelis set to take on Brady Singer. And in football, the Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. That ties Brandon Aubrey for the highest AAV for a kicker. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Wizards have the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. They are already on the clock. They win the draft lottery yesterday. As we welcome you back, we'll open up the phones. First time since the start of the show at 800-636-1067. How do you think yesterday affects Anthony Davis? That's the discussion I want to have. You can dream a little bit after a 17-65 season on this roster. You got Trae Young at point guard, who comes in via trade from Atlanta. I think Keyshawn George starts at the 2 and is your shooting guard. If you draft A.J. Debonsa, he becomes your small forward. You put him at the 3. And then you've got one of the great defensive front courts on paper that I've seen in a long, long time. Anthony Davis with his length at the 4. Alex Sarr is a rim-protecting defensive stalwart at the 5. So Young, George, Debonsa, Davis, and Sarr. And then off the bench, you want more defense? I got Bilal Coulibaly. You want someone who looks like he might have a bunch of game in his position flex and versatility? Will Riley.
Yeah, Will Riley, dude.
A sharpshooter who can fill it up from the outside, who it's going to be an important second season, but I'm still a big believer in the offensive abilities of Trey Johnson. I think there's a whole nother gear that he could hit. We haven't talked about Bub Carrington, among other players on this roster. So they now are kind of 9 deep. We just rattled off all those names. I actually think Will Riley sneaky was super impressive and maybe one of the real quiet assassins of this whole thing.
I always talk about this with all the other the ones of hoops junkies around here. This is what happens to good teams. A dude that nobody thought, man, they can quietly tell you that they knew, but come on, no one knew that this dude that was like a bench player at Illinois last year was going to take the league, I don't want to say by storm, but have the kind of upside potential that he does. He looks the part. That guy can score on anybody. He can play.
But this is a next season thing. I mean, this isn't a 3 years away, right? Debonsa, to me, is a plug-and-play 30-minute rookie. This is not Trey Johnson.
Agreed.
This is not a guy that needs to be eased in. He is physical. He is mature. His body looks like that of a mid-20s, 25, 26-year-old. He bangs a little bit. He's got that mid-range game. That's a guy
He's got everything, man.
Right away can average. He's averaged about 26 points at BYU. That, to me, is 16, 17 points per game at the NBA level next year, probably. And so you put him at the 3 here. Keyshawn George hopefully can stay healthy. I think that's kind of a quiet thing we need to talk about at some point, that he has been in and out of the lineup a ton over the last couple of years. But they've also not hit the gas pedal on guys because it's okay if they're missing games during their development while winning was not the priority. But I just think this is a pretty solid roster. I know what Anthony Davis has said. He wants to win big. He wants to win a championship this coming season. He wants to be part of a team that can win, and he doesn't think that is the Wizards. I take that to mean he would prefer to be somewhere else. That is what I think Anthony Davis wants. I think in his dream scenario, they trade him before the season starts. They could also keep him around, try to play him, improve his value because he hasn't played in a long time. And when you see him go out and average, let's say 23-11, 23-12 over, 35 games or something before the trade deadline, if he's healthy, maybe then you can move him somewhere. That would be the best case scenario for me. But I wonder what you think yesterday meant for Anthony Davis, who keeps saying, I want to know the plan. I want to see the vision. Well, the vision changed a little bit. It got crystallized. The vision now includes a small forward in A.J. DeBonsa who might be a game changer. Maybe he is the generational future Hall of Famer that this team has quite literally in my lifetime never, ever, 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 never once had.
Yeah, the vision didn't get worse, or whatever plan didn't get worse. As it pertains to Davis, I was on yesterday with our guys Strobes and Linnell. Who they did a great job, by the way, reacting to this whole thing. They were awesome. Kudos to them. What I've posited, and it's not like I've talked to anybody, I got no inside information at all on this. Just trying to read the tea leaves. He, to me, talking about Davis, is doing a gentle agitation for action in some way. Meaning, if I'm not going to get exactly what I want, then you guys got to ship me. Whether that's draft night, whether that's the CJ McCollum situation. I play 30 games, put up some of those numbers. They cater everything to me. The offense runs through me. I'm getting my pick and rolls, getting my dunks, my lobs from Trae Young. I'm not covering the other team's best front court player. Saar or somebody else has to do it. Just to set me up so that I can go to where I want to go, and you guys can get something back for it. Or sign me to that unbelievably massive 4-year, $200 billion extension, right? We tear up a year of the contract, and then I get this huge amount of money. Then maybe I force my way out.
I don't see him wanting that. I guess, let me say this differently. I don't see him wanting to be in Washington for 4 years making that money. I think he wants that contract because here's the difference. In sports and in life, when you get that contract from someone, it is a contract between you and them. I feel like in the NBA, a guy like Anthony Davis, who's a future Hall of Famer, and he's like on the All-75 team or whatever the hell it's called.
Yep.
It's one of the great players to ever live. He gets to do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just calls the shots. He runs the team, and the association is run by players. And so, essentially, all I need is the contract. I don't care who it's with.
Yeah.
I'll get the contract moved to someone else. If you give it to me, now I get to find a dance partner who's willing to take it on. And so if I'm the Wizards, what does that do for me?
Yeah, so we need to not think of the contract. I'm not saying you are, but the NBA contract, we think of the word contract as a binding agreement between two parties.
Correct.
Where services will be rendered. You need to think of that as something totally different, where it's not worth the paper it's printed on. Now it's worth the money. The money's going to change hands. That it will clear at the bank account. That direct deposit check will hit.
Here's the other part, though. I don't know if it's as easy to move him at a big contract as you think it is.
Well, and I'm not saying it is, but I think that may be what he's agitating for, and maybe he knows that. Like,
the quicker he can get paid, the better, because he knows I'm not going to play in 70 games again, or 55 or 60 or whatever. Like, let's just get the money. We'll worry about the rest later.
Yeah, he's the OG of this, by the way. I don't want to say the original, but close to it. He signed a huge extension with the Pelicans, and then was like 5 minutes later, okay, trade me in L.A.
Yeah, I'm not playing that game.
Right.
So he's not getting an extension from me. Hopefully he's not getting an extension from them. But I don't... You could be right. I mean, I'm completely speculating. I think we all are. Nobody really knows unless you're him or Rich Paul or someone who sat down with him.
And that, by the way, is subject to... It could be fluid.
That's true.
They could have one idea now that's like, well, now they got DeBonsa.
But
Let's see what happens.
I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
What did yesterday do? He kept saying, I want to know what the plan is. And my point is, you're the plan.
Yeah.
You're Anthony Davis, dude. There's not much more. It's the equivalent of like I hire a painter to come to my house. And they get to my house and they're like, when is someone going to start painting? Like, no. You're missing the point. You, guy with the brushes and
Right
all
there.
the paints.
Yeah,
and
that guy.
That van out there where you get your little thing and you put it on the floor so nothing
You do a little mixing with your
gets any
Benjamin Moore?
stains.
Yeah.
You're the guy I brought in to do
Uh-huh.
that. He's like, I got to find out what you guys want. What's the plan? Who you bringing in here?
Paint.
You, man.
Paint on the wall.
You're the whole point. That was the point of you. And he's like, wonder who else you could go get. Trae Young's here too. Remember that? He's the other part of the plan. But I don't want to play this game with him. I'm not that interested. He's doing an emoji thing yesterday. I don't know what that meant. People are like, it's just he thinks it's funny because the Mavs got the #1 pick when he was there too. LOL, LMAO, hand on chin. I don't want to play emoji games with Anthony Davis.
I would love to play some more emoji games.
Yeah,
oh, wait, I'm being told no, I don't.
You can't wait to keep Anthony Davis. I know you can't. You just...
Wait, what?
You want
Me?
Anthony Davis here. I know you do. Yes.
What did I do?
No,
Are you just lashing out because you're frustrated?
Pretty much. But
Okay.
you also, every time we talk about this, you don't want to trade him. You want to keep him because it's a good thing for the team. He'll say some nice things. You know what you think.
No, the thing I think Peter King style
The
is...
thing that you know that you said.
But not that you knew that I knew that I said it.
I knew that you said it
You
when
didn't
you
know.
thought you knew it.
Admit you didn't know.
Chris Russell doesn't understand tanking. Back to you.
You didn't know. Well, of course, that's obvious. We can agree to that. We can handshake deal on that one. Point of the dude's story is, I'm talking about the value that's already happened when I talk about him saying nice things. I haven't even gotten to the basketball part of it yet. It's a delicate situation. This is going back to the blueprint that they were doing the same thing here that Will Dawkins and company did in Oklahoma City. This is the depressed, depreciated asset phase, and then they turn and spin it for a profit. What's the best way to get a profit out of Anthony Davis? Might be for him to play basketball for you if he can stay healthy. Major if.
I have no problem with it.
It might be to spin him the instant you get more than you paid. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know what I don't know here. That's all I'm talking about. So there's a version of this where he's here next year playing basketball, and I'm dreaming of the Trae Young, whether it's George or Trey Johnson or however you want to do it. I don't give a damn. DeBonce at the 3, Sarr at the 4, Davis at the 4.5, and you are a factor in the Eastern Conference. You're not the best team, second best, third, maybe fourth. Point is, you're as good as a lot of teams in the East right now this minute with that starting 5, with a couple of guys off the bench now maybe fitting roles a little bit better, right, that you already kind of referenced and went through the list. You've got some depth. You've got young pieces. You've got some meaningful game potential. That's pretty good. Now, I have no idea if that's their vision. I have no idea. That's the part I can't quite figure out is what's the next phase, not only with Davis, who's been more vocal, but for Trae Young. I don't know how those guys that are much different spots in their career fit with these cast of 22 and unders who are ascending. I don't know.
What is the best draft pick this year I can get for Anthony Davis? Or a package around Anthony Davis? Like, here's what I would do. They hire me over there in that front office.
Grant Schlenk.
I'm going to work the phone. Hi, is this Danny Ainge in Utah? Hey, I got Anthony Davis in a future one. Any interest?
Whoa. Okay. I bet you they do.
Good. He's yours. Now I've got DeBonce and Peterson. Done. Over.
Wait, a future one? Number 2 overall?
What?
You're giving up number 2 overall? For I thought I had to give it up. Oh, okay.
You're Utah. Are you taking it back?
I got so confused.
Okay.
You
I thought it was pretty. I remember
you made it sound like you're Schlenk. You're giving up a 1 and Anthony Davis to me, Utah?
Yes, for the number 2 pick this year.
Oh.
Well, I'm not giving it for nothing. Do you think you're hey, I just making a courtesy call here. Just wanted to give you some stuff. Don't need anything back.
Well, I thought you were trying to get a number 1 from me in Utah.
Yeah, it's called number 2 overall.
So we're just pick swapping and you're throwing in Anthony Davis?
No, a future number 1.
Okay.
And Anthony Davis right now for your second pick this year.
Man, I don't think I'm doing that.
Okay, great.
From Utah?
Thanks. Don't have any time to keep talking. Gotta call Memphis.
Hello, this is Memphis.
Hi, is this Memphis?
Yep.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. We got the number 3 pick.
Here.
Oh, hey, G.
Anthony Davis, future 1. Can I get the number 3 pick? Until someone says yes. Just do that. But regardless, however this ends, I'm not going to be upset. If he's playing here, great. The only thing that would annoy me is an extension. Play him.
But allow me to retort. That extension isn't an extension in the sense that it's an extension.
Don't care. It makes him harder to move.
I think that's fair.
That's what I care about.
But you see it all the time.
My destination is him not here sooner rather than later. So anything that makes that harder to accomplish, I like less. Him playing makes it, it's the opposite. It makes it easier for me to move him.
Because he plays well, now the stock's increased. Yeah.
Stock goes up. As soon as you trade him, it's a crazy contract.
Yep.
A lot of teams get ruled out. Teams that are going to bring him in like the Wizards did because he doesn't have a crazy contract, they're gone. I need him to be the most valuable thing possible.
Well, eventually, though, at some point, because again, the NBA contract rules, salary cap rules are so complicated and convoluted that you need a master's degree just to have a rudimentary understanding of it. But that huge salary might actually be an asset, believe it or not. I know that sounds crazy. I'm not talking about expiring deals at the end of it where people are pining for free agency, but you go, we need this great player and we need an X amount of salary, and instead of doing this mid-level thing or this, that, and the other, we'll take that 60, 70, whatever it is, almost $1 million and plug and play. It's not as untradeable maybe as you're making it out to be.
I don't
if
think
he's that good.
Untradeable. I think it is a less ideal situation. And that team in this hypothetical could trade for him and sign him if that's what they wanted to do. I'll let them decide. Ask Chris Miller this just a few minutes ago on the show, The Voice of the Wizards. How did yesterday and winning the lottery affect Anthony Davis's want to be a Wizard?
That to me is kind of like, when you're recruiting, a player to come to your program. Well, when you tell them, hey, by the way, we also have the number 1 pick in a very loaded draft, and that cannot hurt his decision. But I don't think the Wizards are thinking about what this is going to do for Anthony Davis long term. I think they're going to do the work the entire week here in Chicago, making sure they get the medicals, do the interviews with these players. But it cannot hurt, obviously, telling Anthony Davis, look, you're going to be playing with the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and he's going to be really, really good.
All right, let's check in with listeners next. 800-636-1067. How do you think this ends with Anthony Davis? What did yesterday do? And how about that lineup that the Wizards might be able to trot out there? I mean, if that's the downside, is that Davis is here playing basketball, there's a lot of things worse than that. With him at the 4 and Sarr at the 5 and that front court and what that could mean. With DeBonsa playing small forward.
I mean, man, oh man.
Healthy Keyshawn George at the 2. You got Trae Young running the show. That's a fun basketball team. And that's not distant. That's not if these things happen. That's October. Halloween next year. You're at the arena. That's your 5. G&D on the Fan. You have to imagine that landing the number 1 pick in the lottery will make Anthony Davis more interested in being a Wizard. The question is how much more interested. This was Davis with Craig Melvin of NBC's Today Show on a podcast Craig Melvin does just about a week and a half ago.
That's the thing, right? So I had this, and everybody knows this. I told the owner this. I told GM, everybody, media. Like, when you're looking at the Washington Wizards, right, from the outside looking in, you're like, everybody's right, you know? But when you get into the organization and see how great of an organization it is, like the owner is amazing. Obviously, the city DC is amazing. We are a very bad basketball team.
Yeah.
For sure. On the flip side, I think it's very tough to go from bad team to like a championship contender. It takes time.
Yes.
And that's with anybody. I mean,
Yes.
it could be a team, you know, who's just won and just like not good. So it takes time. It takes a couple of years, you know.
Takes less time when you get the number 1 pick, Danny.
Yeah, and you got a great Hall of Fame player like Anthony Davis on it. It could be a little shorter.
It takes less time. I mean, there is not really an example, in fairness, of a team that tanked as hard as the Wizards tanked, but also had 2 cars in the garage that hadn't used yet in Trae Young and Anthony Davis, and a number 1 pick coming. I mean, there's never really been that juxtaposition year over year where it's like you were purposefully horrendous, you won 17 games, but now you've got a Hall of Famer in Davis, you've got a former MVP caliber player at point guard in Trae Young, and you're adding a small forward to the mix who a lot of people feel like could be a generational talent.
No, I mean, the other teams that, you know, you look at Oklahoma City now at the top of the pinnacle or the mountain. You look at Detroit. I mean, it wasn't this way. They did their different parts of the phase, but they weren't as loaded as this Washington team potentially is.
Let's go to Sean in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What do you think yesterday did for Davis's interest in being a Wizard?
I think that he's a little bit more interested, but I still think that he's dipping his toe into the deep end. It still doesn't seem like he's like 100% in, which is kind of what I would love from the whole roster. I'm willing to wait another year, maybe 2, because we've just been given all the capital in the world with the number 1 pick, and we can turn that into really in 3 years a dynasty like the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think that that's kind of where I'm looking. I'm not looking to be competitive for 3 to 5 years. I'm looking to be competitive for 10 to 15.
Right.
I get it.
That's the other thing, by the way. I've heard so much about the possibility of trading the pick, and I think people get a little frustrated because they're like, wait a second, I haven't even really gotten to enjoy winning the lottery.
Right.
The whole point was to get the number 1 pick, and now you're talking about trading it. It's just that the possibilities are endless. It's limitless. Whether that means trading a pick for a player, you know, getting in on the sweepstakes of another superstar, veteran type, or I think the one thing I would truly consider, because I really wouldn't be in the business of adding another megastar type player in a package. You've already done that with Young and with Davis. But here's what I would be possibly interested in. I think in the end I would take AJ DeBonsa and I wouldn't think twice about it. I just would. But if Utah was so desperate that Ryan Smith, who's the owner there, and the backstory with that is he is the number 1 donor, is worth over $3 billion to BYU Sports. And he's the guy that got AJ DeBonsa to BYU and has supposedly been getting all the ducks in a row with the Jazz for a few years to try to get him to come play for the Utah Jazz. And presumably those guys have a really good relationship. If he was just, this is the owner. I mean, this is not like an assistant coach. This is not, this guy was with Kevin Durant in Maryland at one point, so he's going to come to the Wizards because he's the 3rd on the training staff. This is the owner of the team. If he's going, I want DeBonsa, period, go get him. And they're willing to give up the number 2 pick and Ace Bailey, who said last year he wanted to be a Wizard, who looks like he can play, by the way, and something else in the future, how do you not consider that?
Like you have to.
It depends on what they think of DeBonsa. Is he head and shoulders better than everyone else? It's not crazy, by the way, that they might think Peterson is better. Now, I don't happen to agree with that, but if they like, I'm just going to make something up for a second. Would it be insane to you if you found out that Dawkins and Winger came to the realization after the process that the guy 10 years from now that will be the best in this draft is Caleb Wilson or Darren Peterson?
Mm-hmm.
And if that is true, and or it's just close, like maybe DeBonsa's one on their board, but it's not crazy different. and you can get Ace Bailey, and you get another pick later.
It's the conversation we had years ago around Chase Young, where
Right.
you go, as good as he might be, it ain't better than Tristan Wirfs and Justin Jefferson if you could package deal and move back and get those guys. I mean, Boston set the blueprint for this. They have the number 1 overall pick. They're staring at Fultz going, we actually like Tatum a lot better anyway. We'll just take Tatum. What's that? We can move back 2 spots, still get Tatum and build the franchise instantaneously? Please and thank you. It's not crazy that eye of the beholder, you could prefer Peterson, who some people are going, I see a hybrid of Dwayne Wade and Donovan Mitchell with a better shot. Okay, that ain't bad. You could prefer him to DeBonsa at the next level. I don't, but I could see it.
If DeBonsa became a Hall of Famer and Peterson busted out or something, you'd look terrible, obviously.
Of course.
But there's plenty of different algorithms here you can run, and one of them would be there's a multiverse where Peterson ends up being the better player or whatever.
You get a future 1 and a really good player in Utah out of it, too.
Let's get Peterson off the creatine, and let's see where that gets us. I mean, if he didn't have the weird cramping and the pulling himself from games and the not playing at the last minute, the conversation around him would be very, very different.
Yes, it
the
would.
dude is a walking bucket. All that guy does is score points. I mean, he is so smooth and so fluid. So I think if Utah called with the second pick and Ace Bailey and something in the future in a package, I'm 50-50 as I sit here right now, and I love DeBonsa. So, yeah, there is that possibility. And by the way, that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Yep. Again, you have the number 1 pick is an asset.
Yes.
It's yet to be determined what you do with that asset.
That's the thing I think people maybe didn't get yesterday, or some of them did, but a lot of people were screaming about number 1 and DeBonsa. It's not like LeBron's waiting there or it's Strasburg at 1-1. You want the whole point was the ball's bounced that you got the asset that's worth $1 billion. And now what you do to spend that $1 billion is going to be up to Winger and Dawkins. Shane in Switzerland, how are you?
What's going on, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? How you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, look, you got Boardwalk. You guys, I'm sure, played Monopoly, right? You have Boardwalk now. You have the power to do whatever you want now. Finally, this city got something. You trade him. Look, I'm not a big AD fan anyway. Really not. I don't want somebody's going to play 30 damn games a year. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer, I get it, but I think he's past those days. If that's the case, I'm with you, Grant. Moving, call Utah right now, and let's go ahead. And I like the kid out of North Carolina. I really do. I think he's going to be a monster in this league, and keep building, get younger and younger and younger.
That's Caleb
Appreciate
Wilson.
you, buddy.
I think there's an argument to be made. He had an injury, so we didn't get to see him in some of the the biggest.
Really
games
bummed, by the way, about that.
That would have been good because you could have seen him in the biggest spot at the end of the year against the best competition. But he ended up averaging 20 points and 9 rebounds. Jumps out of the gym.
And he's scratching the surface, too. Right now, he's more athletic than everybody, and that's how we got everything. Yeah.
Well, he's one of those guys that, like, 10 years from now, everyone's going to go, how did he go 4th? Or, like, why did he go 5th? And we're going to be able to look back and be like, oh, well, if he just had a normal, healthy, full season and played in the tournament, he probably doesn't. He probably goes in the top 2 or the top 3 or whatever. I want to ask a expert who knows a lot more about all the teams at the top of the board than we do about what lies ahead for the Wizards. We'll do that as soon as we return. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports joins us on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NBA, Wizards won the draft lottery yesterday. They'll pick first for the first time since they took John Wall first overall in 2010. 2-game fours tonight, Pistons and Cavaliers at 8 o'clock. Detroit leads the series 2-1. Thunder and Lakers to follow at 10:30. OKC looking to finish off the sweep. Hockey playoffs, Avalanche and Wild game 4 tonight at 8 o'clock. Colorado up 2-1 in that series. In football, the Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. And in baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Reds tomorrow in Cincinnati. Don't leave money on the table. It's not too late to fill out your FAFSA and get money for college. Complete your FAFSA today. Then register for spring classes at PGCC. Visit pgcc.edu/paying-for-college/financial aid. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The third pick will be made by the Memphis Grizzlies. Picking second will be the Utah Jazz, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2026 NBA Draft goes to the Washington Wizards.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny, sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, and probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports does a great job covering the association and all of the coverage surrounding the NBA in the weeks ahead now is going to surround the Washington Wizards. It's our turn, Danny.
Finally, our turn.
The center of the basketball universe, Yahoo Sports podcaster and writer Kevin O'Connor on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Kevin, we're still on cloud 9 after yesterday in D.C. It happened. We didn't think it could or would. The Wizards have the number 1 pick.
I bet you guys are. You're in the driver's seat. I mean, there's no better place to be. You get your pluck of the top 4 guys. You can trade down. You can stay. I just can't imagine how exciting it is, considering all the quality young guys already on the team as is too.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, there's a running joke, and it's based on 100% reality. They've gone to commercial break. Not quite Nikola Jokic style Taco Bell, but it's basically before Washington picks. It's like back after this, more about the Lakers. Like, they can't be bothered to talk about us on all the telecasts, Kevin. Now they have to, and I'm gonna bask in it. I'm gonna record it, rewind it, and play it over and over again, where they're forced to discuss my franchise seriously for the first time, really since John Wall went 1-1. But that impression, we're still dealing with, and Stephen A. Smith did it today on his Shouty show, where he talked about how we're an abomination, they're pathetic, that's terrible. And it went into his whole deal. They're still fighting that perception. Moments like this, I think, are going to go a long way to actually force people to examine and see the change that's been going on here for a couple of years.
Did Stephen A. really say an abomination the Wizards got number 1?
Yeah, he basically did his thing where he personally is a great friend of AJ DeBonson, and he feels sorry for him now because he's going to a terrible franchise. And I'm like, dude, it ain't a handful of years ago. It's not Ernie Grunfeld getting the wrong Brooks when he's trading with Memphis.
I mean, first of all, DC is a great city, right? And second of all, purely about basketball, yes, the Wizards won 17 games. Yes, they traded for Anthony Davis and Trae Young and put them on ice. Yes, they were tanking, but that doesn't change the fact that there's actually a foundation brewing here. It doesn't change. Like, Alex Sarr is such a bright spot on this roster with what he has shown he could be defensively, his offensive improvement. Keyshawn George, Bilal Coulibaly, hopefully he can have a bounce back here. Will Riley, Trey Johnson, rock solid. There's not a star, but there's supporting pieces, and that's where I look at the Wizards situation now. It's so exciting. You can make the argument for any of those top 4 guys and feel like, okay, they can fit into what this team is going to be in the short term as a young guy, especially with the veterans there, Trae Young and AD right now, but also in the long term as the face of what is a solid young group of players. So I think any of these guys, maybe AJ DeBonta might want to stay in Utah, right? But from a basketball standpoint, like that solely, it's a great situation for any of those guys, undeniably.
Joined now by Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports. You can hear him on the Kevin O'Connor Show and access the 2026 NBA Draft Guide available now on Yahoo Sports. How do you view 1-1? Is it DeBonta and then everybody else? Do you think there's a real decision to be made here? How do you see this?
All right, so I'm from the same city as AJ DeBonta, Brockton, Massachusetts. I have a slight bias towards AJ. I love AJ. I think he is a deserving number 1 pick. So when I assess him, I also try to play a little bit of devil's advocate to myself. What is the reason to go against AJ? 6'9", do-it-all scorer. You hope he becomes the defensive player that he could be with his type of body and his intensity long term. But Darren Peterson, if you just ignore what happened at Kansas this past year, with the injuries, the cramping, and all that, if you just erase it like it never happened and you look solely at his high school stuff, I think Peterson would be number 1 on my board because at 6'6" in shoes, with his fluidity and flow and shooting ability, the defensive playmaking, at the high school level, he was so much better at getting into the paint and creating offense for himself and for others. It's just last year at Kansas that kind of just ruined all that. He did not look nearly as athletic. He didn't have the same burst of when he was driving to the basket. He didn't really have that second gear that you would see in high school, and he didn't have as much explosiveness at the rim either. So I have him 3rd. Maybe he'll end up 2nd on my board right now. I don't think there's an argument for Boozer. I don't think there's an argument for Wilson over DeBonta or Peterson. To me, it's really one of those two guys. But like I said, if you just eliminate Peterson's Kansas year, if it never happened, I'd probably have Peterson ahead of DeBonta right now on my board.
So, but then let's incorporate the variable. Kevin, I don't even know how to quantify it. I mean, I read the sympathetic ESPN piece doing the reporting, and I'm not criticizing anybody for it, but it was basically like, you know, he called out, like, left 11 games early because he had creatine in September. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know how to view it, or I'm sure it's scary. Like, that moment sounded terrifying where he goes to the hospital or whatever. But I kind of go, keys to the franchise, bro. Like, I don't know how to treat that at the next level. If it's 1 overall, maybe the decision's made for me. You can go 2 or 3, whatever. But how do you view that variable there for Peterson? I don't know what else to call it.
I mean, look, I personally, I feel the same as you about the story on Saturday. It just feels like an excuse. It's too perfectly timed. They're just trying to steer the narrative and control it and try to minimize the noise entering the combine week. But maybe it is the truth. Maybe for whatever reason, he was taking a whole tub of creatine instead of just 1 5-gram scoop, right? That's possible. He was making a mistake, and that's what caused it. I don't know all the details there. I'm sure we're going to find out more. NBA teams, from my conversations, they're like, this doesn't change anything. They don't care. They just want to get medical with him. They want to talk to him. I had Chad Ford on my podcast today, the longtime NBA draft analyst when he was at ESPN for many, many years. And he's very connected to Kansas. And he said on my pod today how he wonders how much this year might have been a mental element where he had this scare with a full body cramp before the season, that every time he felt something, he kind of shut down, right? Maybe that was the case. That's I've heard NBA people say the same thing, as I'm sure he has. So if it's that raises other questions. Is it always going to be like this? Right. Is he always going to pull himself out of games? So I don't know the answer to that. You do have to weigh it. That's why I have him currently 3rd on my board, because you don't want another Markelle Fultz situation where you think you're getting a guy who's going to be a stud and he ends up being a dud, whereas AJ's going to be a really good player, possibly a top 10 player, and Boozer's going to be really good, and Wilson will be too. So that's what the Wizards have to find out, and that's why they're in a perfect position, because they're going to get time with all those guys, and they can determine whether to stay at 1 or, haggle with other teams and get more assets to move down a spot or 2.
Kevin O'Connor and Grant and Danny. Am I crazy? I brought this up a couple different times today because I really think there could be something to this. This is not normal that the owner of the team picking 2nd is also the donor that brought a guy to a university, basically, in Ryan Smith. And they've been getting their ducks in a row for a few years, it feels like, to try to swing for DeBonta, almost certainly. And it's not, I was joking earlier, like, I remember when the Wizards were going to try to get a meeting with Kevin Durant when he was a free agent the first time. And everyone's like, but you don't understand. Like, the guy that coached him at AAU is like the janitor at this place. And there's all these weird, links. And of course, it didn't happen. He didn't even take a meeting. This is not that. This is the owner worth $3.5 billion of the team picking second. It's not like they have the 8th pick. They have 2. What about like him offering Ace Bailey, who wanted to come to DC, and that pick to the Wizards for the first pick?
I don't think the Utah Jazz would offer that much. I don't think it would be Bailey. I think it would be more like the second pick and, some number of a future first that's kind of what, think about a few years ago when the Celtics in 2017 traded down from 1 to 3 with the Sixers. The Sixers got Fultz at number 1. The Celtics got Tatum at 3. It ended up being 1 extra first-round pick. So I'd say something along those lines to just change spots would be the price, not Ace Bailey. It just feels too rich to me. I mean, the top 4 guys, its beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So I don't think it'd be a massive move with an Ace Bailey included. But to your point, it is unusual that Ryan Smith, the Jazz owner, is a BYU alum and a big-time donor at the university. And him being a big-time donor naturally played a part in A.J. DiBonsa deciding to go there. I think they had other similar offers on the table. A.J. DiBonsa's camp did before last season, but they chose BYU in part because of the money and in part because Kevin Young, a former NBA assistant coach, going there. So I'm sure A.J. DiBonsa and his camp's preference probably was to stay in Utah considering all the connections there. But I would like to turn it the other way. What if with all their BYU connections with Ryan Smith and with Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge and all the guys in that Jazz front office, what if they actually prefer the other guys? What if everything they learned and all the intel and the close-up view they got of A.J. DiBonsa made them say, actually, we don't have him first on our board, and we actually prefer Peterson or Boozer or one of these other guys in the top 4. So I think they want DiBonsa, but I wonder that aspect of it. Because just because you're close with the guy doesn't mean that you aren't necessarily going to go that way. You might actually be a bit turned off. That's always possible too.
Kevin O'Connor with us here on Grant and Danny. All right, little exercise. I know it's a little bit lazy, but it just, I think, kind of helps people visualize some of this stuff. Let's go through the top of the board, Kevin, and give me the best pro comp, or you can even make hybrids, like sort of Marvel superhero type guys for some of these guys at the top of the board. Who does DiBonsa remind you of the most?
In my draft guide over at Yahoo, I've got Tatum and Brown, both Celtics. That's not purposeful. It's just what he reminds me of. Tatum, the questions with him out of school was, well, what can he actually be defensively? He has a great frame, great body. Is he enough of a playmaker? Well, yeah, he's become a 5-tool NBA player and an elite player across the board. I think DiBonsa has that upside, but there is a little bit of, like Jaylen Brown isn't the most fluid player. Granted, he's a former Finals MVP. It works for him. With DiBonsa, I'd say that's a slightly lower ceiling on him. And Cameron Boozer, I think, is kind of a later career prime Blake Griffin. Like when he wasn't jumping over cars, you remember him with the Pistons.
Yeah.
Later in his career when he's handling the ball, bullying people. Peterson, last year at Kansas, looked like Ray Allen, off-ball guy, coming off of screens. In high school, I hate even saying the name, but he looked like, if you're going to compare anybody to Kobe, Peterson looked a little bit like Kobe with his fluidity off the dribble. It's just, I don't know, man. Like Peterson just amazes me. When I just watch that high school stuff, I think he would be possibly the clear number 1 prospect this year. It's just you can't ignore everything that happened this past year at Kansas, which is why it's possible he's more of just an off-ball guy and not a primary. But those are just some of the names for those top 3 guys that come to mind for me.
And then 2 more, just to indulge me. Give me Caleb Wilson and Keaton Wagler. Who do those guys remind you of?
Caleb Wilson, I'd say Evan Mobley, but with toughness, more heart, more intensity. That's the real missing piece with Evan Mobley that always has turned me off about him as a player ever since he was at USC. Caleb Wilson just is a freakish athlete, so explosive. He can bring the ball up the floor at 6'10". Sometimes you squint and it's like, oh, wait a minute, am I watching Giannis here with what he can do? He had 2 really impressive stretches over the course of the season against Duke and against Kansas, where he was just hitting every shot, turnaround jumpers, pull-up threes in those games. And it's like, oh, what if the shot develops? Could he be the best player in the draft? So I'd say Evan Mobley, but there's there's hints of someone greater than that. And then Keaton Wagler. You guys remember the name Kevin Martin?
Kevin Martin,
of course.
With his goofy shot, yeah. Kmart.
Nets.
Yeah, early 2010 scorer. Kevin Martin is the name that comes to mind for me with Wagler, but a bit more of a playmaking ability with Wagler. And, Kevin Martin was more of a mid-range guy at certain points of his career, then developed the three at midway through. I think Wagler is a more modernized version of that. I have him 5 on my board right now, Wagler that is, but I'm not locked in on him there. And some of these other guards this year, Darius Acuff especially, that guy could be a stud. What he did at Arkansas this year. Dame-esque, Stephon Marbury, some of these guards are pretty dynamic this year, but none of them compare to the top 4 prospects, in my opinion.
Kevin O'Connor's got a draft guy that's available over on Yahoo, and Wizards fans are about to go elbow deep into draft prep as they get ready for pick 1-1, which they hit the lottery on yesterday. What do you make of the chances of Washington making enough strides to be a play-in type team next year? Trae Young at the point. If Anthony Davis is still around for the duration of the campaign at power forward with an unbelievably defensive-minded front court with Alex Sarr, then you've got Keyshawn George at the 2 and maybe DeBonsa at the 3, Will Riley, Bub Carrington, Bilal Coulibaly off the bench. What do they look like next year if that's the roster?
I think it's possible. I wouldn't rule it out. What did we just see with the Pistons these last 3 years? They went from 14 wins to 44 wins, and then the top of the East at 60 wins this year, up 2-1 with a chance to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. And the Wizards going from 17 wins to 42 wins, I don't think that's out of the question. It's going to be a totally different team, as you said, with AD there and Trae Young there, assuming AD sticks around, and all those young guys being another year older. So no, I wouldn't rule that out at all. I do think it's a little bit challenging to kind of know how the new draft lottery rules are going to dictate the way teams are building though. You're going to see a lot of teams trying to compete and a lot of teams not worried about tanking, whereas this year a third of the league wasn't trying to win games. And so if it's more competitive with the Bulls and the Nets and the Pacers and the Bucks, these teams ahead of them, well, they might be a better team, but they might not win more than 32 games. That's always possible. So I think at the end of the day with the Wizards, it's more so than the wins and the losses. It's about how are these young guys developing? How is their chemistry developing together? And what does that mean for the years to come? And I think they got a chance to get a really good guy to elevate that potential for the next decade here at number 1. I can't wait to see what they do. I'm very excited. Many arguments in many different directions.
Kevin, quick one will sneak in. Do you speak Anthony Davis? I took Spanish in high school, so I have a tough time trying to figure out what he wants or is trying to get out of all of his comments publicly about the Wizards. I would love your interpretation as a pretty savvy basketball mind.
Look, when first of all, I don't speak Anthony Davis. I don't want to learn to speak Anthony Davis. And I hope for you guys in Washington, you don't have to speak Anthony Davis for too long because it's going to be annoying when he plays 25 games and he jams his finger and he's out for 3 weeks. It's very annoying. But he's a great player when he's on the court. But it's strange. I don't have a strong sense about some of the stuff that's been said with him and his future in Washington, but the people I talk to kind of in the know, they talk as if he's going to be part of the team. So take that for what you will. I'm sure there's still a long time to go. We're only in the middle of May right now. But it seems like the indication is that he will be with the Wizards. But we're so early in the process here.
Certainly are, and we look forward to catching up with you down the road as we get closer and closer to draft night. Kevin, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of your day, and congrats on 1-1.
Thank you, buddy.
We're fired up. Kevin O'Connor, Yahoo, with us on G&D here on The Fan. Great insight from him there. I want to take a look at the next wave of DC sports stars and how A.J. DeBonsa would fit into that if he is the pick at number 1. All of a sudden, things are looking up as far as the youthful excitement in this town with our studs. But also, I can rule out one possibility. Commanders schedule release this week on Thursday. We're always curious about Thanksgiving. Got some details on that next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In basketball, yesterday the Wizards won the NBA draft lottery. They're going to select first overall for the first time since 2010 when they took John Wall. NBA playoffs tonight, Pistons and Cavaliers, Game 4 of that series at 8 o'clock. Detroit up 2-1 in that series. Thunder and Lakers to follow at 10:30, Game 4 for that one as well. OKC up 3-0, looking to finish off the sweep tonight. In hockey, Avalanche taking on the Wild, Game 4. 8 o'clock puck drop. Colorado leads the series 2-1. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today in Cincinnati, and they'll begin a 3-game series against the Reds at Great American Ballpark tomorrow night. And in the NFL, the Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million, and the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year extension worth $28 million. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The NFL schedule is going to be formally released in its entirety on Thursday this week, but there's going to be games trickling out in the days ahead. This is always what happens. One by one, we'll be able to parse together the majority of the Commander's schedule.
Yep.
And then the day that it actually drops, in prime time, I would say every hour we're going to get another game. We're going to know the schedule before it's released.
Then there'll be powers of deduction for a couple of them where it's like, well, this one opponent that they have, is not eligible to play them in December because they're already playing somebody else. Therefore, ipso facto, we can fill in things like a Sudoku.
Only thing I can tell you for sure now is that it sounds like the leak out of London was credible, and the Commanders are going to be playing there on October 4th. That's when their London game is going to be, which I think is week 4 of the NFL season. But we just got this couple of different sleuth accounts, and the people that dig on schedules had this, and eventually Schefter corroborated. So I'm confident now that it's right. Thanksgiving Day, Dallas Cowboys at home for their traditional 4:30 kickoff. The Philadelphia Eagles on November 26th on Thanksgiving Day in Dallas to take on the Cowboys, which massively lowers the chances of the Commanders playing a Thanksgiving Day game. Because you've got the Lions, early game, in Detroit. You've got the Cowboys, who, when Washington has played on Thanksgiving, it's almost always been in that Dallas window.
Mm-hmm.
Rule that out. Now, there is still a nighttime Thanksgiving game. And, in fact, Washington actually hosted the Giants in prime time on Thanksgiving night, if you remember one time. But they typically try to make that. Often it's been AFC. A lot of times because it's night, they'll do a Western, division or something.
West Coast piece, yeah.
So I'm not writing in Sharpie on this, but I would say the chances of the Commanders playing on Thanksgiving Day took a pretty big hit.
I would say so, right? I mean, I that's one of the things that I changed my mind about. Initially, I didn't want it, and then it was forced upon me a couple times, and I go, you know what? This is actually pretty great.
You've come to the good side on that.
I've come to it. It is no matter what, I'm eating my you-know-what off. I can either just be doing it for fun or the rare occasion with joy or eating my feelings. Either way, a bunch of carbs are going down this fat gullet. So I'm all in for it.
The Commanders don't play the Lions again until 2028. They could, I guess, possibly play them if they're the common NFC North opponent in 2027.
Uh-huh.
But this coming year, the Lions are not on the schedule. So they can't play Detroit. They're not playing Dallas. So unless they've got a game that's in primetime, like a Commanders 49ers, let's say, night game on Thanksgiving night, I guess technically could happen. But
the Seahawks are there too, right? Is that possibility also or no?
Yeah, if the Seattle game at home, you're saying?
I was thinking of because that's a home opponent.
I mean,
never
but
mind.
It could be any. I mean,
because I was thinking to fit the criteria, you need a West Coast team. Forgot that the location's in DC for that.
Again, they've had Washington hosting the Giants. I don't think there's a rule for that game.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a few years ago it was like Patriots Vikings, if you remember, on Thanksgiving night. So it's not always West Coast. It just seems like the Chiefs or somebody like that, AFC West, has often been involved. But that's the latest we've got on the schedule, is that they're not playing at the Cowboys, which is actually a big one to get out of the way, because that's always a massive speculation. Is they do it probably, I don't know, historically over 20 years, like a quarter of the time or something.
Yeah, it feels like every 3 years they do it. And maybe, but again, that's anecdotal.
Feels due, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how many years has it been? top of your head?
I want to say like 4 or 5. I remember 2016 for sure, and like once or twice since. 16 was like a Cousins to Jordan Reed for 400 yards in a loss kind of game. And I think it's at least 1 or 2 times since then, but I don't know.
I'm just kind of scanning quickly, looking back at it. Looks like now that's a Sunday, Thursday, November 14th. That's not Thanksgiving though. That was the Thursday night game that you and I went to. That was Philadelphia. Yeah, so it has been a while.
All right, DC Sports Stars and the landscape in the future. So here's what I'm working with. Okay, let's just pencil in AJ DeBonsa at 1-1.
Sorry about that, by the way.
I've got Jaden Daniels as a future superstar, current superstar, whatever you want to call it, representing the Commanders. I've got James Wood, who already plays at a fringe MVP level with his power, representing the Washington Nationals. I've got AJ DeBonsa, 1-1, representing the Wizards as a placeholder. You could go Peterson, you could go Caleb Wilson, or do something else there. But I think it's most likely it's DeBonsa, yeah?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to throw 2 more guys onto this list. If we're doing tiering, I think those guys are in their own tier for the record. Well, let's actually do it that way. So would you add anybody else to that tier before I go to my second tier of stars?
No.
To me, those are like, you might win the MVP award. You might be one of the best players in your league.
And it's no disrespect because you'll notice there's a glaring non-Capitals presence there. I don't think any disrespect to those guys. There are plenty of good young players, which we'll get to in a second, but I don't think any of those guys at their best are, as you said, MVP caliber players. Maybe putting the cart before the horse on DeBonsa, but I'm dreaming big with that guy. I think he's special.
Yeah, and there's not a 1-1 on the Capitals other than Alex Ovechkin in that way either. That kind of came in to take the league by storm or whatever. So I think it is different. Daniels was the second overall pick. Wood, incidentally, was outside of the top 50 in the baseball draft, but at a high school at IMG Academy, it's a very different thing, and became an elite prospect, and he's already shown his wares. Took part in the home run derby, was an all-star last year. So then the next tier down I'm going to say is like perennial stardom. And that is I could see this person becoming an all-star every single year or, playing in the case of Cole Hudson, who I'm about to talk about, for like Team USA at the Olympics. But I do think there's that kind of upside for him. You see his brother right now playing in the playoffs. I know you don't watch NHL postseason hockey very often. You were telling me the other day you haven't really watched anything.
Right.
Have you caught any even of the video or the highlights or the audio or anything from Montreal?
Nothing.
Darius, grab Montreal crowd noise or something off social from like the any of the environment the last couple of nights in their building in the playoffs. It's been unbelievable. But Cole's brother Lane did something last night, Danny, where he just dekes a dude, brings the puck in, no look across, the goaltender, the mouth of the goal, and easy goal, slammed into the back of the net. But I think Cole Hudson, brother of Lane, playing for Montreal, doing it in the playoffs, I think he could be that kind of guy. I'm going to put him and Sonny Styles in my second tier of, I could see that Sonny Styles being a Pro Bowler every year, an all-pro caliber player. I've got those two in their own tier second.
I think that feels appropriate. Nothing on no Protus presence there?
Ilya?
Or even Alexei. I mean, is he too old for it? Because he'll be 26.
He's not, no, but I don't think he's that kind of player. I mean, he's good. If I'm talking about Cole Hudson being an all-star every year, like Alexei Protus might make 1 or 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do.
Sonny Styles, if I'm talking about him as a perennial second-team All-Pro, might sniff some All-Pro awards, like that's one of the better players in the league at his position. I don't think Alexei Protus has that club in the bag.
With you on that.
If you want another cap, Ryan Leonard's a guy I could say.
Yep, there you go.
Playing for Team USA, 20 goals as a rookie. Maybe he becomes a 30-goal guy 6 or 7 times or whatever and has that kind of career. Here's the audio Darius grabbed. So this is Montreal. It's just been electric.
For Krebs and bounce back. And after the puck is for Little. Kirby Talk going to the net. Scores! Zach Bolduc!
It's been wild, dude. You got to check out like pregame. Everybody doing the sing-song.
The Canadian national anthem.
Singing the anthem or just any kind of like, they're doing like the ole, ole, and it's the whole building. It's crazy. I mean, we don't have anything like it in this town. It's hockey in Canada, man. Different. But maybe Leonard is in that conversation. I had him in the next tier down. But the next one down for me is like Alex Sarr. What has he become?
Yep.
Keyshawn George, I think, is right there. Would you say his upside, his ceiling's probably even or better than Sarr? And then I threw 1-1 from last year for the Nationals, Eli Willits. Still a long ways away.
Yep.
Only 18 years old in single
Still
A.
an A-ball, yeah.
But the returns so far on him have been fantastic, and he was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Thinking of any other guys on the football team, Laramie Tunsil's a great player, top 5 or 6 at his position, right? But,
It's not young, though.
No, that's true.
We're talking about the next wave youth DC sports stars, like the next generation.
They're pretty devoid of young talent, which, again, is something that you and I have been screaming about here for a couple of years.
Is there anybody else we could even make the case for?
Like, always too old for this as a free agent.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably not.
I mean,
that's not a good sign.
Well, no,
Daniels and Styles.
Yeah, the next tier down are guys like, Trey Amos, upside there. I liked what I saw, but that's another tier below, right? Maybe same thing for Sanders still.
Bill?
Maybe.
Does he have that in him?
Maybe. I'm not confident, though. I'm not putting any chips there.
What about Sarr? Is Sarr in the Sonny Styles, Cole Hudson, Ryan Leonard tier?
I think so. Again, he
had some great games. I was at a Wizards game this year where he had almost 20 boards.
Was a guy that's still learning in the growth phase. Went from, if you wouldn't recognize him if you just, you blurred out his face and you saw him as a rookie fading away on everything, jacking up nothing but bad shots, terrified of contact, to the guy that's, getting every bucket around the rim and tough and physical, erasing shots, going, it's a 7-footer, contesting everything, going end to end.
Who's got more upside, Keyshawn George or Alex Sarr?
Sarr for me. I think George is close to being, and I like Keyshawn George.
Yeah.
But again, 7-footers that can do everything on a basketball court, big alligator sign, greater than the point forward, skilled, kind of under control George. And I like George.
I think the floor for him is probably like what you're seeing, which is blocks and threes.
Yeah.
At the rim defensively.
You can be an incredibly valuable piece doing that. See Miles Turner for the finals contenders in the Pacers a couple years ago.
DC Sports, next wave of superstars. Daniels, Wood, DeBonsa, if they draft him. Then I would say tier 2, Hudson, Styles, Sarr, maybe Ryan Leonard. And then I'm going to go down a tier and say Eli Willits and Keyshawn George. Let's go to Joel in Falls Church. What's up, Joel?
Hey, are you leaving C.J. McAbrams off just because he's probably getting shipped out? Or if he sticks around, is he on there as a tier 2 guy?
So he is young enough at 25 to qualify, and I would actually have him probably like the headliner of the Hudson, Styles, Leonard, Sarr category. To your point, tier 2. I think he's going to be gone at the deadline. I would be very surprised if he's a national at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And that may be the reason, yeah.
That's my only logic. Now, if in a world where he sticks, yeah, I have no problem. Let's make the second tier 5 deep, and let's throw C.J. Abrams on there.
Dalen Lyle?
Tier 3, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Power productivity is not necessarily, as an outfielder, he's not going to be like a 30-homer guy ever. So it's 20 homers with doubles, with triples, with speed. It's also interesting. He's very fast, but doesn't steal a lot of bases. His 2 steals this year, only had a handful last year. If that was a big part of his game, like it is for CJ, who's going to steal 30, 35 bags at his apex, that's a different conversation, too. I think Lyle's definitely really, really good player, but maybe in that George Willits. What about Riley? Will Riley? Am I overrating him today?
No.
I get sized for Will Riley.
No, you should. Here's why I tried to quantify this actually to somebody having a basketball convo at friend's house yesterday. Because it was on their minds because the Wizards got the number 1 pick. Oh, thank you. They're asking about Riley. We're all so excited because I think the expectations were so low. At least they were for me. Like the idea that he could walk and chew gum and get his shoes tied. I was, I'm like, oh my God. Again, I saw him a handful of times as a collegiate. I'm going, this is the dude that
it's more than that for me. He
can
moves.
And he can play.
He's huge. He's almost 6'10".
Mm-hmm.
And he moves in a way that is very unique. And he's only 20. Like he just turned 20 in the winter.
He can get buckets. He is fluid and can score.
I think there's something there. Like if I found out he was included in some deal, obviously that's not what they're in the business of doing.
Sure.
Like let's just say they packaged him with Davis and a pick or did something, to go get something crazy. I would be really disappointed. Where if you did that with Bub or Bilal or something, I wouldn't be nearly as bothered. 800-636-1067. We're looking for the next wave of DC sports stars. Who should we include? You're listening to The Fan. If you missed John Wall on the show earlier today, after he was in Chicago as the Wizards representative while they got the number 1 pick in the lottery yesterday, make sure you're listening in our final segment. You'll hear some of our conversation with him from earlier in the day. We've been talking about a new collection of DC stars that's being put together and whether or not A.J. DeBonsa would fit well into that group. I think he'd be in Tier 1 with Jaden Daniels of the Commanders and James Wood of the Nationals. Cole Hudson headlines Tier 2 with Sonny Styles, just drafted 7th overall. And then we're throwing Alex Sarr in. I actually feel much better about Sarr in that tier than Ryan Leonard. I think Leonard's probably there too, but I don't know what the ceiling is for him. In terms of he was 20 goals as a rookie. Like, what's his best season look like? Future Capitals captain, I would think. And then Keshawn George, Eli Willits, Will Riley, some of the other names we've bantied about. Alex is in Vienna, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Alex?
Hey, man, I don't know about you. I've had trouble concentrating at work today thinking about how good the Wizards might get to be. So,
that's the beauty.
It's a fun problem to have, dude.
What we get to do. We're very lucky that work is talking about it. But yes, that would have been a problem for sure.
Yes. So the fewer things are more exciting in sports than a guy that can throw at 100 miles an hour. And the Nationals have 2 or 3 of them down in the farm. And granted, 2 of them are on the shelf right now. But I think when Travis Sikora, Harleen Susanna, and Miguel Cime all show up throwing in triple digits on the scoreboard, it's going to be electric.
Yeah,
and
there's actually a 4th now, too, Alex, in Luis Perales, who throws 100. Sikora is going to be their future ace. He's dealing with Tommy John recovery right now, but he's got a career 2.1 ERA in the minors, and last year had a 1.7 earned run average in 12 starts before he got hurt. He mentioned Harleen Susanna. I think still probably ends up a reliever. He has not pitched this season, but he's a guy in his minor league career, Danny, that struck out 380 batters in about 250 innings. 217 average against, has been dominant. And then Cime, who he just referenced, was just drafted out of high school. He's a teenager. He's 18 years old. And already in 19 innings of work with just 9 hits allowed, he's got 40 strikeouts. And he throws 101, touches 102. I've seen Susanna in person throw 103. So you've got Sikora, who could throw 100. You've got Susanna, who at the bullpen would be 102, 103, like he's Jacob Mizorowski. And Cime threw 102 miles an hour in Fredericksburg this year. So that velocity is the real deal. The reason I don't have those guys listed is pitchers are just so fickle.
It's temperamental. Fickle's the word, and they're also really far away in all 3 cases.
Yeah, Sikora, honestly, if he was healthy this year...
Yeah, let me rephrase. Further away because of the injury. It's another year delayed, yeah.
That's why he's farther away, but you're right. Cime, specifically, is at Fredericksburg in single A, and then Susanna would actually probably be in
he's
triple A
double
right
A,
now. Yeah. If not for health stuff, he could be at AAA as we speak, but we don't know what's going on with that arm, so he's not going to pitch till later in the year. But it's a good call, and I just like hearing that Nats fans are plugged in on the system. I get sized for that. Bernie in Potomac Falls, how are you?
Doing great, gentlemen. Let me first say I was driving home from Mother's Day with my wife and son, and we were listening to the NBA draft. And it was awesome because we've all been together the last 3 or 4 years when they haven't got it. To hear them call Utah Jazz, we started yelling in the car. It was awesome. So there's enthusiasm. The Cap One Arena is going to be packed next year. Ovechkin's last year and the Wizards being good, it's going to be must-see TV down there.
Hey, you know who's winning today is Ted Leonsis, because you're right.
Leonsis is winning off the field.
Yes,
he
is.
He's winning on the field now. So here's mine. Look, I'm going to say 2.5. To me, Will Riley's untouchable. He is smooth. He can get to the rim. He can do everything. He hasn't played with the dedicated point guard. He hasn't played with the dedicated big. You get him with Trey and with Anthony Davis, put him on pick and rolls. And he's 20. Will Riley is 20. He doesn't turn 21 until January. And then I'm going to take you at your word that it's not who's going to be awesome next year, but I think Fat Man, because they want to put Jaden under center, because I think they want a draft pick to stick, he's going to get a lot of carries, and they're going to weed out who's going to be a running back. Maybe not next year, but he's going to be, I think, RB1 at the end of next year, RB1 on 2 or 3 drives, and he's going to be the guy they say, all right, we got him, and they're going to take Bill or somebody else. But I think in a couple of years we'll be looking at him as, not all pro, not all of that, but a guy that when he's in the lineup, you're like, I'm happy with that. I like where the future's going. So
the all-time leading rusher at Penn State, Katron Allen, 1,100 and 1,300 yards the last 2 years, and that was after 1,700 combined over his first 2 seasons. That's a really good phone call. Yeah, things are looking up for DC sports, and partially because of the front offices that we've got.
Gone through it a little bit. It's about time for some of this stuff to happen. You're bad. No playoff trips for any of the teams this past year. You kind of look up and go, yeah, there should be some young pieces to build on, and it's happening.
Let's have the pendulum swing just a bit. If you missed our conversation with John Wall, we've got some of that for you next. Plus, we're hitting the headlines on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NBA, 2 playoff games tonight. Pistons and Cavs, game 4 at 8 o'clock. Detroit leads the series 2-1. Then the Thunder will take on the Lakers in L.A., looking to finish off the sweep. They're up 3-0, 10:30 tip-off for that one. Hockey, Avalanche and Wild tonight, game 4 of that series, 8 o'clock puck drop. Colorado up 2-1 in that series. In the NFL, the Chargers are signing tight end David Njoku to a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million. And the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year extension worth $28 million. That ties Brandon Aubrey for the highest AAV for a kicker. Baseball, Nationals have the day off today after they dropped 2 of 3 in Miami over the weekend. They'll take on the Reds for the first of 3 tomorrow in Cincinnati. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Here's some of our conversation with John Wall from earlier today on G&D. Make sure you're listening. That's coming up in a little over 10 minutes. I wanted to hit some headlines, though, on the way out. We will start in the NFL with some leaks on the schedule front. The Dallas Cowboys will open the season with the New York Giants. Makes you wonder if we're doing a divisional thing. Week 1, could Washington get one of those 2 Eagles matchups out of the way in the first week of the season? The Cowboys will also be hosting the Eagles on Thanksgiving Day, so that rules out Washington in Dallas for the, I'll say traditional. It's not annual, but it happens pretty frequently. They will not be playing on Thanksgiving Day. It's still possible they could play the night game on Thanksgiving.
So I looked it up. I think it was 2023 they played on Thanksgiving Day there in Dallas. That was the 45-10 loss there in Dallas.
I remember that game
very well. I blocked it out a little bit that it was that bad, and it was bad. Pretty terrible.
There are plenty of those. In or out on schedule release leaks?
Out. I either want it or not. Like, they've turned it into an event, and then they take away from the event. Does that make sense?
But they're not. I mean, they're just trickling out. Like, the amount of people that know is a huge number. It's thousands and thousands of people. When you account for, like, their schedules in every building right now. The Commanders have the copy of their schedule, I'm sure. Everyone's putting together their, video. So you've got an entire social team and production team. It's hard to keep it a secret, I would say. Not to mention the venues you're using internationally and all of the people in London right now at Hotspur Stadium that know who's coming and when. So it makes sense. That's how the Commanders' October 4th date leaked.
Yeah.
No, everyone knew, I'm sure, in Ashburn, but it wasn't that. It was just they posted something on the stadium website too soon.
Right. We printed the old sickies for the American football game. We'd sorted them, haven't we? Boom, there it is. But yeah, I don't like the idea that there's this big pageant about it because the whole thing is weird to me. But if you're going to do it that way, I'd like to either not know until it happens or just release it unceremoniously, which won't happen anymore.
Last night, the Spurs were in Minnesota taking on the Timberwolves. The Wolves got a 114-109 win to even the series at 2 games apiece, partially because Victor Wembanyama was not around for the duration of the ball game, couldn't help the way that he typically would in the late going. He was busy elbowing people yesterday, being ejected. We found out today he won't be suspended. This is how it sounded in Minneapolis last night.
There's that. There's that's a problem for the Spurs.
Yeah, that's going to be a flagrant one. That's going to be upgraded.
The criteria for a flagrant foul. There is a possibility that's a 2.
After review, there is wind-up, impact, and follow-through above the neck of an opponent. It is unnecessary and excessive in contact by Wembanyama. It meets all the criteria and has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2. Wembanyama's been ejected.
12 minutes last night for him. Some of his teammates end up playing 37. But he had 4 points, 4 rebounds at the time, well on his way to another monster game. They got to play without him. They're even in the second quarter. get a 8-point advantage in the third quarter, but then end up losing their edge into the fourth and losing the ball game. Ran out of gas. I got to say, we'll get to that in a second. First, your thoughts on Wemby not being suspended a game.
It's very NBA, and I understand this probably happened in a lot of sports. Where
Did you want him to be, though?
Well, here's the thing. I'm of two minds. One, for my own entertainment purposes, I want him on the basketball court.
I would have been furious if he got suspended.
To me, it's suspension worthy. And if you take Wembanyama out of it and give him innocuous league average player, you go, are you kidding me?
What if that was Kelly Olynyk last night?
Yeah.
A DNP coach's decision.
Yeah, suspend him for 6 years, as far as I'm concerned, with the ill will. But you know what I mean? Like, it's such a star-protected thing, and the almighty TV ratings and everything else. I would hate if a quarterback did something similar. And now, I'm watching a Chiefs playoffs game with no Pat Mahomes. But it's the same kind of deal where I didn't expect him to be suspended. To me, that was dirty, unnecessary, ridiculous. And I know you could say he's already been suspended for one game. He missed that one that they lost. But it's different to me than a flagrant foul. That's I draw the line between in the flow of play, something bad happens and you're escalating to a flagrant one and it meets this criteria and that. I excuse those kind of things. That to me is in the Rob Gronkowski headbutting a guy that's defenseless, lying face down, who then concusses him, and the guy's out for a month. That's closer to that than it was your regular run of play.
Yeah, I thought it was dirty, and when you watch it slowed down, you see him kind of locate, then throw the elbow.
Where do I want to put this elbow? That guy's face.
Bad look, for sure. I'm just anti-suspension, as you know, generally. Doesn't mean you never, ever do it. There are times where you have to, but especially in the playoffs, something better be really egregious. And that was close. I'm not suggesting it isn't. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite because I love watching Wemby and he makes the whole thing worth it. But I'm just not interested in making playoff games considerably worse or determining who's going to win by outlawing a guy from playing.
I get it.
Now, if Draymond Green kicks a dude in the junk, if he's stepping on someone on purpose, I feel a little differently. Like, is it because I don't like Draymond and I like Wemby? I'm not sure, but I don't know. I feel like that's even dirtier. Like, to me, the flailing elbow thing, it wasn't like he walked up and punched him. I mean, he was doing the, like, hey, get away from me. And it just so happened he had a split second and really used the opportunity to put an elbow in a chin.
Indeed, but sign me up for all the series. Now that Anthony Edwards is fully armed and operational, past 2 games, he's been Anthony Edwards. It is a battle of the stars, good supporting cast. Teams clearly don't like each other. Give me 3 more of these games, please.
So the thing I was going to say, and I said I'll wait, NBA refs are so much better working the mic than other officials are. It goes NFL 1, NBA refs at the scorer's table, just on that little microphone where they touch the button and they lean over. They're so good at it. Umpires still stink at the microphone. Have you guys realized this? In Major League Baseball, when umps get on the mic, either they aren't comfortable or they're constantly botching it. On Sunday for the Nats game in Miami against the Marlins, I think it was Chris Guccione or somebody, he could not work his microphone the entire game. Every single challenge, he either cut himself off or you couldn't hear what he was saying. But don't you think NBA refs' explanations are always really good?
They're usually thorough. Like
that dude was
this
so
happened,
thorough.
this happened, and that happened. Therefore, it's this. I'm into that. I want it.
Like, do this again, Darius. Play just the referee part of that. He basically sounds like a broadcaster. Like, these are guys that are just calling the game. This is a very small part of what they have to do. But he is the syntax, the diction. You know, he's using different phrases and fun little metaphors. I mean, he's working the mic.
After review, there is wind-up, impact, and follow-through above the neck of an opponent. It is unnecessary and excessive in contact by Wembanyama. It meets all the criteria and has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2. Wembanyama's been ejected.
Seist.
Give me that. I want to know. Leave nothing to doubt. Whether I agree or not, I need to hear the thought process. I'm all about it.
Also very important, as you said, to be plugged in. That is one thing the NBA has gotten so right because there's so many stoppages and challenges. End of games can be a complete mess. End of halves can be a mess. But if you are along for the ride, if it's not like you don't know what's going on, how many times in baseball over the years or everyone's arguing or you see the umpire rip his mask off and go talk to a manager and you're like, what the heck is this about? And there's just no communication. They're getting better at that, but it's still not there yet. I want you talking to me. If I'm sitting in the seats, I want to know it. If I'm sitting at home, I'm the
That's a good
patron
point.
Here. Help me out.
Especially now with safe out calls on tag plays for baseball. When I want to know what you're looking at. Like, in other words, when I see clear as day the runner was out or the runner was safe and you keep the call, I want to hear it was because we couldn't get a definitive look at it, or it's because of whatever reason. They just go, rolling on the field, stand, stop asking. You know what I mean? Like, no. I saw a thing on replay. You guys have more than I do. How is it that the thing that I saw, you're telling me I didn't see? I don't like that.
Lastly, as we hit the headlines on Grant and Danny, the Commanders will be in London on October 4th, a Week 4 game over in England for Washington. Think about all the people that went to Madrid. That's even tougher travel, probably more expensive, although I guess actually probably not right now with jet fuel costs and everything. Probably going to be a little more to go to London. But regardless, a little easier to make that trip for sure. It's certainly shorter. There's going to be a ton of Commanders fans there.
Yeah, there's already plenty there now, by the way. I mean, that's one of those, it's not an easy flight. It's not like going to Philadelphia or something like that from D.C., but there are plenty of North Americans, D.C. folks that live abroad there. I know 3 off the top of my head. Guys that I went to school with or played Little League with that live there and are like so excited for this when Washington goes over to play.
Danny's on Twitter and Instagram at Funny Danny. I'm at Grant H. Paulson on IG. All right, John Wall was on the show earlier today. We got to ask him